Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Well, I want to welcome everybody to our regular Board of Supervisors meeting for December 5th. We started a little late as we had a closed session item and nothing to report out on that. So the first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked our supervisor from District 2 to help lead in that, Ryan Campbell.
Please stand up. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So, welcome everyone. As you know from what I've said before, our board appreciates your participation, and oral communications, which is right now, is a time where you can discuss matters that are not on the agenda. If anybody needs an agenda, it should be on that back corner table there. And the Brown Act does prohibit this board from commenting back to you at this time. So it's your time to talk to us and our time to listen to you. And at every meeting, I'd also encourage everyone to be courteous and respectful as your board chair. And we also know that the First Amendment does allow for members of the public to say what is on their mind, even if that happens to not be true. My expectation as your chair is that the public conduct themselves not only respectfully, but truthfully. As most of you know, I also add an inspiration of kindness, a quote from somebody either from past history or present day. And I'd like to give you a quote today to kind of set the theme. And it's from a motivational thought leader named Roy T. Bennett. And what he said is, treat everyone with politeness and kindness, not because they are nice, but because you are. And with that, I'll open up oral communications. Just come to the podium, and you'll each have 3 minutes to speak on whatever is on your mind. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I know you're busy and there's a lot of important issues. My name is Barbara Toussay. I moved to Jamestown 2.5 years ago. I found a large population of neighborhood cats, which are charming and adorable and add to the country feel of the place. But I found that a lot of them were sick and hungry and reproducing. So I took it on as a service to my new neighborhood to do spay and neutering. And so I have spayed and neutered 17 cats, and I have found homes for an additional 10. But the problem still continues. There's an unlimited supply of cats. So I have found, though, over the time that I've been here, that it seems to be getting more and more difficult to get spay and neuter services. I found all the organizations have been becoming more and more overloaded, and I've been turned away sometimes when I say, ooh, can't you take them now, and I used to be able to get the animals in for service. I have gotten a lot of assistance from some of the local groups here, Sonora Cat Rescue and Tuolumne Spay and Neuter, and also FOAC, Friends of the Animal Community, who have vouchers to give you a discount on the price. And those have been very helpful to me. And I have spayed and neutered some of the cats of my neighbors who were pets, just to be neighborly because I knew they couldn't afford it. So what I'm feeling the need for is some sort of a more unified response and some help for these local organizations and maybe some additional funding for the County Humane Society and the animal control people. And I think that this should probably become an agenda item soon for this board because the spring will bring an additional increase in the reproductive capacity of the cats. They breed all year, but they ramp up in the spring. And I have a feeling that it will be a problem. So I'm urging a humane solution to this because I think that kindness to animals is a very important thing. And I think with an effort that gets coordinated and funding that is focused in the right way, we don't have to put a huge burden on the budget, but that we could also create better avenues for getting this done. Some of the effects that I have felt are difficulty in getting things scheduled, weeks-long waits for appointments. Oh, am I time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Good morning.
Good morning. Suzanne Cruz. A future of prosperity or decline. You know, there's these things called books. They're for smart people. Milton Friedman wrote one back in the 80s called Free to Choose. It follows in the footsteps of Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations. The free market is the answer to all of your problems and not more government. Reagan famously said, "The most terrifying words in the English language are, 'I'm from the government and I'm here to help.'" Now, why did he say that? Because the government overtaxes, overspends, overregulates, and when it runs out of money, it writes grants. Citizens' money, originally taken from them, which must be competed back for with strings attached, most egregiously. Motherlode Job Connection states that we cannot keep people here in this county. The young leave for greener pastures. With a stagnant population for decades of around 55,000, we are a tiny, old mining town that is on life support. Where the true resources are, where are they? They're actually in Sacramento and not Sonora. A way government can help? Here's some ideas. Give contractors a tax break if they start an apprenticeship program to teach the next generation of contractors. There is a shortage of the trades, you know. Give storefront owners a tax break if they fill their empty stores with good business. Have a community brainstorming session to get input on roads and infrastructure. But the biggest danger to free markets today is that we are losing that shared understanding of virtue. When virtue and hope breaks down, your population is left to sedate itself with pot, and the morale of children sinks. And government seeks healthy neighborhoods to stuff those who have lost their homes and hope. With nothing left to celebrate but your sex, is it any wonder the community is angry? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
Welcome.
Michael Griffith, and I'm here to, I'm a volunteer for Sonora Cat Rescue, so I wanted to amplify what Barbara said. We have 4 animal help organizations that are all volunteer, and we are completely overwhelmed. We don't know how many cats there are, feral cats there are in the county. It's a good guess there's probably more feral cats than people. And you throw a rock here in the county, you'll hit a cat colony. Tuolumne Spay and Neuter has been organizing to offer either cheap or free animal neutering, because private neutering through the veterinarian associates, if you can even get one within 2 or 3 months, is at least $150 for a female, at least $100 for a male. So if you multiply that by thousands of cats, how much money does that come into? On top of that, if one female cat can produce 2 litters a season or 3 litters a season, that means 18, 15 cats per year, half of them female, and exponentially within 10 years, you end up with what we have now. We definitely need help if we can with, especially for Tuolumne Spay and Neuter, which is actually working with some of the local vets to provide this service for people who have limited income, or for homeless, or for people who trap cats and want to re-release them back into the wild. If you trap a cat, spay it, and re-release it back to its colony, it won't breed and it will defend its territory. So this is something that's desperately, desperately needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Esteemed Board, I consider you all friends and admire you. But as Mayor of Sonora, I have to both announce to you and the public that last night we passed a resolution asking not to put more homeless homes into the city. And the Supervisor Goldenberg brought up an issue that I think bears clarification for both the board and the public. And that is that in the middle of this year, the staff started talking about one of the projects, and that was brought to my attention. It was never publicly or discussed among the council as any project that we wanted to go through. It was still in the negotiating and how do we work together. And the point that I really want to make is that the city is interested and would like to work with the county in a general way, but when this project developed from let's talk about how do we help our veterans to we're going to put up to 3 homes for the homeless, and what the city cares for has no bearing on our decision except for public sentiment like this, that we resisted. And I'll tell you candidly, it feels like bullying when the position is, and this was at one of our official meetings, we were told the county has no obligation to follow city zoning or zoning rules or other ordinances for how many people can inhabit a home. And it's starting to feel like we're not working together. I would like to reset the clock a little bit just to say that we do want to work with you, but working together comes from both sides. And with that, I appreciate your time. I appreciate Supervisor Goldenberg coming to our meeting last night. It takes courage and as the English used to say, bottom, to come to something like that isn't always favorable. And I appreciate it again. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to working more with you on behalf of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Alicia. I'm here to speak of the homeless veterans housing that's proposed to be placed on my home neighborhood at 136 Columbia Way. I just have a few perspectives that I just like to bring to attention. So hear me out. I'm all about supporting people in need, but as a new mom and a homeowner for over 13 years, I'm concerned with what type of crowd this will bring to our doorsteps. Unfortunately, I see us as a scapegoat to homeless individuals that will be allowed to occupy without contribution to the community, that will be able to bring anyone in and out as they please. As a young homeowner who purchased my home 13 years ago because I wanted to invest in the wonderful town, having just recently completed a home remodel in my house because I'm looking to invest in long-term and grow a small family. I'm definitely greatly concerned with how this will affect my property value, and now considering putting my home up for sale due to this possible future plan taking way. We're told that due to the Privacy Act, background checks will not be unable to performed with the individuals that will be occupying this housing. But what privacy do we have as homeowners with these individuals that are possibly going to be walking up and down our streets throughout the day? I just have a few questions, and I'd like you to think of those answers. But do you really want, homeless right down the street from our high school? We have an elementary kids bus stop that happens 100 feet away from this proposed location. Kids playing in and out, and those are the things I think we cherish now, because as society, we're gearing towards more social media and such. So when you hear kids play outside, it's kind of refreshing, right? So I think I'm fearful that that's going to go away, and even for my own 6-month-old son that we just had. I understand that this is a business decision based on the pressure of possible state funding that we would like to capture, but the business decision greatly affects our home lives, our safety, and the comfort of our own homes. Ultimately, I want to finish with this. How would you like this facility if it was right in front of your own home and your families? Would you feel safe? Would you feel confident that these individuals of the proposed facility won't run down the neighborhood? And with the answer, I'd like you to think about where are our proactive approaches rather than helping, those individuals that are homeless. Where's the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA? Things like that we can proactively prevent these individuals from becoming in this state that they are now. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Austin, and I am a member of Sonora Cat Rescue and Tuolumne Spay and Neuter, and I've been doing cat rescue here in Tuolumne County for 15 years. I have to say that it has become an exponentially growing problem, and we are looking for a humane solution to help us deal with the problem. There are 4 agencies or volunteer groups that are dealing with the cat overpopulation problem, and we have seen it become worse and worse, and we would like to encourage the board to think of ways, maybe outside the box, that you could help us with these problems, because all of us are getting totally overwhelmed, and we get many calls and emails every day, and we have to turn all these people away because we don't have the funds, we don't have the room, we don't have enough people. So what we would like to propose is that the board and the county help with the setup of the Tuolumne Spay and Neuter organization to get going on spay and neuter, so that all these people who call and say they're out of funds, they've spent their life savings trying to help these cats, and now they can't get them fixed because, first of all, it costs too much. Second of all, it's 3 months out, and if these cats are 3 months old, in 3 months they'll be 6 months old and they'll be getting pregnant again. So there are two avenues I think that we should possibly look at, and then you guys probably know a lot more avenues, but one is to help Tuolumne Spay and Neuter get started, maybe with a one-time grant to help them buy the equipment they need. A surgery pack costs $97. That's for one cat. So it's a big investment. And then possibly some kind of funding throughout the year to help them maintain the costs of getting this started. The other possibility I've looked at is thought of is to hire a veterinary doctor for the animal control that can do a spay maybe once a week down at animal control for the people who are low income and can't afford to get the animals fixed, and for the ferals that are around. The problem is not just ferals, it's the domestic cats too. People can't afford what the vets are charging. And when we could take many up to Auburn and get them fixed, that was helping a lot, but now we can't do that any longer. They don't want us there because we're out of county. Same problem with Fresno. We went to Fresno for a while. They kicked us out because we're out of county. So we think it should be the county who help us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name's Wade Melcher.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm here to talk about the dialysis center that used to be on Columbia Way is now being converted over to a homeless center. That is, everything on that Columbia Road has already been converted over to housing. It's the last facility that wasn't. Across the street from it is a school bus stop. It's within walking distance from the high school. We were told at the pre-meeting that the people that are being moved in, that it's illegal for them to check to see if they have a history of child molestation or problems with law enforcement. And we had asked if there was any recourse
we had if the residents became problems and we were told to call the police. I don't think this experiment is something we want to risk in our neighborhood. If I go to sell my house and I have to disclose that there's a homeless center across, it's going to devalue the house. I don't think that's the goal. The county is to bring property prices down. Again, this is not an experiment that we really want in our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Chris Wilson. I'm directly neighbor the 136 Columbia Way that is up for the voucher program. As a concerned homeowner, I urge thoughtful consideration of the proposed housing choice program. While vital and not against housing homeless or veterans, affordable housing must be carefully weighed for its potential impact. Studies suggest subsidized housing may lower property values. Before proceeding, I request a comprehensive analysis of the impact of the surrounding property values. I also have safety concerns. Without thorough background checks, there's a heightened risk of criminal activity and substance abuse threatening our neighborhood security. And right now we have quite the community already established. The community's response has been overwhelmingly negative, as you've already heard today. I urge reevaluation of the proposed placement, exploring alternative sites to address concerns and minimize negative impacts. Furthermore, placing the proposed housing within 500 feet of a school raises safety concerns for students and faculty. This could impact the learning environment and the sense of security within the school community. In conclusion, I urge the council to reconsider the proposed placement and actively seek alternative locations. A thorough assessment coupled with community engagement can lead to a more equitable solution benefiting both those in need and the existing community. Thank you all for your attention. Transparency and accountability are crucial. As community members, we trust elected officials to represent our interests and consider our concerns, uphold the principles of democracy, and prioritize the needs and sentiments of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Somewhere in Tuolumne County right now, there is a young couple preparing to start their own business. They are researching, planning, saving, and dreaming about creating a better life for themselves and their family. They are likely investing everything they have into their idea. I have a huge amount of respect for these people because I was one of them. There are also hundreds of existing businesses in the county who have already walked that road and are now working hard to keep what they've built. Everyone in this room either knows one of these people, has been one of these people, or is currently one of these people. It's not an easy road. Aside from just the day-to-day operations, they must also compete with big business, who have teams of lawyers, accountants, IT staff, HR departments, research and development staff, marketing staff, and government lobbyists. Then there is the endless and ever-changing government regulations, which almost always favor big businesses for the reasons I just mentioned. Then there was COVID, where big businesses were favored by big government while small businesses were quite literally tortured. And now there is the cost of everything required to stay in business going through the roof. It's a miracle we have any small businesses left. But these are the toughest, most resilient, most creative, most enduring people you will ever meet. And I'm asking you as the representatives for our county to please support them and stand up for them with every opportunity you get. Do we want to live in a place where the only places to eat are the Applebee's and Olive Gardens of the world, and the only places to shop are Walmart and Amazon? A world where your house looks exactly the same as your neighbor's house? If you like that idea, you could move to Elk Grove because they almost have that. But in Tuolumne County, I think we want to keep our small businesses, so I'm going to pray for them. Good morning, God. I am truly grateful for everything you've done for me and my business, and I am also thankful for those young people still willing to hang out a shingle and for those existing businesses who are so diligently pressing forward during some of the most unbelievable things. This is a time of year that is so important for so many of them. Help it to be one of their best seasons ever. I ask that the public would truly consider what a world controlled by large corporations and massive government would really be like. Help them to see the benefit in shopping locally this holiday season. Give our businesses the tools and customers they need this season and into the future, Lord. Pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you, Kelly, for inviting me to speak. She thought that it'd be a good idea for me to be here as a new business owner, and we just moved to the area, and so I wanted to do that. My name is Yanni or John Ironidis. I moved here with my wife Karen to join my son, who is a doctor at the hospital, and he chose to be here. We came to visit and met our grandbabies, and we decided to move across the country from Virginia to be here. And since I couldn't find a restaurant job, I was a restaurant manager by trade. I had to open my own restaurant. So, there you go. You have it, Yanni's Grill. We have Greek and American food. I want to thank the person that was here that spoke before me for the prayer. And I also pray with him and find ourselves in that. And I want to thank God for the business that we have and the opportunity that the community has given us. We thank you all. We had it open 8 months ago. We had a very good start and have good reviews, and very glad that we moved here and joined this community and taking this opportunity to make myself known to everybody. And please, we appreciate your business. We're open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day except for Sunday. I know that in California, more than every country in the United States, every state has a problem with the homeless. And I know it's a really big problem with no easy solutions. And I don't want to sit here to propose any kind of solution. That's your job to, and I trust in you to do the best thing. I just want to bring to your attention, though, that in the 8 months I've been in business, my business has been attempted to and broken in a few times. So also, when people come into the restaurant, and I don't have the heart to tell them to leave. I give them any food, and I've had that time where I had 3 or 4 homeless people eating in my restaurant, and I had other people that are coming in, paying customers, that were looking at the place where, did we came into a soup kitchen or did we walk into a restaurant? And I was just starting to have doubts in my mind whether, I wanted to do the right thing, but is that going to be at the cost of my business? So anything that would increase the amount of homeless in the area across the gun house, South Washington, I don't know what to say about that, because I don't want to say that we don't need to help our homeless. We do. We have a duty to do that too. But, just wanted to bring that to your attention when you're thinking about things and coming up with decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, County of Tuolumne Corporation. My name is John Flynn. I'm your political watchdog. I'm a subsidiary of McGruff the Crime Dog. Take a bite out of crime. Woof, 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 woof. And I'm looking at it. And Sarah Corella and Christopher Smith. Okay, we got that out of the way. Now, you took an oath. When you run for public office, you're supposed to have a surety bond, good performance bond. That's one obligation. The second one is you're supposed to take your oath to have, so you're covered for any criminal acts that you might be conducting, which you already have. And you also, it's called a faithful performance surety bond, and you don't have one. You're illegally holding office right now, and you on December 6th of 2021, you realized you didn't have your surety bond. So then you went to the Tuolumne County Insurance for their employees, and you went and passed a resolution, illegal because you didn't have your surety bond before you took your oath. Now that's all been verified by Debbie Bautista, the county clerk auditor. And that was on Friday with Ty Robin, who's suing Tuolumne County government and the waste management of overcharging seniors at the transfer station above Twain Hart and the main facility off Mono Way. Everybody's getting cheated, overcharging, discounts for senior discontinued by waste management. This was brought to the attention of Sarah Crowell the first week of August of 2022. She said, no, I'm not going to look into it. The third week of August of 2022, she doubles down and says, no, I'm not going to look into it. Now, this is already in the 5th district court. This is all getting blown out of proportion. You've also skimmed off $10 million on a criminal, it's called a 10-minute criminal insurance bond from the Tuolumne County Insurance Program, and that's in just the last 2 years, and you're expecting the business owner, the contractor back here, to pay for your liability insurance. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong, and that's bullshit. You have to do you're all criminals right here. Thank you.
So thank you for your comments. I'm going to break protocol here and call on our county council, because my understanding is not the same as yours, and I don't want this to spread like wildfire. You are incorrect. And I'm going to ask Ms. Carrillo to tell you why you are incorrect.
The law allows your board to adopt and have insurance self-insured by resolution, which your board did, and so there is no issue. As your board knows, we have received a lot of correspondence from Mr. Flynn and from Mr. Robin asserting all sorts of falsities. None of it's true.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I'm so
Welcome.
glad I made my promise to you. I want to thank my friend John for coming. I thought we should have some happy news during public comment instead of everybody ranting and raving. The Arona's Research Club would like to give back to the community. So they are going to do a soup luncheon and a concert with the Jazz at 8 Choir from Somerville on Tuesday, December 12th from 1:30 to 3:30 at the Arona's Clubhouse, which is on Elkins Street. They're just above Washington. They would like a phone call, though, so they make sure they have enough soup if you'd like to attend. So they call Dixie at 209-288-0766 if you would like to attend, and it's free. So they just want to do it to be nice, and they're trying to make some inroads into the community. And then I would also like to invite everybody, if you would like to have a new experience. St. Susanna's Orthodox Church is going to welcome their Archbishop, and rarely do people who have jurisdiction over multiple states come to Tuolumne. So this will be on St. Susanna's Day. It's December 16th. They do it on a Saturday, and the bishop comes at 8:30 in the morning. So it's at 10825 Robinwood Lane, which is off of Jamestown Road, just, north, I guess, from Racetrack. So if you would like a new experience during the holiday season to see the church in all its pomp and circumstance and the way the church has been for almost 2,000 years, please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, I'm going to close. Come on up then.
And I'm sorry that
We've far exceeded our 15 minutes. I apologize. I should have probably cut it off and I let the time go, but go ahead.
Okay. I live directly across from 136 Columbia Way, where they are trying to put a homeless shelter. They say it's for veterans. I don't believe it's just going to end up being for veterans. And I'm concerned about veterans too, because veterans have a lot of problems. I've lived there. I've lived here for over 40 years. I moved here 40 years ago. Well, I don't think we even had a stoplight in the city. J.C. Penney's was downtown. But I've watched, you know, my daughter wanted to live on that street a long time ago, and I bought her that little house on the street. We had the crash. We lost everything. We spent our life just trying to get it fixed up. And we're probably going to have another crash pretty soon. And it's just going to throw everybody into turmoil, I think. But I'm getting off the subject. The thing is that that little street has grown up and blossomed with families, little children. And I'm talking about little children and teenagers and everything. And they're right next to the shelter. I mean, from here to there is a house, and here is the property. It's that close. So many things happen to our children. You look everywhere today. They're being stolen. They're being abused, murdered. We have to protect our neighborhoods. We have to protect them. We have to protect our families. You cannot take and dump a bunch of people that don't have to get up in the morning, don't have to go to work, don't have to pay taxes, for people that have to get up, get their families ready for school, get them out to school, get ready, go to work. You know, I don't even have to go into all of it. They're tired. They get wore out. But we have to keep fighting and going against all of everything. And now we have to worry about our children. Some children are latchkey kids still today because the taxes and everything are so high. Our water went up 30%. Our electric is up. Our trash is up. Everything is up. And we have to pay these bills. They have to pay these bills. They can't get out there and pay these bills now if they have to not get home in time to watch their children, and we don't know who's on the street. And maybe they might put veterans there now, but there is nothing to say that they can't put anybody in there. We could have criminals, pedophiles, drug addicts, drug pushers that are trying to rehabilitate or whatever. You're going to put them there. They have to change them every 6 months. So now we have to worry about that. If you put this in place in our county where these things can be right in smack dab in the middle of our neighborhoods, I know. You're going to put a yoke around our neck.
I'm sorry, we're past time.
Okay, and
Thank
red
you.
tape just to try to
Your
settle
time is up.
and get things
Thank
taken
you.
care of.
I'm going to have to call. Public comment is supposed to be for 15 minutes, and we've got a lot of agenda.
I just wanted to
take care of.
say how great a job you guys are doing for the city of Sonora compared to the rest of California, which, as you can obviously see, a lot of people are fleeing of the middle class. And I don't know if you saw the debates with Newsom and DeSantis on TV recently, and just how pathetic and childish our governor was in that debate, and how petty and talking over each other, and really trying to manipulate his way out of creating a failed state by lip service. And the fact that we have a board here that is down to earth, that is not woke to the point where they're not even in reality. All you have to do was you look at Sonora and then you look at San Francisco, and you can see that one has failed and one has managed to preserve through conscientious government some sense of reasonability and level playing field, which is not what you're seeing in cities like Minneapolis, which, if you go on social media, watch that video, how Minneapolis fell, and it was due to bad people running the government. And right now you have a police officer who I believe is innocent in jail simply because the quote woke leaders let it all go down. They let the truth be the first casualty, and that what can bring down any city and any government. And we're seeing it in real time in California too, with our master manipulator, Governor Gavin Newsom, and all his troops, has turned in rapid time. He has ruined that city to where you can't even go in there and shop, have lunch, or even meet up with friends without coming into some sort of organized crime situation. And when you see stores like Macy's and all those good stores getting robbed down there, that's where you have to draw the line here, because in a lot of ways, Sonora is the Florida of California. And we draw the line on stuff like that. And we don't let it go down with bad leadership. Thank you very much. Have a great holidays and a happy new year.
Thank you for your comments. If there are any other public comments, I'm going to invite you to come back at 1:30 after our lunch. We have far exceeded our time allotted, and we've got a big agenda today. I want to make a comment that once we hit 3 o'clock, I will be turning over the chair to our vice chair of this meeting because I have another meeting to go to in Sacramento. So I just wanted to let the public know that right now. And so I'm going to close comments from the public. And if you did not get heard and you'd like to come back at 1:30, we will take you up again at 1:30 briefly before going into the rest of our agenda, including our 1:30 appointments. So this is the time for staff reports now, and I invite all staff that have reports to tell the board or the public to please come forward.
Hi, Debbie Batista, County Clerk and Auditor Controller. I have 2 items. One, just to be clear, I did not verify anything. What we did was receive a Public Request Act for the bonds for the board, and via County Council, I sent the resolution and the board item to the people who requested it. I did not tell them whether or not we had bonds for all of you plus us. So just to be clear, I did not validate anything that's been said. Number 2, it is election time and we're almost to the end for candidates to be able to put their hats in the ring. So this Friday at 5 o'clock, for anybody who wants to run for District 5, will be the last time that you can get your paperwork in and be on the ballot. For district numbers 4 and 1, unless the incumbents have changed their minds, it will go till next Wednesday, and you have until 5 o'clock to get all your paperwork in. But remember, it isn't just filling out some paperwork. One has to get at least 20 signatures that are valid for the district that you're in. So it's not a 5-minute process, it's a couple days process. So if you really are thinking of running and you haven't finished your paperwork, please finish your paperwork. And if you are thinking of running and you haven't started your paperwork, please come down sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. I just am here to introduce someone. So after interviewing many talented candidates, both internally and externally, the panel selected our next fleet manager, Orlando Magdaleno. Orlando and his family live here in Tuolumne County, but Orlando spent the last 20 years working as an equipment mechanic and then later as a fleet supervisor for Contra Costa County, so we stole him from another county. We're very lucky to have such a talented fleet manager replacing Mike Young when he officially retires at the end of the month. And did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm very honored to be part of public servant for Tuolumne County, bring over my expertise from Contra Costa. Don't plan on going anywhere. Been here for 10 years and plan on staying here. So if there's anything I could do for you, please let me know.
Welcome.
Good morning, board. My name is Michael Roberson. As you know, I'm the Homeless Services Coordinator for the county and have been happy to be engaging with the public on some of the housing initiatives that our public has been noticed about, namely the property on Columbia Way, Snell Street, and then also on Highway 108 that Miners in. We have had 3 public input meetings, one with Supervisor Brandon and 2 with Supervisor Goldenberg. And that is in large part why people are here today. And I think it's great that they're engaged. They were engaging and polite and courteous in the meetings. We've had really good interaction and have reminded people that they should come and speak their concerns to your board in these meetings in December before the 19th. But I did want to say that one of the prevailing questions that I hear as I'm out and about is, what is the county doing about homelessness? And typically people only engage in what we're doing when something is going to affect them personally or be located near them. And so I would like to remind the public, and I put a little flyer on the back table with QR codes on it, that there is a virtual bulletin board through County Homeless Services that has a lot of information that would really inform people, because there's a lot of erroneous information out there that is presented as fact when in fact it is not. For example, the Columbia Way is for veterans housing, permanent housing, not a 6-month limit, those kinds of things. And that information is available. So I'd ask people to put themselves in a place of getting that information so they can be informed and continue to engage with you and staff as they express their concerns. And then also one of the other concerns that we hear is what is going to happen with property values. And we have an FAQ sheet on that virtual bulletin board that addresses that. And basically the answer is we don't know for certain, but there is research that is out that helps people have a better understanding of what could happen and what could not happen in terms of property values. And there's also a document on the back table that I put out there that was put out by San Mateo County in regard to, and the name of it is The Impact of Supportive Housing on Neighborhood Crime and Property Values. And it is really sort of an executive summary of 5 different research projects by organizations like the Mental Health Law Project, National Association of Realtors, National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty, and Centers for Disease Control. So, information is only available as these kind of programs develop, but I think that it would be a good article for people to read. And so I'll get that posted up on the virtual bulletin board, but for now, it is available here in a paper copy on the table. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Robbie Bergstrom, over Economic Development for Tuolumne County, and I am here to promote our 3rd Discover Tuolumne Businesses event. This one will take place at Nature's Whole Food Depot on December 12th, Wednesday, December 12th at 2 o'clock. Again, this is our 3rd event, and they have been wonderful events where people have had the chance to see behind the curtain of businesses. And normally when you walk into a business, you go there to receive services or buy a product, but you don't get to see what it is that it takes to run a business in Tuolumne County. So these have been wonderful events to expose the public to those questions. So if you would like to attend, space is limited to 20 persons. We have plenty of room available. Please RSVP to me at 209-533-5532 or by email at rbergstrom, RBERGSTROM @co.tuolumne.ca.us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other staff coming forward, so we'll go ahead and close staff reports and move on to our consent calendar. And I do want to mention that staff has pulled item number 8. And Heather, if you'd please read our consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the November 07, 2023 and November 27, 2023 meetings. Item number 2, approving a contract with EMC Planning Group, Inc. to provide environmental and historic preservation review services for the home hardening project in the amount of $92,845.49 from previously budgeted and approved grant funds, and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign all related documents included in the FY 2023-24 budget. Item number 3, approving a retainer agreement with the law firm Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe, LLP, to act as bond counsel related to the county's creation of a community facilities district. Sorry, just one moment. Item number 4, approving amendment number 2 to the lease agreement with the state of California for the Fire Air Attack Base located at Columbia Airport, extending the term to June 30, 2040, and adding other state required provisions. Item number 5, approving of the Microsoft licensing contract renewal with Dell Marketing LP in the amount of $318,289.74 a year for the 3 years, for a total of $954,869.22, and $48,000 over 3 years, 5% contingency, authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents included in fiscal year 23-24 budget. Item number 6, approving an agreement between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and the Advocates for Human Potential, Inc. for purchase and development of housing and other related resources for people experiencing homelessness who have serious behavioral health conditions, including a primary serious mental illness, SMI, in addition to a secondary chronic substance use order, SUD, accepting a total of $2,077,802 from September 5, 2023 through June 30, 2027, recognizing unanticipated revenue of $1,497,018, and increasing appropriations in the same amount in fiscal year 2023-2024 in the behavioral health budget, 4/5 approval required, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item number 7, approving a letter to the California Public Utilities Commission recommending changes to the draft rules for broadband equity, access, and deployment BEAD program grants, authorizing the chair to sign. Number 9, approving the updated graduate law clerk / criminal class specification. Item number 10, adopting resolution 107-23, restricting roadside parking alongside the west side of Bonanza Drive, south of Highway 108, for a distance of 275 feet. Item number 11, approving the updated assistant public defender, assistant district attorney, and assistant chief probation officer class specifications. Item number 12, approving the redirection of homeless housing assistance and prevention Round 5 funding application process and administration to the Central Sierra Continuum of Care and their administrative entity, Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. Item number 13, approving a purchase order with CXT Inc. for the acquisition of a new restroom building for the town site of Groveland, California, with an amount not to exceed $112,518, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the FY 23-24 adopted budget.
Okay, and I have to profusely apologize. I was told we were pulling number 8, and we actually cannot do that. So we're adding it back in. And Heather, would you please read number 8?
You got it. I will read number 8. Number 8, approving agreement amendment number 2 with Adams Ashby Group, Inc. related to the CDBG 2023 grant application in the amount of $150,000 and authorizing the county administrator to sign.
Thank you. And sorry for the confusion. So we have the full docket of the consent calendar 1 through 13. My first question to the board, is there any item that you'd like to pull? Pull? Supervisor Kirk.
3 and 6.
And this is pull, not just comment on? Okay, 3 and 6.
And I'd like to pull item 12.
12. Okay, so, and are there comments that any board member would like to make on the other items that are not pulled? The items that are pulled are 3, 6, and 12. Any comments on any other items? Supervisor Brandon.
I only wanted to say thank you to you, Chair Half, and to Len for your work on the BEAD program. I know that there's been a lot of advocacy into that to make sure that they're giving us as much flexibility as possible. As one of the speakers mentioned, that's a lot of what we do, is trying to, when there's funding, when there's policies, express a local opinion on how we can actually work with it to help people. So,
thank you. Any other comments? All right, I will invite the public up to make comments on the consent calendar except for items 3, 6, and 12. Anybody? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar, accepting those 3 items.
Okay.
Second.
So it
I'll
was mo-
second.
Thank you. It was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. All right, so we'll go in order. Heather, would you please read item number 3 again?
There we go. Approving a retainer agreement with the law firm Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe, LLP, to act as bond counsel related to the county's creation of a community facilities district.
And Supervisor Kirk, let's hear why you pulled that.
Yeah, I know we're rushed on time, so I don't want staff to get up here and give an explanation. The reason why I pulled it is I know we've had a couple board meetings regarding forming CFDs, and at the beginning I was kind of on board, but then at the last board meeting I was struggling. If a CFD were to be proposed in certain districts where potential housing would be involved, not just businesses or not just, new things going like up the 108 corridor or the 120 corridor. So I understand today this isn't about that conversation, but this is about the funding to start that. And so just to stay with my current stance on it, I wanted to pull it so we could have a vote. I am concerned if a CFD were to go in place and be applied to homes, it would just make it more expensive for home ownership. And it's something that we struggle with. And again, I'll just real quick remind the community, this board has put more money than any other board in the past towards fire, towards personnel, towards apparatus. We don't want to let any of those corridors burn down while we're in office, but we're not getting support for the long-term vision to sustain that. And so I understand that's why this board is going down this road. I'm just not quite there yet because of the home issue. So I just wanted to pull this out of that vote real quick.
Okay, go to the public at this point on item number 3. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I share similar concerns. Obviously, anything that would impact housing to me is a concern, and I know we did talk about that. At least for me right now, this is simply trying to get the bond counsel for this to bring that back. I think we're still going to have that conversation. It's just not on this item right now. So it's more whether we think we need this at all. And as you mentioned, I couldn't agree more. We've put a lot of resources into it because it's important, but we have to sustain that. And beyond where any of us will be on the board, we have to sustain it. And so that's where I'm at with it. I'm okay moving forward on that, but I do look forward to that conversation. I don't think we walked away exactly with a clear, this is what it's going to apply to yet.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I thank you, Chair, and I certainly respect Supervisor Kirk's position. I agree with most of the things that Supervisor Brandon said. I think, we discussed this in September, and in order to at least proceed and understand what our options are, we will have to hire counsel. And that's what this item that's before us today is about, is a legal retainer for counsel. And so I think if we're going to even understand what the possibilities are to have that larger discussion, we have to take this first step. So I'm supportive of the agenda item.
Okay. And this is just the first step. And my understanding of CFDs, or community facilities districts, is that there's a million ways to design them. And I'm kind of with you, Supervisor Kirk, as far as not applying it to housing, but I don't know what that means as a result, if it's going to be enough for fire and the areas that we want to apply it to. But we owe it to ourselves to hear from the experts what we can do and how we can do it. And so I'm in favor of this agreement to move forward so we know what our options are.
Supervisors, just one comment, and I know that you will have future discussions about whether the direction that your board wants to take. But I do want to remind the board that we have some development projects in Groveland, Terra V and Under Canvas that are connected to the potential creation of a CFD for the commercial aspect of it. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone remembers we still need to do something for those projects.
Exactly. So I understand there's no other comments there. I would like to entertain a motion at this point.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon, seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll abstain.
Okay, abstentions? Okay, we have a 4-0-1. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to number 6. Heather, if you can please read that consent item.
Item number 6, approving an agreement between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and the Advocates for Human Potential, Inc. for purchase and development of housing and other related resources for people experiencing homelessness who have serious behavioral health conditions, including a primary serious mental illness, SMI, in addition to a secondary chronic substance use order, SUD, accepting a total of $2,077,802 from September 5, 2023 through June 30, 2027, recognizing unanticipated revenue of $1,497,018 and increasing appropriations in the same amount in fiscal year 2023-2024, and the behavioral health budget, 4/5 approval required, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk, let
right.
us know about this one.
Sorry, I know it's a busy day and I hate to do this, but I'm going to try and make it as quick as possible. But I do need some clarification. When I was going through the agenda and I saw obviously that we're going after another grant for homeless housing, obviously caught my attention. And then as I read into it more, I realized obviously this is behavioral health specific, not, with our homeless coordinator, Michael. And so as we've been going through this homeless conversation the last couple of years, I brought it up several times that, we kind of started here, but then things have evolved a little bit. A lot of the evolution has been because of state requirements, and different departments have to meet certain criteria for certain populations. And so I was trying to get clarification, trying to understand if this was CARE Act funding for that population, or if it was specific to behavioral health. Some of the information I got back from staff left me a little bit wondering, is this specifically, could it be used for both? Is it only for behavioral health, critical people, but then I saw the or people who are substance abuse users. So I guess the reason why I'm pulling this today is the last meeting, I did draw a line in the sand saying I'm done with supportive housing purchases unless it's basically like a state mandate where our hands are tied and certain departments are at risk of having funding pulled or whatnot. So I just wanted some clarity from staff if I could understand specifically if this target population is for behavioral health, people who are on your caseloads, and then get clarification on the substance use, because I just want to hear from you, and then I'll hear what your response is.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. These funding is a result of Governor Newsom's investment into the behavioral health system in the state of California, attempting to address not only the homeless population, but the homeless population specifically that are struggling with severely mentally illness and or substance use addiction. These funds are made to be a funding for priority housing of care court, which is a state mandate, as well as it is to address the growing numbers of individuals that are facing conservatorship due to mental illness and or substance use addiction, which will be brought on by Proposition 43 that will be on the ballot for voters coming up in March.
So people who may go into conservatorship, that's what this money is. Is it kind of a broad spectrum? I'm hearing care court. I'm hearing maybe those who may go into conservatorship, which would be, I guess, care court, but then also the those with substance use. So is it kind of touching lots of populations right there?
Yes. So behavioral health funding umbrella is to cover all of the mandates that behavioral health is either currently satisfying, or it's going to cover the expansion of the population that's coming in that will become our responsibility. Substance use disorder individuals who could face conservatorship in the future if Prop 1 passes, and you'll hear later today about that. So it definitely is money that will untie our hands and allow us to house individuals that otherwise we are finding hard to reach, thus hard to serve.
Okay. If we don't provide that housing and they're in conservatorship, are we sending them out?
That's absolutely correct. We would be sending them downhill, which means we're sending our funding down the hill as well.
Okay. I guess maybe part of the point I'm trying to make is with items like when we're specifically talking about housing, purchasing housing for these programs, which, and I'm not going to get into the programs because I completely disagree a lot with the logic of the state. They say and/or substance use. I'm afraid that into the future, and especially when I read these bills and they talk, but like one of the definitions of substance use is that's coming is those who are alcoholics. So I don't know where it's going to end with the state. If there's a drug addict, are we now going to be mandated to provide him housing because he's now fallen under this criteria that the state's put out? If somebody's an alcoholic, are they now going to, like, I don't know where the state's going to end, and I understand there's more on the horizon. So I guess looking in the future, what I would appreciate, and what I think we need to do a really good job with explaining to the community is basically what we're dealing with and the requirements from the state. Because if I'm kind of still questioning, and part of that's my fault, but this whole homeless conversation and the housing, like we got to be really clear that the things that we've done in the past with Roberson and with purchasing those properties are specifically just to address as a board homeless issues. But this is specifically under the umbrella of behavioral health, and this is why we have to do it, because if we don't, we're going to be sending them out of state or out of county anyways, and then it's going to be much more expensive. So there's like there's a capital interest too that we have to keep in mind as far as we either own the capital and keep the cost down, or we send the capital out and we have less resources. So it's like what I'm trying to do is get a better understanding myself, but then connect the dots for people when they reach out to me and say, I thought you just had this conversation about housing, but we are having it again. It's just under a different umbrella. Mm-hmm. So I feel like we just got to be really clear. I don't know if staff wants to respond to that, or if, because I'm struggling right now with voting on this to allow another grant to purchase more housing when we have housing that we could potentially use for care court people, for behavioral health people, maybe conservatorship. I don't know. I'm just struggling.
I just want to make sure, and then Tammy's going to do they're doing a presentation on the 12th just for this about the continuum of care for behavioral health. But what I want your board and anyone listening to understand, and I'm speaking on behalf of Tammy, and we have an item later that will go into more detail about conservatorships. Once someone is conserved, the county is required to provide housing and all of their needs. When we send people down the hill, Tammy spends maybe as much as it can be as high as $200,000 per year per client. Right now they spend $1 million. So
conservatorship is one thing, but if this could allow us to also put people who are substance abuse users into that housing as well, to me there's a difference. I would support something that's as critical as conservatorship, but if you're telling me somebody who has I'm trying to understand, because I'm seeing and or in the writing and the grant stuff. Conservatorship one thing, drug abuse, being an alcoholic is another thing. So
right. So in the new law that's coming up, you'll discuss later, there is potential for substance use and alcoholism to be added into the LPS law. Now that means it has to go through the LPS proceeding, and it has to go through the court, and it has to meet that threshold. What I want everyone to understand is that behavioral health is required to provide a certain level of housing for the clients that they already serve, which could be severe mental illness and substance use. They already have a mandate without the new proposition coming in, and she's unable to meet that mandate right now. So I just want to make sure that's why, and this is not us applying, this is actually a grant award that Tammy and her team have been working for.
Right, and you're answering it, which is why I'm having this conversation. Falls under a mandate.
Yes.
Okay. I think what I really want to stress to staff moving forward is when it sounds like you're going to do it, but when that stuff comes down the pipeline, we have to be really clear with the public, because I'm sick of it, the public's sick of it. This conversation is never ending. I feel like our board is doing our part. We want to address some of the homeless issues here, and we're doing that. But then on the back end, we're going to have all these things coming up, and we're just going to have to be really clear. So I'm sorry, I thank you for being up here. I've known about this, but I'm seeing it now, and when I do the research, I'm getting concerned, and I'm sure I'm catching up to the concern of the rest of the staff, which is what's coming down the pipeline. So thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go to the public before the rest of the board comment. Please come forward.
Well, thank you for the conversation, and this is one of the reasons I think when you go to your board retreat and want to talk about issues, we need to talk about substance abuse. And I believe alcohol use disorder is more expensive and causes more damage than substance use disorder in our county. And we can all specifically think how you've been impacted by that recently. And I think it's important I'm tired of talking about fire and insurance, and I mean, how much more can we do? So let's look at some other things that maybe we can do some things about. And we have some really serious alcohol and drug problems here that I don't think we're dealing with. And then when people have an issue, it like turns into kind of this sideshow victimization, voyeurism that attaches even more stigma. So I think it's really important for us to all educate ourselves about how big and broad this problem is and some of the things that can be done about it. And I also think we should applaud Tammy because she has brought in an amazing amount of grant money. And I'm a little concerned about spending huge sums of grant money on a very small population. But your substance and alcohol abuse impacts all of us. I mean, it's the drivers, it's on the road, it's the shoplifters, it's the burglaries, it's everything. And I really think it's a problem that we need to look at and come up with a solution. And you're mandated because our problem is so pervasive in this state. So let's actually do something about it and quit talking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again. I want to especially thank Supervisor Kirk for having pulled this. As a member of the public, I was going to ask for it otherwise because it would be very nice to see a robust discussion of what this actually means and looks like when it will be implemented. One, for the public's edification, it's good to realize and clarify that these are state mandates that we have to comply with, but there are a couple questions that really beg to be discussed in a robust manner, and one is, what type of housing would this be? So I think a lot of us, if Care Court is involved, would very much support institutionalization for people who are otherwise dangerous or scary. That is something that affects the entire discussion of the homeless. And when we talk about people who are suffering from serious mental illness, that is a worrying condition for if we're just going to be putting homes willy-nilly anywhere that someplace free presents itself. So another part of the discussion that would be very nice to hear from you is what, if it's not just institutionalization, what does the landscape look like where you would want to be putting homes? Because right now we're already seeing a little bit of tension about the homeless grants. So we take grants, they are a temporary solution to a problem that we do have to deal with. And what's going to happen when the money runs out? $2 million is a fair bit, but if it involves buying, spending 3/4 of that on homes that you have a lot of public resistance to, then what's going to happen when the money runs out? Do we sell the homes? Because we're not certain that we'll get another grant. And while I applaud staff for their efforts in this, we, as a public, have a lot of questions and would love to see a robust discussion of a lot of these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning again. I just wanted to address the money that has to go down the hill when people are sent away from the county. Is that it appears that if you're homeless and you're standing on our street, that you can automatically say, I'm local. I know for a fact that when I first moved up here, I saw taxis driving into the county and unloading people that looked obviously homeless that weren't from our local areas that apparently we are now being responsible for. I did a lot of work in the area that was called Camp Hope. None of the vehicles that were there had California license plates. They were all from Midwest, East Coast, and it appears that we seem to be importing or receiving homeless people from other counties. If it's our burden to now pay for these people to go to other counties, I think they should be stepping up and being responsible for what's being shipped here also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a comment that structure-wise, it kind of looks like there's two different homeless programs going on here. We have the one that Michael Roberson is running and this second one from Behavioral Health. And I'm just kind of concerned that they're sharing best practices. And in particular, we went through a thing here about getting transparency on where homes were going to be placed. So I think it's really important for the public that that we use that same process for these homes so the public has an opportunity to know what's coming and to weigh in on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been thinking about homelessness forever, and I don't get involved. I've got a huge family, but I don't know why we don't tear out the spider web and start fresh. I don't know why. Like, I've been looking for properties all around since I heard about what they're doing. And off of Limekiln Road is like 34 acres. I don't know, I can't remember, $775,000. That seems like a lot. But what you need to do is start somewhere and have a place to add on slowly and build slowly and be able to put people all in one place that need help, that you can monitor them without having them scattered all over. There's so many things. Arnold Schwarzenegger built these little 25 little metal homes that housed 2 people, just sheltered them. For $250,000, they built this little place. And other people bought land, and people go in and they build their own little makeshift homes right there. There's no ordinances or anything. They just live there, and they do things, and they build, and they work, and they're trying to get ahead in these little shack things that you can go on YouTube, type in homeless communities, and you can see them. And then there's one that they bought, you know, like the homeless sheds, the little mini homes they call them, but they're sheds. I owned one in my backyard. And they're really good sound structures. I've had mine in this one yard for 20 years, and it's like great. It's just like a home, but it's just small. And if you bought the land and you just put some concrete down, you can send an emergency. We got emergency homeless shelter. We need to do this and bypass a lot of the laws that in the planning, put them out there, just temporary, get them out there, set them up, and you can put homeless people there. You can put them in different areas on 34 acres, but start with a small section of it. And then you have something, because this is never going to go away. It's just going to build and build and build, and you need a place. And I just think you should invest the money in land and a few of these small buildings so you can get your mandate settled. And then you can go from there. You can always get grants and build on and add on to it. So.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for your comments. And it looked like Supervisor Brandon, you had something to say.
Yeah, great, thank you. And I share, and thank you for pulling the item, a lot of the concerns you've brought up as well, and some of the lack of clarity. To my understanding, this was anticipated to go to a project that we ended up not moving forward, so here's this money we've received, and it doesn't yet have a home. But what we have, I think, today is to accept or reject the funding. I know that of the $2 million, I see, $700,000 that's going to a variety of things, including rental assistance, housing assistance, and some of the other things, but $1.3 million going to infrastructure development. And I just wanted to clarify from the public comment, we do have simultaneous conversations happening. I think there's opportunities where we have a public-private partnership with a developer. We have public housing, which is funded differently. We've got homeless shelter type housing with Michael that's going to be through different funding streams. And we've had behavioral health and operating units through that for a very long time. And different funding, different requirements, somewhat different purpose, though obviously they have an overlap of populations there. I fit into the same boat of looking at this and wishing that we had more tools when there are clearly people on our main streets that can't take care of themselves, screaming to themselves, who are, we see some really bad cases, particularly in Jamestown, Sonora, that they're obviously incompetent individuals. They can't make those decisions. And yet we're faced with a legal system with LPS that really limits our tools. Now, change is scary, and there's a lot of changes that are coming. Every year it does seem to be like a new state program, new state, not small programs, but completely changing the whole environment. Within that, to be able to do that, though, it's anywhere from $100 to $1,000 a day to commit somebody that has severe mental illness needs, and probably not, not perfect on that estimate, but it's pretty close. And then if we have a court rule on conservatorship, and this is just from a few discussions on the Behavioral Health Board where we actually get more in depth on this on about a monthly basis, that I think a judge can issue a $1,000 a day fine to the county for basically being out of compliance for not having a unit. And so there are some of these things that we're trying to consider. The other side is, while we're trying to help somebody through whatever that addiction or whatever it may be, it doesn't make sense to send them back to an encampment that there's drugs and substance use when you're in rehab. I mean, that person's going to relapse 9.5 out of 10 times if we're not trying to provide that. So what I wanted to add on to it, though, is I think with this we do have an opportunity with between this and the opioid settlement and some of the other funds that fit into a substance use SMI population to look at some type of new construction and review that. I'm open to, as we see opportunities, bringing them up. But I hope with this funding that's coming in, it's I think 4-year grant. We look long-term to maybe what we can develop that will be new with more flexibility in the site we choose, that's creating new additional housing for that. So that's my 2 cents on it. I'm okay with accepting it. I look forward to when a project comes forward. That would be my encouragement for what that project looks like.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Campbell, I do have a comment, but you go ahead first.
Okay, either way.
Okay,
The
then I'll
pleasure
go.
of the,
I'll go
of the chair.
because I'll go because you had something to say after your comment.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that institutionalizing people is extremely expensive, and it would only take a few of those cases to really wreak havoc with our budget, because it would come, in my understanding, it would come from general fund. Yeah. We can't afford to do that. My next question, and it would be either to Tammy or to Tracy, is the Cabrini House. We already have one example. Is the Cabrini House, the people that go in the Cabrini House, are they the same population that we're talking about here, or is this a more severe population?
It's one and the same.
Okay, so thank you. My understanding of the Cabrini House is that nobody knows where it is, and it's been in operation for at least 20 years, if not longer. And I don't think we've had law enforcement out there. It basically operates very well, and so I expect no less if we were to do this somewhere else. We're not at that point yet. Yeah, so I'm not interested in bankrupting the county by institutionalizing people. I think that's my comment. So we have to have other measures that are effective and helpful. And I'm willing to explore this and make good decisions about where these homes should be placed. But I can tell you the Cabrini House is in a neighborhood. And that's what I'll say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I agree. I think what I observe with many of these conversations that we have that have some kind of connection to homelessness or people that are of populations that are typically we associate with homelessness, the waters tend to get muddied, and it tends to be the same types of things that come up. But really, this is fairly straightforward. What we're talking about here is that out-of-county conservatorships and placements for behavioral health and substance use disorder programs are one of the most expensive things that we possibly can do, and it has to be paid for with general fund dollars. And talking about the cost is important there, because every dollar we throw at this very expensive option is a dollar that we can't use in our county to help the residents that we serve here. So talking about the money, it sounds crass to boil things down to dollars and cents when it comes to helping people with these types of behavioral health issues, but really that's what we need to talk about, because the more money, the more we can be efficient with the money that we have through these grants, the more people we can help. I kind of, it's not a great analogy, but I kind of equate it to how we approached juvenile justice in Tuolumne County about 5 or 6 years ago. We were sending all of our kids out of the county to great cost. We built a juvenile detention facility here in Tuolumne County. There were growing pains. It was difficult in the beginning, but in the long run, it's a much better outcome for our kids, because they're able to stay here in the support network that they have, and even from a cost standpoint, it's been much better. So keeping that in mind, that these types of finding ways to serve your community in your community, there are advantages to that. Not the least, it's cheaper, but also that people can stay around their families and friends and have that support network there. So I'm supportive of it. To me, it's pretty much a no-brainer, because we would spend so much more money placing people out of the county when they could be better served here with this grant. So I'm supportive of it, and I'm ready to make a motion whenever the time comes.
I have comments.
You do have comments, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I do appreciate the comments from my fellow board members. A lot of applicable points, things that I was also thinking about. When we have mandates, that we have to meet, that's always a challenge. When it can affect our general fund dollars, if we go beyond certain thresholds, that's really concerning. These funds are being allotted to help us in these ways. The one thing Supervisor Campbell said that is real important to me as well is sending people out means they lose that family support. And, that can be very, very tough on people that already have a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Kirk.
I think what I want to close with is I get the no-brainer about capital and money going out and resources going out. I think part of the reason why I pulled this and why I want to have a board discussion is because there's things on the horizon changing, and I'm concerned that we're going to start using housing for maybe things that aren't as critical, like what would you call it, a conservatorship, I get, but when we start talking about or substance use or alcoholic, that's kind of where I'm trying to get the attention from the board. So I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate everybody's comments. I will end with, we're doing a lot in this arena, so I think we need to be really clear, and I think these items need to be agendized so that we can have these conversations with the public and just let them understand what umbrella we're dealing with at that certain time. So,
Thank you. So I did hear a motion. I want to make sure I went to the public. Did I already go to the public? Okay.
I haven't made a motion yet, but I'm happy to do
Okay, go ahead.
So I'll move that we adopt staff recommendation on item, which one was it, 6?
6.
I'll
Item
second.
6.
So there's a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. And we've got one more consent item to review. And so, Heather, would you please read item number 12?
Item number 12, approving the redirection of homeless housing assistance and prevention round 5 funding application process and administration to the Central Sierra Continuum of Care and their administrative entity, Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon, I believe that was yours. Can you let us know why you pulled it?
Absolutely. So HAP 5 stands for Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention. It's round 5. It was established in 2019 by Newsom. It has been a year-to-year program that has funded some things. Way back when, there were some issues because we're part of a regional group called the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. It's kind of that interagency regional model of working together. And I think our participation in that is actually very important. But a decision was made back then, which was out of line with other counties, to my understanding, but I think maybe wise, and we should consider, was that for this funding, do we want to fully delegate it to the continuum of care for these regional projects? And what if it comes to a point where they do a project which we disagree with? I believe that's what happened and initially triggered us to work with them in an administrative capacity where they would help alleviate some of the workload, and yet we would do our own contracting and bid work, which meant we had control over the projects. As the item is in the consent agenda, it has 3 options as to what we could do. We could fully do it ourselves. We could fully give it up. We can continue the hybrid option of maintaining control with some admin support. I pulled this because I felt, one, that it wasn't clear which option we're choosing in adopting it on consent. Correct me if I'm wrong from staff, that it would have been the 3rd option of delegating fully to COC, correct? Would have been the default consent item?
I apologize for the ambiguity. Yes, correct. Consistent with option 3, that was the attachment to the board memo.
Okay, thank you. And then the second would be wanting to bring that up as to whether that's the right decision. Personally, I think we should do the hybrid approach, but maintain control over projects. So.
Thank you. I think I'll go to the public first to see if there are any comments on this, and then I'll bring it back to the board. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Goldenberg, do you have comments you'd like to make?
Not quite yet, thank you.
Okay.
I just have a question for both Rebecca and Michael. So the recommendation is that we redirect, and you don't have, it only requires a nod of the head, so you don't need to come over. This is your recommendation that we send the funds to COC and by extension ATCA.
The option that we're choosing is that we are redirecting the administrative lift of the grant, but we're retaining all authority locally. So that's option 3. That's the hybrid approach that you mentioned, Supervisor Brandon. So we're keeping all control of our funding. It's just the administrative lift that is going to the ATCA. So option 3.
Okay.
I think that's what you're at. That's what you prefer, and that's what we're doing.
Correct, and if I may, I misspoke. Option 3 is the hybrid approach. I was thinking that it was initially, I believe, option 2, which was the full delegation. No. So, option just 3. To clarify.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other comments?
I'll just thank staff. I know we had issues in the past, and they seem to continue to be resolved, so I'm supportive of your recommendation.
Just a point of clarification. This is on the recommendation language specifically. I would like to just clear that up because it is ambiguous. I didn't know from reading it what it meant. What it says to me is staff recommends that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approve redirecting the HAP 5 funding, application process, and administration to the Central Sierra Continuum of Care and the administrative entity, ATCA. It doesn't reference the second part of while retaining that. So I would like to see, and I'm open to whatever that language would be, while retaining the bidding process or whatever we would.
How about to keep the status quo of the prior year, because we're not changing anything, is that correct?
It says application process and administration. It's only those 2 things and not
right. It could just
actual
be consistent
projects.
with option 3 in the COC document, or we could adopt the language from option 3 into the recommendation.
Okay.
I only wanted to be clear. I know in my meeting with the CEO, I at least walked away with a different impression of what option was being recommended, and I'm hearing this as the other option there. It could have been on me, but just to make sure that that is written in there, so when it's looked up, that's what we passed.
It's also consistent with your board action from last fall for HAP 4. This is around HAP 5, which doesn't have a dollar amount attached to it yet, but the COC is requiring that we make a decision about whether or not we're going to redirect or retain complete control of the application process.
Great, thank you. So I'm ready to entertain a motion.
I'll move on the staff recommendation. To me, it's clear. I'm not sure. Did we settle on a word change?
I would recommend that we add in option 3 because like Supervisor Brandon said, I actually misunderstood this with him yesterday, so I think it does clear up any ambiguity.
So I'll move we adopt option 3 from the board documents and approve the agreement with the Continuum of Care in ADCA.
I'll second. Okay, you go ahead.
I'll second.
Yeah. So it was moved by Supervisor Campbell, seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. And we're going to take our morning break that we usually take a lot earlier than this right now. And then we'll come back for the rest of the agenda. We'll be back at 10:57. Thank you. Okay. We're going to shake things up a little bit. We're going to go to item number 15 first and then item number 18. So Heather, would you please read item number 15?
Item number 15, consideration of adopting Resolution 108-23, adopting the County of Tuolumne paper products procurement policy, and 2, waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Section 2.24.040 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add subsection E to require compliance with the County of Tuolumne paper products procurement policy, and setting the second reading for adoption on December 19, 2023.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bryce Howard. I'm a solid waste consultant working for the Solid Waste Department. And we're here looking for approval for the paper products procurement policy and the ordinance and amendment to help bring the county into compliance with state public contract codes and state regulations, SB 1383, which is the reduction of methane emissions and short-lived climate pollutants. It was a team effort between solid waste, purchasing, and county council. And that's it, unless there's any questions.
Okay, qualifying questions from the board. Do you have any? Okay, then I will go now to the public to see if there's any public comment. And I'm not seeing any there, so I'm going to bring it back to the board for your comments if you have any.
I'm ready to make a motion.
So I'm ready to entertain a motion. Supervisor Brandon?
Great. Move on 1 and 2 of the staff recommendation to adopt the paper products procurement policy and waive the first reading of the ordinance.
And I'll second, and I'll just thank Bryce for your, how much longer are you with us? As a consultant? Till June? Oh, okay. So we got you for a while. So never mind. I'll hold off on that then. I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, Heather, we're on number 18 now. If you will please read that item.
Item number 18, presentation review of the housing element update public draft.
Thank you. Welcome, ladies.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I'm joined by Tamara Blankenship, who is our Housing Development Specialist, and Jenny Gastelum from PlaceWorks Consulting. PlaceWorks Consulting is the firm that has been working on our housing element, overseeing its framework and content, and working really closely with Tamara on all things housing element related, including a very robust public outreach program that they've been doing. Today, we're here to talk about the draft that is out, and we're going to be, after this, we'll go through some next steps, but we'll be getting ready to send the draft to the state. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jenny, who will take it from here. And of course, we're looking forward to your comments and feedback. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Happy to be here and talk about the housing element. So I have a robust presentation, and I will try to talk slowly and work through all the lingo of all of HCD comments and all those types of things. So we're going to do an overview of the housing element, talk a little bit about the public draft and some of the things that are in the document, and then get your questions. So taking us back to the beginning, the housing element update is, the housing element itself is one of the 8 mandated elements of the general plan. And here in Tuolumne, it needs to be updated every 5 years. And the adoption due date is June of 2024. And this is the 7th cycle planning period, which will take us through 2029. The process has changed for this round a little bit in terms of length of times of reviews. So we have prepared the draft housing element. We've released it for public review. The public review is a mandatory 30-day public review period. At the end of that public review period, we consider all comments received, and then we send to HCD for review. HCD being the State Housing and Community Development Department. They have 90 days to review the document and provide us comments. At the end of those 90 days, no sooner, but that very last 90th day, we will receive a letter from them that includes their comments. We will work with county staff to address them. Hopefully some of them are clarifying, adding a little bit more. HCD always wants a little bit more in terms of commitments from the county. So we will work through that and submit for a second review. That second review with the state is a 60-day review. And again, get a letter no sooner than that 60th date. Our hope for that second letter will be that it will say you are conditionally compliant, you have met all of the requirements of the law. We will bring it back through the Planning Commission and the board for adoption, and then upon adoption, submit for a 60-day certification process. So there is quite a lot of reviews involved in this and working with the state. Then the housing element, once adopted, will be good for the next 5 years. So what drives the housing element process is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Process, RHNA as it's called. I did a little quick look back, and your 5th cycle, so 2 rounds ago, your RHNA was about 450 units. The 6th cycle was about 668 units, and now this RHNA for the 7th cycle is 2. Again, this is not a requirement to build units. It's a requirement to identify land available at varying densities throughout the county to be able to show it. Particularly when we look at the very low and low income categories, we're looking at at least a product or at least a density of 15 units an acre based on the rural county makeup. That is the requirement of the state, that we need to show that there's density of at least 15 units an acre. As you see in the document, there is more than 2 sites available, and there are a number of sites to identified to be able to accommodate all income levels. The state does equate density to affordability. That's kind of their model for how they do it. So that's why I mentioned the more multi-family type product of 15 units an acre is what they want to see. Moderate would be like a duplex type product, and above moderate housing is all your market rate single family housing. All right, so as Quincy mentioned, there has been quite a bit of outreach done to get to the point of the public review draft. There was a number of workshops completed, and here I have a couple of slides on community feedback. There were meetings throughout the county. We also do consultations where we speak with service providers to identify what the needs are. There were concerns about housing availability for seasonal workers. Infrastructure always seems to be an issue, specifically in rural counties. And is there enough infrastructure to be able to accommodate growth? What does that look like? What is the cost associated with that? Relocating is difficult due to housing stock always being an issue. And then as I've heard several times today, the fire and insurance rates and what that looks like and how that plays into it. And then there's always a need for senior housing. A couple more comments that we did receive are, as housing gets to that 30, 40, 50-year range, deferred maintenance needs to be done, and what opportunities are there to fix those things, especially to make homes, as residents get older, ADA accessible, address some of those things. The state likes to talk about accessory dwelling units and how they, can help some of our housing problems, but as we found, it is expensive to do a second unit. And so what is the funding opportunities out there to do that? Vacation rentals and short-term rentals also pose a threat to housing, long-term housing stock. We've seen that. The county should consider a variety of housing for a variety of housing types, including single-family, multifamily, duplex, triplex, all those types of things. And then is there any potential for commercial buildings or existing buildings to convert into additional housing? So those were some of the comments that were received during the outreach. I'm going to just talk about the document. As you can see, it's a kind of thick document with a lot of detail to it. So this is the organization. There's an introduction, there's the goals, policies, and programs. The review of the previous housing element is the review of the programs from the last 5 years and what actually was accomplished during those 5 years. And those then feed into the new goals, policies, and programs. The needs assessment is the very technical, heavy data section that talks about all the census, the population, the income, and those things. What is new to this document is the assessment of fair housing, which is passed because of a law previously, AB 686, which is to affirmatively further fair housing. This goes into a lot of great detail, and the way the state wants to see the documents now is that not only is a housing element to identify sites to accommodate housing, but also to make sure that if there are barriers to fair housing practices throughout the county, what does that look like, and what opportunities are there to potentially right wrongs from the past and make sure that there are fair practices in housing going forward. The sites inventory, as you can see, includes a number of opportunities where growth can be accommodated based on the general plan and zoning designations allowed. We do look at at-risk units, meaning units that have federal funding on them and then might be expiring, what that looks like, energy conservation, and we look at constraints to development. We look at how much it costs to build a house, what the permit costs are, what the material costs are, what the land costs are, how long does it take to get a building permit, and what are the obstacles for that. And then there's a big section on public participation that was completed, and then we have to make sure that this document is consistent with the general plan. And then Appendix A includes all the site maps. I'm going to run through the housing element goals for you here. We have, I believe, 9 goals, I think. And so these goals are overarching for the general themes of all the things that we've identified through the public outreach, through the needs assessment. So making sure that you're maintaining adequate sites at all income levels. We want to be able to allow for market rate housing, as well as housing for seniors, as well as new homeowners and affordable housing. We want to encourage, as we heard, that some of the older housing has some deferred maintenance, making sure there are opportunities for rehabilitation of housing. If there's grant programs associated with that, saw that the county is continuing to apply for those types of things. Removing or minimizing any of the governmental or non-governmental constraints, meaning the costs of permit fees, are they fair and just within your region? And then the timing associated with building housing and how long does it take, and what can be minimized there. Continue to conserve and improve, as I mentioned, those houses that have affordability covenants on it, making sure that they are still fair. And then as I said, affirmatively furthering fair housing, we have a new program associated with that. And that is something that has to be included throughout the whole document. So making sure that there are fair housing practices moving forward through these next 8 years. There's a needs assessment, a large section on special needs housing and what does it look like for seniors, veterans, large families, farm workers, persons with physical and mental disabilities, and homeless, and at risk of becoming homeless. So we want to make sure that we identify those groups, what are the needs of them, and what housing opportunities are there. So those are those are our 6 goals. The needs assessment, which fed into all of those goals, echoed a lot of the things we heard from the public. So there's general themes throughout this. And so need for more affordable housing or making more lower moderate income housing. So like the workforce housing, the next levels up from affordability and what those housing opportunities look like. Continue to improve the housing stock. Their overpayment is high for low income seniors, which is characteristic for a lot of communities, and what opportunities are there for different housing programs for seniors, as well as veterans, large families, female-headed households, the needs of seasonal housing workers, and the needs of homeless. So those were kind of some main topics. Now, fair housing being new, just so you're aware, this has been quite a struggle through this last 4 or 5 years with the state and determining what they want to see included for fair housing, and they have some very aspiring analysis. Now it is tougher in more rural areas to collect a lot of the data that they want for fair housing. So we do the best that we can, and the state wants the cities and counties to come back with a lot of programs to identify these things. But basically, we come up with a summary of what your fair housing assessment is within the county. And here are the main things you can see here is the dominance of single-family zoning, the competition for affordable housing units. There are long lists to get into affordable housing units, housing conditions being an issue. Mobility and transportation is obviously an issue based on your geographic location, public transportation corridors. So it's about making sure that housing is close to jobs, housing is close to transit, housing is close to good schools, all of those things that are very much a challenge in rural county areas.
Great. I wanted to ask on this, to my understanding with fair housing, it's also a distribution pattern historically, trying to rectify that when it's been, say, low income or moderate income all put within one area. Did your assessment of fair housing go over that within the county for public projects, subsidized, supportive housing, transitional, et cetera?
There are a series of maps, and while I'm not sure it gets down to that actual detailed level that you're speaking of, what it does is it identifies the high opportunity areas and the low opportunity areas. And so high opportunities areas are the areas where the schools are good, where the jobs are good, where the income levels are good. And so that all kind of plays into it. And so you will see in the maps where there are areas of concentration of low income and poverty. And
okay, and just
excuse me, I'd like us to hold all of our questions until the presentation is finished.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll be quick. Okay, then displacement issues. This is another thing within the fair housing is where there are high rates of renters or overpayment, unaffordable housing prices, where there are vacant homes, identifying what the shortage of jobs and the commute burdens are on people. So kind of all, as we're talking about it, kind of is this building up to where the high resource areas, where the low resource areas. It's important to also identify that we don't want to just put all the housing in the high resource areas because we want to acknowledge where these lower resource areas are, where there potentially is opportunities for reinvestment and to rebuild some of these potential areas where have gone kind of by the wayside. Housing conditions being one, age of housing stock. So we call out some specific areas here where the housing stock might need some deferred maintenance, where there have been high rates of absentee landlords and homeowners, the aging population, and then the mobile home stock. So this is based on all the information that we're able to collect, and knowing that materials have gotten more expensive, repairs are harder to do, just kind of all the burdens that come with doing housing rehabilitation. So these are kind of the key factors of what goes into this. And it is very detailed, and there are a number of maps that are associated with it. All right, wrapping up these last couple slides here. So the schedule, as I mentioned, we were at the Planning Commission, November 15th. We are here today to get a blessing to submit to the state for review, and that will be in the 90-day review, as I mentioned. And then our hope is to have a conference call with HCD during that 90-day review. That way we can identify any of their questions or answer any of their potential issues that they might have, so that when we do get that letter at the end, we want it to be as short as possible, although they've added like 3 pages of boilerplate language now. So, if we can get a 5 or 6 page letter, we're happy with that. Be able to address those things, revise it, submit it back to HCD for that second 60-day review, prepare the environmental document that will go along with it. And so then when we do bring it back for adoption next summer, then you will have all of that associated. We'll send it off for that 60-day review. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So Supervisor Brandon, did you want to continue with your questions now?
Sure,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I wanted to ask about the opportunity data. So is that the state data set that's the
Yeah.
opportunity data? So I believe we had done interactions with that on a previous thing, and it was not good.
Yeah.
For rural areas, and gets very wonky where we have, it's accurate to urban ones, but not here. So can you, I'm forgetting what we went into it with.
Yeah,
But.
Part of my work, I work with the state on another level where we're providing technical assistance across the state. And so I will say Tuolumne County is ahead of the curve in terms of working on your 7th cycle housing audit. So you are way ahead of a lot of other rural jurisdictions that are due next June as well. And so the state recently said, hey, you know what, this is going to be a challenge to do this fair housing analysis in these updates in these rural counties where they're on a 5-year update cycle. So they're coming out with some like template language where it's going to be a series of questions that you'll answer that will get to some of the things that are lacking, because they recognize the data, as I mentioned, comes a lot from the TCAC maps, which are maps that are used for applying for affordable housing tax credit funds, and they look at where there's the best jobs and where there's the best transit, and you get additional points for that. Well, that simply doesn't work here, and as we said, there's such a large margin of error with this data. So they're kind of trying to look at it, doing the fair housing a little bit different, where it's a series of questions and then tables and maps, where it's just going to be set. However, you're already kind of ahead of that.
So are we using that data or not? Because as an example,
we have
on
to use the data.
Job opportunities, transit, access, those types of things. I think Jamestown was rated one of the lowest, which is crazy, and Twain Harte was rated one of the highest, which again, on terms of development, transportation, I mean, that's the opposite.
Right.
So
Right.
did we use the data,
We
or
did.
are we using the questions?
Yeah, so we have to use the data, and the data will be required. What has to happen is the additional analysis to actually explain what you just said, which is what is better, what the reality actually of the situation is. However, it's a state document. They want to use the state data, so we do have to put it in.
Okay. Beyond overall income levels, did we also analyze the distribution of low and median income housing? I think particularly everything below median when it comes to trailer parks, again, supportive housing, anything below purely household income-based analysis.
Where we have that information. So we have to rely on like census information. If there's any local data available, then we put it in there.
Okay.
So those are hard numbers to get because we do have to get it, and they're census numbers and they're based on projections.
Okay, we
so
did have
again an error.
Data from, and I don't mean to be rushed, I'm just know
No,
that
yeah,
this is a lot of stuff and I want to move through.
Absolutely.
Wanted to bring up that we did have that with Homeless Services presented on many of the subsidized supportive housing projects and their distribution.
I'll make sure with staff that we have that included. Thank you.
Wanted to ask, let's see, so this doesn't include in 3B any density bonuses at the local level that would not be basically what's already created by the state under like 35. So we're not looking at any additional density bonuses or ones that might apply here even though it's a high fire risk area.
Those tools are on the table to use to accommodate the RENA. Is that what you're speaking of? So we identify all of your programs, and density bonus is one of the tools that can be used.
Okay, well, I had a lot of specific ones. I'm just going to scrap those. My understanding when we came in, and this is a question, is we obviously have a reason why we do the housing element, which is to meet the RENA as a state requirement. It's the only part that we have to do on a regular basis. That said, the RENA requirement's garbage. It's 4. It doesn't mean anything. So all of that is a useless exercise. It's just to do whatever. This also is, and here's the question, as our housing element, in addition to meeting the RENA and beyond the requirement to put this in for the state and fair housing stuff, is this also the housing element for our own vision of what we would like to see within the general plan for housing within the county?
Oh, I have to come closer. That's a great question, and I can speak to that. And I think that, as you know, has been our concern. The housing element is going to provide the foundation, and it's going to make sure that we're compliant everywhere that we need to be with state law. And as you know, we've come to you and asked you our priorities regarding housing so that we can submit a pro-housing designation application. And we believe that that program as an add-on to our housing element is going to be the most appropriate tool for us to use locally to make sure that the programs and policies that we adopt meet our local needs, so that it combines this data and analysis with what we know in a local context, as well as what the community's contributions have been and your priorities. So that's how that's how we'll be addressing that.
So I know we have other ordinances and projects coming in, revisions, new processes, grants we're applying for. Getting to my point, we have 18 sections within our general plan. This is the only housing section specifically. And so it is by default, in addition to what the state's requiring, this is anything that we would want beyond ordinances, grants, up to like long-term planning for the next 5 years. It should be in our general plan housing element, right?
So, correct. So the housing element is unique in that it is the only element that's required to be enforced by the state. So anything we put in the housing element, even if we're putting it in there just because we locally want it to happen, means that then it's going to be enforced by the state. And that's why our staff is proposing the pro-housing category. It's like the housing element 2.0. So with the general plan has our state mandated policies in it, but then your board, we're hoping, will adopt a pro-housing plan, which has all of the extras in it. And that's kind of where we're parking those. So your board could choose to put things that we're kind of driving towards the pro-housing plan. Your board could absolutely choose to put those and put additional items in the housing element, make them a part of the general plan. You could choose to, once we get to the pro-housing plan, we could make it an appendix to the general plan. It could be incorporated by reference and sort of to highlight the importance of the content of the pro-housing plan. So there could be some options as a way to get it into the general plan, but not have it parked in the housing element. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Brennan?
It does, and if there's ways to add it, because at least what I'm reading in this tiniest comment is it looks a lot like the previous housing elements we've done, and I have no doubt this is compliant and meets that other goal, but I just don't see any of the other housing conversations, not completely, but not a lot of them in there. So anyway, we can leave it to my colleagues, and then we'll go to discussion after.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Hello. Thank you. So I had three questions, I think all pretty quick. Regarding ADUs, I noted that there was a comment on the slide that said not enough property value to make them worthwhile to construct. Do you also factor in rental income for those people that are renting them? And I know they can be used for other purposes, family members, whatever, but I'm just wondering if that factors in at all.
So there are a number of programs associated with promoting ADUs and opportunities for ADUs. In jurisdictions where they are trying to meet ADUs or trying to use ADUs to meet their RENA, because their RENAs are thousands of units and they want to use ADUs, there is a kind of a formula, a calculator of being able to determine affordability that is reported on by the property owner of how they're going to use it. Is it going to be for a family member, and that would be something as you're tracking ADUs for these next 5 years that you're at when you get a permit for an ADU. Is it going to be for yourself? Are you going to rent it, and all those things? Because it determine what the affordability is associated with it.
Okay, thank you. The other one on the vacation short-term rentals, I keep hearing varying numbers. I've heard around 1,100 in the county. Is that an accurate number?
Yeah, I don't know that we have entirely accurate data on that. It is something that comes up regularly in community feedback, and I think it's something that's definitely worth more investigation in terms of what the actual impacts are. But we don't have that. We don't have exact data on that.
Okay.
I've heard the same number you have, though.
Yeah. Further discussion later on that one. And the last one I had was you mentioned at-risk units. Do you have a feel for number of potential at-risk units in the county now?
Yeah, there was one complex that is potentially going to expire in the next 10 years, and it was about 35 units. So, okay. And that's county staff would reach out to them as that approaches to identify if they're going to still be able to get funding or what other opportunities, and try to set them up with someone who could provide funding if that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions from the board, I'll go to the public, excuse me, and see if there are any comments or questions from the public on this item. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Let's go ahead, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot of different parts and pieces of this, and, and there's a whole series of steps that are going to take place, before it gets finalized. But, just in viewing it, just like to comment, when we look at the purpose of it, seasonal workers, workforce housing, and then down, I think it was the last item actually, senior housing. And that one to me is just absolutely critical, because we're having seniors be forced out of their housing and becoming homeless, contributing to an already, severe problem there. And yeah, there's lots of competition. Absolutely. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and thank you very much for your hard and diligent work bringing us to this point. I was also interested in some of the comments Supervisor Goldenberg had about the ADUs, and I remember that was all the rage several years ago, and so we were pushing to make that be the option for housing. But now we're kind of coming to realize that people want to live in regular houses just like everybody else, just like that tiny home craze that went around for a couple of years. Turns out tiny homes are great for other people, but just not for me. And if everybody feels that way, then you have a problem. But I do think it is still something that's worth looking at and prioritizing where it's applicable. I think we don't have a lot of availability for large apartments or that type of development in the county, so this could be a stopgap for that. Additionally, building extensions, JADUs instead of just straight separate ADUs, I think is worth looking at. But that being said, as long as we can remove red tape and make it an easier process from the county's perspective, then the ball is kind of in the court of developers and property owners. They just have to find a way to make it economically viable, given the outrageous cost of materials and labor that people are experiencing right now. So I think we have a good basis to leverage the things that we can control within the county, and so that those things that we can't necessarily control become the primary focus for people that want to build in our county. So,
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I think I'll say what stood out to me was the recommendations from the community. We're all in it together. They're the ones hurting, so I think we need to focus on the recommendations from the community into the future. Similar to what Supervisor Campbell said, anything we can do to make it easier, but I keep telling people we live in California. There's no such thing as affordable housing, so good luck. But anything that we can do to help remove any barriers, completely on board with, which is why I'm big with what the community recommendations are. There's some ideas in there. I think they're worth pursuing. I was listening to the conversation between Supervisor Brandon and staff, and I was trying to understand. What my understanding of it is put it in the general plan, or put it in this plan, and it's basically a requirement that we have to fulfill, or put it in the 2.0 and hope, or say we're going to do it. I just want our yeses to be yeses and our nos to be nos. However it ends up in there, if it's in the general plan or in the 2.0, I just don't want to talk. I want to do some things. So however that looks, I'll support that.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I did have one question to kind of start on that. A letter recently was submitted by the Realtors Association, Business Council, and the building industry's respective leadership. How are those ideas considered within this process?
So that letter came to us more recently than the drafting of this. I think it was probably around the same time that the public draft came out. And we are absolutely working with those entities specifically on our initiatives that will be part of the pro-housing application. And they've really provided a lot of information in terms of when you say what constraints can be removed so that the ball can be in the court of developers to meet our housing needs. I think that that's really what that letter addresses well, and that we've been really working with them specifically on. So I don't know so much that you would see those programs in the housing element, but you will see them referenced in the pro-housing, especially where they align with the board's priorities. And several of those are active projects that you'll see coming to you shortly.
Okay. Overall, the general plan, it is enforceable. We could just get rid of the general plan completely and operate purely on ordinances, policies, and programs. The whole point of it is that it has sticking power to be able to kind of, whenever we consider ordinances or policies or programs, it needs to fit within that and not be in conflict. And that's why it's very hard to change. That's why it's not changed very often. And so I look at that as a positive, and when we haven't put a lot of what the work we're trying to do privately, and this is not about me or this board, this is for the next 5 years, and then the general plan housing element they're going to inherit for the next process to do this, and it's not enforced in that. An ordinance can just be removed in 2 meetings. I mean, it's that easy. So I would like to see more within this, at least where I'm at. I think it is possible to see housing restart in construction here, and I think we have to be doing it on our own terms and not the state. And I think we put a lot of time into, maybe 70% is completely out of our control, but that 30% figuring out every little idea. I can't tell you how many hundreds of things we've chased down and had conversations about to say, is this something we can do? Is this tangible? How do we fund it? And we've identified some, and I just don't see a lot of them in there. There's a lot of sections saying, continue doing something that doesn't really have specifics. And then there's a lot of soft language like seek, facilitate, and I get why strategically we don't want to be held to something, but then what's the point? Again, this is perfunctory if it's just, when funding is available, do this. That's how we say, we're not really serious about this, but if you pay for it, we're willing to, right? But then in other sections, like on special needs housing, transitional housing, homeless shelter housing, it gets very specific and has quantified numbers and goal sets. And I don't see that for anything within the private construction industry. And I think that public housing and transitional housing is a key component of our strategy, but it will not carry the weight of our housing market. It might be 20% in an ambitious scenario. We need thousands of new units over the next 5-10 years. We should be at, if we had normal growth projections, almost 85 to 90,000 people in this county. That's why we don't have, or we got a housing crisis for the last 20 years. So my personal emphasis is supporting that building environment, reaching beyond state codes, identifying red tape that we can streamline, setting accountable goals in it. If there's a way to include somewhat that, at least the pro-housing designation in a broad sense that we are committing to it in this, that would help. But this reads a lot like the previous one, a new version of the previous housing element, and I want something that is binding.
Thank you. My comments will be very brief. First of all, I'd like to thank you for coming, PlaceWorks and Tamara especially, for working on this so well together. I also want to thank you for including Groveland. They were the first meeting to be held, and they'd never been included before, and they were questioning it, like, how come we're first? It was kind of the opposite of the way they usually respond, because they were just incredulous, and you not only included them once, you included them twice in public meetings. So I want to, as the representative for that community, I want to thank you for being so inclusive, because they have in the past felt left out of these conversations. Just to make a quick comment about tiny homes, I'm not giving up about tiny homes, but not necessarily for homeless. I think they're a good option for starter homes and for seniors like myself that might be alone, that want to downsize and be in an intergenerational community surrounding a community garden. I see that as a possibility here for creating community in Tuolumne County. So I don't want to give up on that. And I do support the pro-housing application that you're putting forth. Thank you so much for that. All right, and this is presentation only, so thank you very much. And do we need a couple of minutes? We need just a couple of minutes to set up a Zoom presentation, right? So let's really, I don't want 5 minutes, like 2 minutes. Let's just take a 2-minute. It's not every day we get to celebrate 66 years of employment. Let's see. We have the 11:30 appointments. So Heather, would you please read those? Let's just do one at a time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. 11:30 a.m. Item 1, consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Rebecca Espino upon her retirement after 33 years of service to the Health and Human Services Agency.
All right.
Okay, thank you everyone who's here today, and Supervisor Half. This is one of those rare occasions where we have 2 employees, and I know we're doing the first one here, with 33 years of work experience to our organization and our community, and that doesn't happen very often. And I told Rebecca I was not going to get emotional today, because you know what happens when it starts, then it's everyone goes. But there's a few things I wanted to say about Rebecca, and I'm going to start off actually about both of them real quick, in that I had sent an email to both of them asking them to tell me what they were most proud about, and proud related to their 33 years with our organization. I'm not going to go into the list because some of that's contained in what both Rebecca and I will talk about. But what hit home for me, and this is what makes our organization so incredible, everything that they spoke about, both of these individuals, related to those that they worked with, their commitment and passion for serving, and their dedication to their team and to the community and to the services that they provide. And that is what makes our team and this organization so incredible. It's, you know, during those darkest times when we're all having difficulties coming to work every day, it's individuals like this and the rest of our team that makes it easy to walk in the door every day. So with that being said, I'm going to go into some of the history about Rebecca Espino and 33 years of commitment to our organization. And I can't look at her because she's getting emotional. It's making my voice shake already. One of the things I want to say that I appreciate most about Rebecca, and she embodies key leadership qualities that I truly admire. And the first one I'm going to say, if you know Rebecca, and I know all of you here do, she has this quiet strength about her. And it's the thing that spoke to me, number one, when I first met her and watched her through the years that I've worked in the county. She also has an incredible heart of humility. I will say when I watch her and she's being grilled by whatever is going on, her response is, "That's an excellent question." And then she'll respond to you. And you know she has put meaningful thought behind that. And if she doesn't know, she'll tell you, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'll find it. And she always circles back. Her empathy and compassion, that is balanced by a strong conviction to accountability. That is another thing that I absolutely admire about Rebecca. And then, of course, her passion and her advocacy for her team, for this organization, and for the community and those that she serves. A couple other things I want to hit on is that Rebecca is also one of those rare individuals who came into the organization and has truly worked her way up through, starting as an office assistant in May of 1990. She worked through eligibility 1, 2, and 3, became a supervisor, then promoted to a program manager in 2006, then promoted to a welfare program manager in 2013, was then promoted into the deputy director position, and then in November of 2019, she was promoted to the Human Services Agency, and then they quickly changed it to Health and Human Services Agency to reflect more accurately the work that they do. During that time, Rebecca utilized the county's educational reimbursement program, and during that time while she was working and raising a family, she achieved her Associates of Arts, a Bachelor's of Arts, and a Master's degree. She has put that to work for this community and this organization every day that she shows up, and she shows up every day, not just on Monday through Friday, but Monday through Sunday. There's never a time that I have sent her a text or a question that she has not immediately responded to me. Some other things that I want to highlight, and then I do have a certificate that I'd like to read on behalf of the board, is some of the things that she said was her greatest accomplishments. And one of them, the first one, is, I'm going to read her first part. "All of my proudest moments are only made possible because of an amazing team who provided me guidance, support, and candor. All of my work prior to becoming the director gave me the experience to learn from failures and embrace what works well, so I'm focusing the below proudest moments to the last 4 years." I'm not going to read all of them, but I do want to hit on a few because I think it really reflects who Rebecca is and what she strives for every day when she goes to work and leads her team. One is, "The greatest joy is being a part of a leadership team that provides employees the opportunity to flourish." As she has demonstrated herself from working from an office assistant and getting her education through that, she's also supported so many others to do the very same. "Creating an environment to enhance HHSA's work culture by operationalizing high-performance organization philosophy." Health and Human Services grabbed the HPO model and took it and made it become real, and I have appreciated that about all of you and your team. "Create an environment and expectation to integrate services, support, and funding resources to best serve the community." When Rebecca stepped into her role, her team immediately began actually integrating what was once 3 very siloed divisions into more of an integrated system. And I was so excited to see that. As you know, Rebecca and her team helped us as a community and at this organization through COVID. The COVID response was one of the most difficult things I think any organization, especially local government, had to work through. She and her team did that with patience and understanding and compassion. They also have been critical to our response to homelessness, and it's not only in providing the services, but what does accountability look like as we walk through that. They created a leadership philosophy and expectation, and they met with every existing and newly promoted leader to begin grooming and providing development opportunities for them. The other ones, I'm just going to skip kind of the bottom. She also initiated the process with her team to create the first HHSA mission, vision, value logo, and initiated the annual Community Roots Resource Fair. If you have not been, I encourage you to go. And then they also have done she's participated in a myriad of committees, subcommittees through our high performance organization. And some of those are the Stay and Exit Interview Committee. If you don't know, she jumped right in for what we will have for the holiday party this Friday. And she was one of the first to say, I'm not going to be here much longer. I want to be part of everything. And her saying that tells you the type of person that Rebecca is. And then she's also on the Orientation Onboarding Committee. I have had the joy of working very closely with Rebecca for the last 4 years. And then obviously I've been here 17. She's been here almost twice as long as I have been here. I'm so thankful to have had this opportunity. And what I'd like to do is now read this certificate, if that is okay with you, Chair. Yes. Okay. Certificate of Recognition, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors commending Rebecca Espino for providing 33 years of public service. On May 2nd, 1990, Rebecca Espino embarked on her distinguished career as a dedicated civil servant at the Health and Human Services Agency of Tuolumne County. Over the course of her remarkable 33-year journey with us, Rebecca has consistently demonstrated unwavering commitment and exemplary service to our community and our organization. Rebecca's journey began as an office assistant, and within 2 weeks she was promoted to Eligibility Worker 1 and then 2 on November 17th, 1990. Ultimately achieving the role of Eligibility Worker 2 on April 10, 1995. Her dedication and hard work led to her promotion to the position of Eligibility Supervisor on January 6, 1997, and later to Welfare Program Manager 1 on April 16, 2006, which she held until her promotion to Welfare Program Manager 2 on November 3, 2013. Later, on December 27, 2015, her position was reclassified to Deputy Director of Social Services, where she continued to excel. Finally, on November 20, 2019, Rebecca was appointed as the HHSA Director, a position she has held with distinction. Throughout her illustrious career, Rebecca consistently earned praise and accolades. Colleagues and supervisors alike commended her outstanding performance, positive attitude, and her dedication to her staff and the citizens of Tuolumne County. She exemplifies excellence in public service and embodies the values of our organization. Rebecca's leadership has been characterized by innovation, collaboration, and a deep commitment to our community's well-being. She has been instrumental in creating a work culture that fosters growth and development, operationalizing the high-performance organization philosophy, and integrating services, support, and funding resources to better serve our community. Rebecca's accomplishments are numerous, encompassing her support of HHSA's multi-department response to COVID, the initiation of the annual Community Roots Resource Fair, her strategies to mitigate the homeless crisis, and the creation of a Blue Zone certified worksite. Her dedication to public service is matched by her commitment to education, as she attained an AA, BA, and master's degree, all while making significant contributions to our organization. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors proudly recognizes Rebecca Espino for her outstanding 33 years of dedicated service, and we extend our heartfelt appreciation for her unwavering commitment to the residents of Tuolumne County. As she embarks on her well-deserved retirement on December 30th, 2023, we wish her continued wellness and success in all her future endeavors. And Supervisor Half, I know we do have a few individuals online or on Zoom who would also like to provide some recognition.
Thank you. My name is Joanne Hayes White. I'm calling in from San Francisco. I worked for Senator Dianne Feinstein, and as you know, she passed away in September of this year. And I've been asked to stay on and transition with Supervisor LaFonza Butler, who I'm here on her behalf today, to join the board members in recognizing two of your most valued employees. And I will start with a certificate of commendation from United States Senator LaFonza Butler. If I can read it.
That would be great.
Great. Thank you so much. And it's a certificate of commendation for Rebecca Espino in honor and recognition of over 30 years of service to the people and government of Tuolumne County. Your dedication to your community, accumulating in your time as Tuolumne County Director of Health and Human Services, exemplifies the profound difference one person can make in the lives of others. As your United States Senator from the state of California, I congratulate you on your retirement and wish you continued health and happiness in the years to come. And this is dated December 5th, 2023, signed LaFonza Butler, United States Senator. And I believe the certificate you should have received by now, but if not, you will be getting it. And if I could just add for both Rebecca and also for Steve, who we're going to be recognizing, I personally want to say thank you. I had the privilege to work for Senator Feinstein for just a short 18 months, and now just with Senator Butler. But I retired after nearly 30 years with the San Francisco Fire Department. I had to, sort of like Rebecca, I started out on the ground floor as a firefighter, and I ended up as chief of department, and I served as chief from 2004 to 2019. So I know what it's like to serve a local community, and my hat is off to you and to Steve on your dedicated service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And can we go back to the full screen? I think we have Kimberly Pruitt representing Congressman Tom McClintock's office, also online. Can you bring her up, Heather? Hold on just a minute, Kim. Audio but not video, okay. Can you make sure? I don't hear her very well.
Good afternoon.
There we go.
I apologize. I'm having a few technical difficulties with my Zoom this morning. First of all, on behalf of Congressman McClintock, Rebecca, and Steve, Rebecca, what an inspiration you are. Just hearing your story and your commitment to and dedication to the citizens of Tuolumne County and all you've accomplished, I am so inspired by you. And just thank you so much for all that you've done. On behalf of Congressman McClintock, I want to recognize you today for your 33 years of service to the community of Tuolumne County. And we have a special congressional certificate of recognition that has been mailed to you. And we just want to thank you so much and wish you a great retirement. And just, you know, hearing all of the work that you've done is just an exemplary example of what public service should be. So congratulations on your retirement, and we congratulate you for all that you've done for Tuolumne County.
Thank you. And do we have anybody else online? That's it, okay.
Okay, before you guys go, just want to let Rebecca know that she will be missed, and we will think of her so often as she moves into her retirement. And I think, do you want to let her talk now, or do you want to do board comments first?
Let's let Rebecca talk now, and then we'll have board comments.
Good morning, Chair Half, members of the board. I come before you today with a grateful heart. I'm grateful for the opportunity you gave me for a wonderful and a meaningful career. I'm grateful for the support you gave me to build an outstanding and brilliant Health and Human Services Agency team. I'm grateful to Tracy for seeing potential and believing I could do this work. I'm grateful for the department heads for role modeling exceptional leadership. I'm grateful for the friendships and partners I've made with community organizations as we work together to serve our beautiful county. I'm grateful for the Health and Human Services Agency leadership team for their guidance, support, and candor when I needed it. This team exemplifies what it means to be a high-performance organization and the importance of teamwork, because together we are better. I'm grateful for the entire Health and Human Services Agency team. They serve our community with humility, integrity, and kindness.
and it has been an honor to walk by their side for these last 33 years, and I will forever hold the Health and Human Services Agency dear to my heart, and I will miss them so much. In closing, I want to thank my family, especially my husband of 40 years, for his unwavering support. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll go to the board next, and then we'll have public comment, I think. We'll do it that way. And so who'd like to start? Supervisor Goldenberg.
Rebecca, when you called me and announced that you were going to retire, I was so bummed, and there's very few people like Rebecca in this world. I'm really grateful, for the privilege to get to know you, our conversations, your wisdom. Truly, you helped me many, many times over the last few years, and I just want you to know that it's very special to me. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, very bittersweet moment because I am so proud to have been able to have worked with you and learned from you and understood more about what public service really means from you. I think for anybody that's not familiar with Rebecca or Steve, the two people sitting here are the physical embodiment of public service and service to their community. And, I was just thinking about it, and I don't think I have ever heard anyone say a bad thing about you, Rebecca. And that is really an achievement especially when you're the boss. And it just shows the way you conduct yourself, that even when you have to deal with some of the tragic issues that come through HHSA, some of the dizzying highs and the terrible lows that department deals with, you have just been this constant guiding star for everybody that works in all of those departments that you oversee. And it's just, I remember, without going into too much detail, I remember coming to you with an idea I had, and you had this way of so kindly telling me it was a dumb idea, and then offering up another idea that was much better, that you somehow made me feel like I was a part of coming up with that idea. And I just thought, God, that's what I want to be like. I want to be able to do that, to be able to see through to the right thing to do. And I always had 100% faith in your decision making and your guidance. If Rebecca told me this is the right thing to do, then that, to me, that was worth gold. So you'll be very much missed, but we're not going to allow you to be a stranger. So I really wish you the best in anything that you choose to do upon your retirement.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I was going to say, I thought we'd all be here celebrating, but it's like everybody's mourning out there. I wrote down 3 things. One was, after we hired you about a year later, I decided you were my favorite hire since I've been in government. So you've always been my favorite hire. 2, I wrote, she wears off on me. And what I mean by that is kind of what Supervisor Campbell said, where you took his dumb idea and you made him feel better. The ability for you to do that is just part of your personality. If I was in your shoes, I would have told Ryan, that's a really stupid idea, and here's why. But you have that ability to do that with any situation. And you wear off on me. I often think about how you would handle a situation. Usually it's too late by the time I think about it. But so Rebecca, you impact me and my future and how I handle things. And then the last thing I wrote down, you gave me a little bit of a hint into your future and why you're retiring, and I think that's what makes you so special. Is you're retiring for all the right reasons, to be a family, and I think that just encompasses your life. You put priorities first where they should be, and I think that's a lot of people when they get to stages in life. I know I have to always consistently remind myself how to prioritize my life, my family, the way I do things. And so I really honor you for why you're doing what you're doing. And I just wish you all the best. I'll be praying for you when I think about you.
Supervisor Brandon.
It's hard because I'm not a crier, and you're supposed to be crying, not us up here. It's really hard because actually joining this is, you come in with a lot of ideas, and then there's a very long learning process. And I wish I could say I still know how HHSA is actually funded. I've never met a more complex job than what you have managed all these years and your team. And I have an immense amount of respect for that, because you're kind of like, it's like being at a retirement for a teacher that was really special to me, like in school, you know. You've been always there, and what Supervisor Campbell said is, I think, perfectly accurate. I've never had like a negative thing to say, and I've never heard a negative thing, and I've considered you this entire time not just a friend but a mentor in the way that you conduct yourself. And I think we have very different styles in that, and I've learned from you in it, but I've always felt like I could trust you implicitly, in that if you said something was the right thing to do, every time I ever pushed on anything, every time I ever asked questions, you never failed to deliver a thoughtful, intelligent, and kind answer back that made overwhelming sense. And the embodiment of the county and public service, I completely agree. So I just want to say thank you, and I hope you're able to enjoy some time away from the job. I know the hours that you put into it, but you're going to be missed. But I think you trained up a lot of really great people that are going to be able to take over for you and continue that. And I know that that's important to you as well. So thank you, Rebecca.
I'm going to try to get through this without being emotional, because the other day I got very emotional just thinking about you, Rebecca. You and I have been together since 2000 when I came to the county. You'd been there already 10 years, and I got to know you a little bit better when my office as an analyst for human services got moved into the bigger building, and I think that was 2004. And I got a chance to, see how you did things and move up through the ranks as you did. And I've always thought of you as exceptional. I think I'm going to make this really brief. You have been a very impactful leader, and before HPO, and then bringing in high-performance organizational ideas into Health and Human Services just expanded greatly upon your repertoire and your ability to help people understand that they can lead. It doesn't have to be top down. It can be from within. And you inspired people to do that. And you have a legacy now of all of these people, whether they're in the room right now or not, that are going to take up the torch that you brought to them and lead from within. Thank you for that. I think I'll open it up now to members of the public who would like to come forward and speak. Come up to the podium, adjust the microphone to fit you, and please come up.
Rebecca, I just want to say thank you for your leadership, your professionalism, your compassion. As a fellow department head, our jobs are not easy, I know that, and you've been an example to all of us, and the way you protect your staff, the way you have the courage to stand up and say what you think is right and do your job with dignity and professionalism. A lot of people don't realize the kind of leadership we do have in Tuolumne County, and you really represent that. And I just want to thank you for the time that we work together, and always being professional and willing to listen. And yeah, thank you. I think you're doing it for the right reasons, and we're going to miss you. But thank you for what you've done. Thank you.
Well, Rebecca, sorry to see you go. Hopefully I see you in the community. You were always approachable, which I truly appreciate and want to be like you like that. And I also want to thank you for when I became part of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, you encouraged me to ask questions. And so I did. And then the other thing that I'm going to take away from you is the famous saying that you said, how do we get to yes? And I will use that often. Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to keep it short. I just want to say thank you for your friendship, your guidance, your mentorship, and all that you represent for this agency. And I'm definitely going to miss the times you would come into my office and say, I got another crazy idea, and how can we make it work? So you're going to be missed.
Rebecca, on behalf of behavioral health, I want to thank you for bringing us leadership in a way that not only recognized the department's work as valuable, but also that you recognized the people that make the department and celebrated us, identified our strengths, and encouraged us to be the best employees and public servants that we could be. So thank you.
Rebecca, thank you for an organizational culture shift that has been just a breath of fresh air after 22 years. And thank you for the confidence that you have had to do our work and for being a great example. Sorry for the tears, but I wish you all the best in your retirement. And I agree with Supervisor Kirk. We understand that you have to go off and do this for your family. And thank you for always believing that family is the priority. It has really made it so manageable doing this really hard work. So thank you for everything.
Rebecca, I've only benefited from your leadership for a couple of years, and I have been extremely grateful for everything you have done for this community of workers that leads our county. It's invaluable, and it's set a precedent that will be continued, because there's no way to undo all the good you've done. I have your phone number, and I'm going to count on some more mentorship, because it's been too short.
Rebecca, you're a visionary. You have taken four of the departments now, and integrated us, and that is something that was missing throughout our departments. And so we really appreciate you looking out for all of your employees, and that includes the biggest to the smallest, and we really are going to miss you.
Chair Half, members of the board, Steve Boyack, Health and Human Services Agency. I've worked with Rebecca for 15 and a half years. Rebecca, One may be able to describe a workplace in many ways. You've created a workplace that is inspired and a desirous place to be. Your leadership style to set priorities to embrace staff with care, concern, and support established a work environment that we have all been gracious to participate in. Can't look at her. Your leadership has permitted our staff to be creative and empowered to support their program contributions that have enhanced our organization's primary focus on a client-centered mission. You're kind and intelligent. Your professional accomplishments are extraordinary. Your unwavering support and loyalty to staff is without question. And personally, I thank you for finding value in me and allowing me to serve alongside you. And I thank you for your workplace friendship. I wish you and Manny and your family the best in retirement.
Rebecca. So we've known each other for quite some time. You as my apartment manager way back when, you working with my mother way back when, and all those wonderful years. I just want to thank you so much for your quiet strength and your leadership and always believing in us and trusting our judgment and just being such a ray of sunshine and changing the leadership culture that we had. So I just want to thank you for all the support and fun you've brought back into our departments and your leadership skills and what you've taught us and led us to do. So thank you.
So something to you and then something about you. So to you, thank you for believing in me, for being an example of esteeming and gracing people, for resourcing me, for friending me. Like, it is a huge and lasting impact, and I'm very grateful. Now, something about you. So she has a tremendous sense of humor, and she laughs at a lot of things. A lot of the things she says are funny, some not so much. And one day when I was talking about how, gosh, I bet you really thought that when a homeless services coordinator was going to come on staff that you would just be like done with it. And I have not done that. I was talking about how I've just sort of grabbed onto her, leached onto her like a parasite. And she said, yeah, kind of like a fondly thought of wart. And I don't know what that means because I don't, anyway, I guess thank you for that as well. But for all your impact and your sense of humor and the way you raise the room, I appreciate you so much. So thank you, Rebecca.
All right, so we do have a plaque, so I'd like to present that right now. So this says, presented to Rebecca Espino for dedicated service to the citizens of Tuolumne County, May 9th, 1990 through December 30th, 2023, from the County of Tuolumne, California. I understand Joanne Hayes White is going to have to leave. I'm wondering if we can have her make a presentation very quickly for Steve first. Joanne, take it away.
Thank you so much. The timing is great. I have to depart in a few minutes, but I'm delighted to also, on behalf of Senator LaFonza Butler, recognize you today, Steve. And I'll read the United States Senate Certificate of Commendation, which hopefully has arrived to you. To Steve Boyack, in honor and recognition of 35 years of service to the people and government of Tuolumne County. Your dedication to your community, accumulating in your time as Tuolumne County's Assistant Director of Health and Human Services, exemplifies the profound difference one can make in the lives of others. As your United States Senator from the state of California, I congratulate you on your retirement and wish you continued health and happiness in the years to come. Dated December 5th, 2023, signed LaFonza Butler, United States Senator representing the state of California. Thank you for your service, and God bless you in your retirement. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, we had that presentation first because she had to go. I'm wondering if we should move to Kimberly Pruitt and just ask for her presentation first also. Kimberly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Oh,
thank you.
Well, again, on behalf of Congressman Tom McClintock, Steve, I want to commend you for 33 years of public service. I'm so inspired just to know that public servants such as yourself exist. Thank you so much from the bottom of our heart, all the work you've done for the constituents in our district, and wish you well on your retirement. We do have a special congressional certificate of recognition for you that has been mailed, and we wish you much luck on your retirement, and thank you again for all of your service and all you've done for the community.
Thank you. And did we have a presentation here from Rebecca? Yeah, thank you, Rebecca.
It is my honor to participate in the presentation of Steve Boyack's Certificate of Recognition for his 33 years of public service upon his retirement. Steve has been a confidant, a sounding board, and a friend. I'm humbled by Steve's dedication to public service and honored to have worked with Steve, and I am confident his considerable impact on our organization will not fade upon his retirement. And we have his commendation that I would like to read. On September 4th, 1990, Steve Boyack joined the county family as an environmental health specialist. In March 1992, Steve promoted to a senior environmental health specialist. In September of 2000, Steve promoted to a principal environmental health specialist and held that position until his promotion to administrative analyst in the county administrator's office in February of 2002. On July 7th, 2008, the Health and Human Service Agency struck gold and hired Steve as a Health and Human Services Agency Assistant Director, where he has served 15 years. Steve's impact on the Health and Human Services Agency and the county are far-reaching and substantial. During his tenure, Steve served as the Interim Director of Environmental Health in 2008, Interim Director of Behavioral Health in 2017 and 18, Department Operations Center Manager during the COVID response in 2020, served as the Central Sierra Continuum of Care Governing Board Treasurer for many years, successfully led 2 tax measures to sustain ambulance operations in the South County, and provided direct administrative support over every Health and Human Services Agency program during his tenure. Additionally, Steve has experienced numerous sleepless nights volunteering to work on many graveyard shifts to support shelter operations during fires and inclement weather conditions. No one can match Steve's vast knowledge of the numerous Health and Human Services Agency programs and his willingness to share his knowledge by participating in many formal and informal mentoring programs. Steve's exceptional technical skills are only overshadowed by his genuine devotion to the Health and Human Services Agency employees and his love for public service. Steve role models Tuolumne County's gold standard service by engendering trust and building relationships through collaboration, humility, and integrity. What is never in question is Steve's unwavering appreciation for our workforce. Over the years, Steve has helped organize numerous team-building events, offered a listening ear, provided words of encouragement. It must be noted, Steve is a master barbecuer. It is estimated he has cooked a couple thousand hamburgers and hot dogs to support the county's annual employee barbecue and numerous HHSA events. Throughout Steve's career, he has exemplified the true meaning of a public servant. Now the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Health and Human Services Agency in extending its heartfelt appreciation to Steve Boyack for his 33 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on the occasion of his retirement on December 30th, 2023, and wish him well and joy in all his future endeavors.
Thank you. Before you say anything, and in my haste to get to Joanne before she had to go, I didn't have the formal part. I didn't have our board clerk read the items, so I'm going to do that now and correct that faux pas.
11 a.m., item number 2, consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Steve Boyack upon his retirement after 33 years of service to the County of Tuolumne.
And looks like you had something to say.
I do.
Go ahead.
I can't let Steve get away without saying a few words. I've had the pleasure of working with Steve since essentially I came into the county 17 years ago. Many may not know, but he and I both interviewed for the assistant director position, and I have watched over and over the years that it be confirmed he was the right choice for that job. I've learned a lot from you, Steve. When I started trying to think of a description for Steve, I know Steve both personally and professionally. Our daughters are friends. In fact, his daughter will be getting married in December, and my daughter is flying back there to participate in that wedding. And I have watched his commitment to his family, his wife, his children, but also to our community and our organization. So some of the words that come up, we talk about strength. Steve is strength. He is perseverance, passionate and advocate for those he works with and those he serves. The other one that came up, and I don't want to undersell this, when I talk about dependable, I came into this position as an analyst, and I felt like I was kind of following behind Steve, and I learned so much from him. He was such a resource for me. When he became the assistant director, behavioral health, and I was, as a behavioral health director, we came under HHSA, and Steve was a resource for me then. I remember my first experience, and those of you who went through some of this will understand, my first experience of working on a board memo with a former director. And at hour 12, Steve looked at me, and I think he could see I was coming undone. And he just said, "Why don't you take off, Trace? We'll handle it from here." And just that commitment that he was making sure I got out the door to be with my family, yet he was staying behind to complete the work. That kind of tells you the kind of person that Steve is and has been for all of these years for our organization and our employees. Then when I came into this office, I came in and behind Steve again. He had done natural resources and OES, I came in behind Kathleen, and I was often asking questions about this or that he had put in place or some question, and he was still there. I learned from him in watching him do all of the different divisions he stepped in. For those who don't know, he was a behavioral health interim director for, I believe, 2 years. And he led that with excellence. It was something he hadn't done, but he dove in and he learned about it, and he became a staunch advocate for those employees and the services that they provide. Then I watched him take on ambulance and all of what he has done with that. And again, I learn from him every time I work with him, when watching going through the ballot measures that they did. And if without that, we would not have services in Groveland. And yet he took the time to make sure he went up there and he engaged with the community. So in ending with this, what I'd like to do, like I did with Rebecca, I had asked each of them, as I said, to share with me their proudest moments, what meant most to them in their tenure here. So like I did with Rebecca, I'd like to read the first paragraph because I think it really reflects who Steve is and what he has meant to this community and our organization. So he starts off with, first, I'm a firm believer in a smaller, more effective form of government. As a public servant, I have found our local form of government to be the most most attractive employment opportunity for me. And here's where he goes into the focus on relationships in people and what we do best. I have formed and built my career with the mission of learning, understanding, and gaining experience in how local government works and how it impacts and supports the residents of Tuolumne County. I have had the opportunity and pleasure to serve with some of the most gifted, intelligent, and dedicated public servants our county has to offer. I have also had the opportunity to work with our brightest community partners, as our work is most effective when partners and relationships we create and maintain are in good order. I am also the benefactor of many who have given and provided their time to train, mentor, and coach me to grow and improve my critical thinking skill set and abilities to perform at the highest levels of county government. From those lessons and the most positive workplace takeaway for me, I have made it a point to do exactly the same within the scope of working with our staff at all levels of the organization. And there's just a few things I wanted to highlight where he really, what he says in that paragraph is reflected in some of the areas that he speaks to. Early on in 1997, he engaged with Columbia College Hospitality Management Program to include an adjunct food handler certification course in their curriculum. Again, working with our partners to make a difference in our community. While at Environmental Health, he was assisting homeowners and business owners and the general public in navigating the regulatory environment. If you don't know environmental health, you could talk to Steve. He could walk you through that. The highest job satisfaction is working with our HHSA director and our highly talented leadership team across 3 major county departments to assist in the development of strategic planning activities. And then finally, HHSA workplace morale. Almost every year while HHSA, I have assisted our staff with planning the annual HHSA barbecue and the holiday celebration. When I conduct exit interviews, one of the positive reflections staff have are the camaraderie events that we have that are very important to our workplace. And as Rebecca said, for those of us who've gone to these employee barbecues before we really focused on employees not doing the work, Steve was right there. He's at the barbecue. We all know, you'd go visit him. If you wanted to see him, you went to the barbecue because he was cooking the food for all of us when we went to that. So for all of this and so much more, Steve, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll go to the board like I did last time. Anybody? Supervisor Brandon.
Steve, again, it's only been a few years we've had the opportunity to work together, but I know when we talk about Rebecca's quiet leadership, at every step of that I've experienced has been your quieter somehow, but tough and dependable leadership the entire way. And those were in very challenging situations. I know I experienced with behavioral health in particular, and a lot of transition and a lot of uncertainty that you stepped into. I actually didn't know you didn't have a behavioral health background. So I was on there for 2 years, and you managed to hide that. You've always been an extremely competent individual that I think has been a huge asset to the county. And I want to say that it's always sad when we lose an individual that has so many years of experience of seeing the history of this organization develop. And I appreciate what you've been as a part of it, and also learning about some of the years through this that I wasn't there, and to see that grow over time. And I hope we can still keep in touch with you with that, but that you'll enjoy some really well-deserved time. So thank you for your service to our citizens and to the county and to your teams.
Supervisor Kirk.
Kind of back to Supervisor Campbell's example of Rebecca and how he would bring a dumb idea and she would be gracious about it. I had probably a dumb idea.
Not all my ideas are dumb.
Well, yeah, not all.
This is not about you.
I don't know. I must have been a year in or something, and I was on. I'm not gonna say what committee it was and what the conversation was, because then I'd give it away. But I think I had what I thought was a good idea, and I think you thought it was a dumb idea. And I kind of wanted to break something apart internally with some things I found. You know, you always trust but verify information. And I was having a hard time verifying information. And I think you caught wind of that at one of the meetings. And you followed up with me, and you followed up with me, and you followed up with me until you basically, in a sneaky way, followed up with me until my issues were addressed, which kept me from tearing something apart. But I learned after that I could trust. I always verify, but I could trust you after that point. And so I'll never forget that experience. And you did it very graciously, and I have a pretty abrasive personality sometimes, and you figured out how to work with me. And I think that's a testament of who you are. You work with anybody. And I didn't work with you as much, Steve. You know, she was the point person. But those early experiences, as a board member, when you come in contact with a department head or assistant, just like anything, you're moving so quick and you're meeting so many new people when you're new. You kind of first impressions do last, unfortunately. And then it takes time to work through those first impressions. My first impression with you was always, it was always a good thing. And then it carried through working with you. So thank you. Thank you for not letting me break something down, because it ended up being corrected years later in a much better manner, if that's even a way of putting it. But Steve, thank you. I wish you all the best. God bless you and your family. And you're a special guy, so thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And Steve, so I agree with everything that's been said so far, but I've known you for a long time. You were there when I got my first job in public service for the county. I was a part-time behavioral health worker, and you're also one of the people that inspired me to continue a career in serving my community. I looked up to you because I can't imagine what kind of questions I might have had for you when I'm just this lowly part-time news county staff employee, but you always had time to talk with me or answer questions that I had, and you just had a tremendous amount of patience. So I looked up to you and continue to look up to you a lot for that. I've just watched you master everything that gets thrown at you, and you do it with a smile and with this just stone cold confidence. I'd never want to play poker with you because you would probably end up owning my shirt. So, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, so I forgot who said it, but if this feels a little bit like a funeral, but it really shouldn't, because yes, we are losing a dedicated county employee, 2 dedicated county employees, but we have a room full of dedicated public servants, and I think just about everybody in this room has learned from you, has learned from Rebecca, and so all of that knowledge and all of that, those wonderful qualities that you've brought to our community are spread throughout everybody here and other people that are off doing their jobs right now. So I do silly things. I thought, you know, okay, you started in September 1990. I wonder what was the #1 song in September 1990. I looked up, it's Going Down in a Blaze of Glory by Bon Jovi. So I interpret blaze of glory to mean that you are willing to barbecue for anybody here at any time. And so I'm gonna hold you to that. In my mind, that's what it means. So Steve, best of luck to you. Best wishes to you and your family, and I hope that retirement suits you really well. And again, you're retiring from the county, but I'm not going to leave you alone. So,
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Hey, Steve. You know, so I heard, you know, about Rebecca retiring, And then, like, I got a double whammy. All of a sudden I hear Steve's retiring. I'm going, holy cow. This is just lost, so much. I know there's people that are, coming in and are stepping up, but you guys, have done so much, Steve. And you guys, what I really liked is how in whatever setting, you always would bring people together as a team and pay attention to them. You've given me guidance. Maybe not what I was hoping to hear at times, but you corrected me and you did it graciously. Really, I was good for that. One of the big things that I saw, though, is that you are the epitome of being calm, right? The situation could be just going the heck out there in so many different directions. And I look over at you and you're calm. And as a former firefighter, I really appreciated that, because it's a hard thing, to do at times. And but it's good because people can look to you and know, hey, we're going to get through this. So thank you for everything, and best to you, Steve.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Heather's head is in the way. I'm going to move over. No, I'm going to move this way. So first of all, to the board, I love your stories, and I hope we hear more from the people that are in this room. The stories are just rich. I'm not a really great storyteller, but I want to say there ought to be a law or maybe a county ordinance that does not allow two valuable leaders to leave at the same time. Really. We got to work on that, okay? All right.
I second.
Yeah, okay. All right.
All those in favor?
Although, Steve, I know you've been planning this for quite a while, so. So many of you may not know this, but Steve and I traded places, kind of. I came into the CAO's office and he was there, and I had come from Health and Human Services, although they didn't call it that back then. And then a year or two later, he went to Health and Human Services, so we kind of traded places. But I have a couple of things I want to say to you personally, Steve. When I first came to the CAO's office, I think it was a hard decision for the then CAO to make. There were two people applying for the senior analyst position. I ended up getting it, and there was some, I don't know what it was in the office, but you were the first one to befriend me, and I thank you for that. And I thought it was a really good relationship we had. You were in charge of OES, and you were a great mentor to me as far as OES before you left. And I appreciate that too. So I want to thank you personally for both of those things. And then as you took over in Health and Human Services, there are a lot of things I want to thank you for, but I'm going to keep this short so that other people can speak. I especially since being on this board, I have really appreciated your dedication to the ambulance services in particular. I mean, I appreciate you for all your responsibilities, but you helped make a complicated system that we have here in Tuolumne County. It's a public-private partnership, understandable. And when I've had problems understanding things, or when we've had to go to the public for the initiatives to get things passed, especially in my district, you were there. You were solid, always there, and helping me understand it so I could explain it to others. So I want to thank you for that as well. And I know, wondering when is the right time to retire. I know you put it off a couple of times. I think for the betterment of the department, for your own benefit too. I appreciate that about you too, that you didn't just do it at the first thought of it. This has been a long time coming, and I don't think everybody knows that. So I'm happy for you that now is your appointed time to retire. And I want to thank you for being that leader and that steady Eddie that Health and Human Services has needed. And not only just for Health and Human Services, but for the whole county. You're going to be missed. Thank you. All right, so now it's your time here. those of you in the audience who would like to come forward and share some comments about Steve with everybody.
Oh boy. Is the camera off? I don't want to see anybody ugly cry here. I don't even know what to say, Steve. I first met Steve when behavioral health became part of Health and Human Services. And to be perfectly honest, behavioral health really wasn't aware of much of the HHSA leadership because we were a department unto ourselves. Boy, it was intimidating. Again, I think I can speak on behalf of Behavioral Health Department that Steve brought a sense of calm to our daily storm. But most important, I want to thank you, Steve, for sharing what your time in behavioral health did for you personally. It proved to me that our work can make a difference in people's lives. And through being steady and transparent and honest and trustworthy, that behavioral health work can really change individuals' lives. And again, I just want to thank you for saying that or doing that for us. And I don't know what I'm going to do without either one of you. But really, when I think about what should Tammy do, I always think about what would Steve do. And I don't have your phone number. And if anybody's in the room willing to drop their integrity enough just to slip me that number later, I'd appreciate it. And otherwise, we'll stay connected with PG&E Power Outage Buddies. And let me know if you need to run an extension cord at my house anytime soon. All right. Thank you. Love you.
Steve, I just want to say that I haven't really had the opportunity to get to know Steve as well, but we did a Dare to Lead pod together, and that's when I really got to know Steve and appreciated his vulnerability, really got to know him through that process. And I've always appreciated your dedication, your patience, and openness to all the crazy things we want to do. So I just want to say congratulations and wish you all the best of luck in your retirement, Steve. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say thank you for being the mentor for when I first came over to HHSA and to believe in me when I was taking on the CFO position. And you've always been the calm in the storm, for sure. Even though things are chaotic, we would definitely go to you. And you always had a calm demeanor, and you were able to make things seem like they're going to be okay, even though we may not have thought so. Your leadership skills were really evident during the whole COVID, and you really made a huge, significant change and really took us through that difficult time. And I'm going to miss your organizational skills because every time that I would need something, you'd say, oh, I have that, let me email it to you, and within 10 minutes I had it. So you'll be missed, and thank you.
Steve. So way back when, I haven't gotten to know you much except for the last couple of years. But way back when you first came on, I was at a baseball game in Twain Harte watching my son play, and I'm like, oh, hey, there's Steve, our new assistant director. I should go introduce myself. And so typical Nicole fashion, I put my foot in my mouth, and I'm like, hi, Steve, are you here to watch your grandkids play? He was there to watch his own children play, so that was his first impression of me. So I just want to say thank you for just always having our backs and always watching out for all of us. You always make sure that we're safe in the building. You're always reminding us to leave, especially Aaron on Fridays. But you're always watching out for us, and I appreciate that. So thank you. and I've really enjoyed getting to know you on a more personal level the last several years. Thank you for opening up and being real with all of us. So congratulations to both of you again.
Steve, the way I got to know Steve, I started off as an office assistant several years ago. And I was just, there's this unassuming gentleman who would walk through our halls, and I just kind of, intimidated. I was working as an office assistant, and, I remember, I'll never forget, we had a meeting for HSA, or however we called it, at the time. And, Steve was like, I appreciate the folks who, wave at me in the hall when I'm going by. And I thought, man, I never get to see Steve unless I'm going to the restroom. So Steve's at the other end of the hall. I'm way over here. And so I just started, hey, Steve, how you doing? Hey, Jim, how you doing? And it just kind of started like that. And it just kind of snowballed over the years, and to the point where I just, I developed kind of friendship with Steve. And, and even though most of our banter was on the way to the restroom or in the restroom, it was, it made me feel like here's this guy who's, down to earth just like the rest of us. And not recently, he pulled me into his office and he's like, hey, I got some questions to ask you. You worked in a corporate environment and did some things. And I'm just thinking to myself, here's this guy, he wants to hear what I have to say. And, and he leaned into everything I said. And I just want you to know, Steve, Rebecca, you guys are going to be so missed. And it is definitely going to leave a big hole. But I know we've got people coming in to fill those, but I think you've set us up for success. And I think, and I just want you to know, Steve, I'm proud to carry on the banner of the barbecue specialist. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Steve, I've had the privilege of working with you for quite a few years with ambulance and EMS now. And it's been mentioned how calm and collected and cool you are. And it's especially appreciated amidst the chaos of ambulance and emergency work. Such a strong role model, somebody that I want to be like in every aspect. And, quite honestly, it was you that drew me into the health officer role. And for that, I will always be appreciative. And I still have your number.
Steve, full disclosure, several years ago I ran into Steve at a family funeral, and I learned that we're related in some kind of weird roundabout way that I probably can't explain, but over the years I've really appreciated working with Steve, and I've learned so much from him. Part of me is really concerned about the loss of institutional knowledge that is in front of us today, but I too also feel that good things lie ahead. But Steve has been a wonderful example over the years, and he's a very principled individual, I've learned, very strong beliefs, and he stands behind his beliefs. He practices what he preaches, and to the benefit of the public, and I appreciate that. I also, on a personal level, want to say that Steve is extremely efficient, and he runs meetings very, very well. He makes sure that everybody, comes and we talk about what we're supposed to talk about. We don't go off the agenda, and we all walk away with our action items. And so on a personal level, I thank you for all the hours you've saved me on a personal level. But I also, you will be greatly missed, and thank you for all you've done, Steve. Thank you.
Oh, this is really hard. I wasn't planning on saying anything, but I feel compelled to. It's really hard. I have had the pleasure of working with both Rebecca and Steve. I consider them both mentors. Steve, I don't know if I've ever told you this, and I feel like this is a perfect opportunity because I'm already embarrassing myself with this. 16 years ago, I was helping you with a barbecue, and I hated it. I hated working the barbecue because it was a lot of stress at the time. I believed in the cause, but I really hated it. And I remember you saying to me at one point, because I had said, I don't know that I ever really see myself in a leadership position. I didn't see myself reflected in the leadership that I saw modeled, not specific to our agency, just in general. It looked like a lot of stress to me, and I wasn't sure that that was something I wanted to do. And he literally stopped. He put down his barbecue tongs, and he said, "You have such a tremendous natural leadership skill set. I feel like you should look into this." And he encouraged me to do a series of management level opportunities and trainings. And now 16 years later, to be in a leadership position where I am teaching our next generation of leaders and coaching, I don't know that I've ever given you credit for seeing me and valuing me in that way. And I want you to know that it was impactful. So thank you. You will be missed.
So I would just like to stand up and say, I don't know either of you, and I am not a government or public or county employee, obviously, but I do think that it's appropriate for somebody from the public just to say thank you. I have a very close family member and several family members actually, and many friends who have received services from your department, and you deserve a thank you for your work. As public servants, I know there are many people in the county who probably feel the same way, and I just wish you luck in your retirement. Thank you.
Nice.
Not going to look at him. So Steve, you are so very humble that sometimes I think people don't even realize how prominent a figure you are in what occurs. During COVID, you were there every day, every weekend, every evening. You fed us way too much pizza. But you were always there, and you've never asked somebody to do something that you yourself weren't willing to do. And I really, really want you to know how much we appreciate that. I know you've had a special time in public health. You've been such a role model and such a leader, and you have so much knowledge. We are meeting on Fridays, and we called it the Steve's Knowledge Dump. And he always goes in with I don't have much to share. And then we talk for hours because he starts sharing all the little stuff that nobody knows. And between him and Rebecca, they know all the little things. That's really scary with both of them leaving at the same time. You both are, and you're both going to be so very missed. I just want to share one more thing with Steve. We really do call him about everything. We were on a walk, and as we were walking down this ravine, there was this blue, it looked like a body bag, wrapped up. And instead of calling 911, which maybe we should have done, we text Steve. We're like, Steve, did you see this? And he's like, oh yeah, it's just trash. So he had already seen what looked suspicious and taken it into account. But you really are going to have a really big hole that someone's going to need to fill. So thank you for everything you've done.
All right, so I'd like to meet you at the podium.
So, a little bit of background about me. So, my name is Steve Boyack. I'm 60 years and 3/4 old. I've worked for Tuolumne County for 33 and a quarter years. Started my career on September 4th, 1990. I am married. My wife and I just celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary. My wife, Lori, is right back here in the back row. She's sitting next to our good friends, Dave and Laura Krieg. My wife and my family have hugely supported me throughout my career. I couldn't have done what I've done outside hours, weekends, spending overnight hours in Groveland from time to time without their support. We have 2 children, Isabella 26 and Vincent 23. And I have a story from a perspective sake point of view. And just bear with me a moment. When I was in the county administrator's office, our longtime executive assistant, Betsy Eisenhower, retired. And Brent Wallace was the county administrator then. And as soon as he got through saying his words for Betsy, the previous county administrator came back, Mark Mitten, and said a few words. And he finished with this. And please don't take this out of perspective. He finished with this. He said, Betsy, he said, we're going to miss you, but we're not going to miss you that much. So what that has always stayed with me from the perspective that the show must go on. The show must go on. I look at all of you that are here today, folks that I've worked with in the past, folks that I work with now, all of my mentors, coaches, and folks that have helped me throughout my career. We'll move on. We'll get past this. So with that, I want to thank our staff for the celebration today, and Tracy for the time, and Supervisor Half for the time to celebrate Rebecca and myself. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Okay, I have a technical question before I present to Steve down at the podium. Can we, when we break, because we've got lunch in the foyer for everyone, so can we come back at 2 instead of 1:30? Because we're not going to have enough time. It'll be rushed.
I think that we can do that, but I think what we need to do is probably have you come back at 1:30 and just announce that we're going to continue
Okay.
it to 2.
Okay.
And then the one other thing, just a technical thing, I want to make sure that there's a vote on both of these certificates that your board approves. So
Okay, so I'll present this to Steve right now, and then I'll come back and we'll vote, and then we'll break for lunch. All right, my friend. So we've got a certificate of recognition from the Board of Supervisors here. Do you mind if I read it? Was it already read? Great. I signed it. That's okay. So this is for you. And then, just like with Rebecca, we have a plaque here presented to Steve Boyack for dedicated and loyal service to the citizens of Tuolumne County, September 4th, 1990 through December 30th, 2023, from the County of Tuolumne. Yeah. No. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to motion that we support these two recognitions for both Steve and Rebecca. Can I do them both at the same time? For both their 23 years of service.
33.
33?
Yeah.
What did I say? Oh, my goodness, 33 years of service. To Tuolumne County. So I made the motion, and who
Saul will second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Half and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I don't even need to ask. 5-0. Thank you very much, and we'll adjourn. All right. For those of you who are joining us at 1:30, we had quite the long session this morning, and so we're going to be starting at 2 p.m. With the rest of our board agenda. So bear with us, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. We actually had quite the long session this morning. So we put our 1:30, coming back at 1:30 from lunch to 2 o'clock, especially so that staff could take their lunch. So I'm very sorry for the inconvenience that it might have caused some of you that were here at 1:30 wondering, where were we? And also because of our lengthy oral communications this morning, after an hour, I cut it off. And so I'm inviting now, if there's anybody that was in the room back in this morning that was not allowed to come before us on public comment on anything not on the agenda, now is your time.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I on? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to address everybody in the flesh here because I just want to set the record straight. I do. My name is Ty Robin, for the record. And what happened is last Friday I came here and talked to the election department, Miss Debbie Batista, a wonderful lady and great department. So we had a little bit of a rough ride at first, but everything was okay. She provided me with the information that I was looking for, which was a public record request. And Mr. Flynn was there with me and some other people. And what happened was I inquired about the surety bonds. Everybody has to post a surety bond. I didn't bring the codes with me today, but I will send that to you in writing. So the government code states that you have to post a performance bond, everybody. And there's no record of any bond being posted for anybody on this board or any other board since 1950. That's just the record, and that's the facts. Right, John? And that being said, everything really that's been done in the county would be null and void because the first two things an elected officer does, first thing is post that surety bond. It's a performance bond. The reason they do that is if there's corruption, they have skin in the game. So if you say embezzle money or whatever, you're going to take a hit, okay? And none of you or anybody else has ever posted that bond. And beyond that, it was said by Ms. Carrillo that you did pass a resolution 2 years ago in 2021 in December. However, because you never posted the bond, before you took your oath, that's the first thing, you got to post the bond. Anything you did, including that, would be null and void. And then during the Board of Supervisors meeting on December 2021, I can't remember the date, I didn't bring all my notes, the board clerk was not here. And the other people that can be the clerk would be Debbie Batista or anybody in that group. And he put somebody else, I don't have her name, I didn't come with my notes, but there was somebody else in that place. And she was not a clerk. And then it was signed as if she was the executive clerk, okay? All that's on the record, I'll send it. And therefore, that would be null and void. That was regarding the redistricting. Last year when you did the redistricting, right? Remember the census and the lines are drawn for the redistricting for the voting areas. So during that meeting, Heather wasn't here. Somebody else sat in her position. What was her last name? O'Neill? Tracy William O'Neill from the airport. I'm not sure who that is, but nothing against you and nothing against the great people with Tuolumne County. I love everybody here, including the people on the board.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, you already spoke this morning. This is just open to the people who were not able to speak this morning.
But you canceled the meeting for a rebuttal, and you allowed.
I'm sorry, you've already spoken this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
You broke protocol. He gets to rebut. That's how it works. Yeah. You broke protocol, and what happened is you called Mr. Flynn basically a liar and called me a liar too. That's
No, that's not the way we do things here. I'm sorry. That's just not, excuse me, you're not at the podium, and you're not allowed to be at the podium, so I'm sorry. We're going to get on. I have something for you, Mr. Robin. I have something for you. So, and it's the government code that you quote, and it says specifically, 24156, the Board of Supervisors of any county may, by resolution, adopt a program of self-insurance in lieu of bonds, and it goes on. So you are mistaken. You misunderstand. I am sorry. We can talk about this offline. We're going to continue our meeting.
I'm in front of the whole county. I've taken my neck out and put myself in this position.
I'm going to have to stop.
You can't. I have to rebut. You never had jurisdiction. You never had jurisdiction.
I'm going to have to stop this meeting if you don't.
Did you ever
step down?
Can any of you show your bonds? Okay. No. The answer is no.
We're stopping the meeting. I'm going to call for a break. Please follow me. I'm going to resume the meeting now. I'm closing public comment. And we're going to go to the first 1:30 public hearing. And Heather, would you please read that when you're ready?
1:30 p.m. Item 1, public hearing, review and receive comment on potential projects for the 2023 and 2024 Community Development Block Grant NOFA and CDBG Program Income Grant, and approve Resolution 110-23 for the submittal of the 2023 CDBG grant application.
Ready?
Yeah, ready.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm here with Lori Adams from Adams Ashby Group. And as a reminder, they are our CDBG consultant. So today we're here for a public hearing, and we wanted to provide, it's kind of contained in two parts. So the first part is Lori and I wanted to talk a little bit. Oh,
I need to open the public hearing.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry about that. So, for example, today, as we just mentioned, we're here for a public hearing, and it contains really two parts to it. The first part is really to get information to the public in regards to this CDBG, Community Development Block Grant Program. And with that, we also wanted to talk to the public about our intent to apply for the 2023 grant, and then also talk about the initial information we have on the 2024 CDBG program. So first, I'm going to begin on the 2023 grant. It is the NOFA was released for a limited amount of projects for this coming year. And what HCD, Housing and Community Development, did is back in 2019-2020, they had a number of projects that were considered approved, but put on a wait list. They didn't have enough money to fund those projects. And over the past couple of years, they've been trying to, when they've had leftover money or money that hasn't been expended, go through that list and try to fund those projects. And finally, the list is down to 13. And Tuolumne County is one of those. And the project that Tuolumne County submitted in 2019-2020 was Groveland Community Service District Water Line Improvement Project. Great project. Thrilled to see this now come to light. And so what we've done, the project amount is $3.5 million. And over the last couple of months, we've been, Lori and I and her staff have been working with Groveland Community Service District to gather all the required information, refresh the application, attend plenty of webinars and YouTube videos. There were a number of additional layers of requirements that were asked of this grant. But the HCD has enough money to fund all 13 projects. So that's exciting news for us. So the grant is due on December 29th, 2023. And as I said, Lori and I are in the process of finalizing all the required documents for this grant. Then in regards to the 2024 CDBG grant, the NOFA is not released yet, but we anticipate that being released probably by the end of January. And in that, what we've heard from the staff at HCD, there's kind of three different kind of components. There are two different kind of components they're looking at it. They're looking at either providing or allowing in their application one over-the-counter project. So for us translated, that means a construction project. And with that, then there will be one public service or one planning grant that we can submit as a package. So those three items. Or they will allow one over-the-counter project or two public service grants. At this time, Lori and I have not heard whether or not or how much will be allocated to any one of those categories. So we're still waiting to hear that, and we'll get that information in January. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Lori to talk about some of the specifics of the CDBG program. Even though your board is aware of many of these, again, it's a requirement of the grant, and it's not only to talk to your board, but really do some outreach to community and make sure they understand what the CDBG program is and some of the requirements of it and some of the opportunities that we have with that. After the presentation, we'll take public comments, answer any questions you may have, and get direction on how you want staff to proceed with this 2023 CDBG grant. So with that, Lori?
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Mo. I would like to also state that in addition to the 23 and the 24 Community Development Block Grant applications, that we also are going to be discussing program income. And all of these requirements layer into what they call program income. And just to give a little bit of a background, program income is funds that had previously been loaned out within the county for programs that have been repaid and have come back for you to reuse in your community using the same requirements as the application for a grant would be. But you get to have that funding in-house and repurpose it back out to the community. So that's also going to be a part of our conversation today. So to kick this off, CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant Program. It is a HUD-funded program through the Department of Housing and Urban Development at the federal level that then moves down into the state at the Department of Housing and Community Development and then is made available to the local jurisdictions that qualify and is a competitive process. The purpose of the funds, or the purpose of the projects or the program today that we're having this public hearing for, is to help educate the residents about these programs and types of projects that you're eligible for, to provide a forum for you to provide input to the Board of Supervisors and staff on projects or programs that you might find are needed in the areas that you live in, and to help guide them in their decision-making process. And then also to obtain and provide information on housing and community development needs. And I will also state we have some handouts at the back table. This presentation is available. My card is available. We have a handout regarding fair housing and also a map of the project that is being considered for the 2023 application. And those are important documents, so please feel free to take those. If you need additional, let us know and we'll be happy to send them to you. All right, here we go. So the goals and objectives of the CDBG program. The first HCD and HUD's objective is to develop viable urban communities, which includes decent housing, sustainable living environments, expanding economic opportunities. Those are the three main categories. But all of those have to address the low to moderate income persons within the community. So it is income-based, and that income is based on households and individuals whose income does not exceed 80% of the median within the county. So it is very county-based, it's not a statewide based, and they focus on that income based on the type of program or project that you are making application for. So for example, for a program, it would be an individual. If we're providing funds to a nonprofit organization, then their focus is going to be on individuals or households who meet that income criteria. If we're doing a larger project, for example, a water line or a sewer line project, then it's going to be based on the area that that project is occurring in, and that area as a whole must meet that requirement. For the 2023 NOFA, Mo has reviewed what is being considered there, and the program requirements do meet those income criteria based on where that project will be occurring. And the state has 19 million available currently for that, and that fund has been set aside for the county as long as they make application and meet the thresholds. The 2024 program, we are waiting on that NOFA to come out, and HCD in their infinite wisdom always changes the rules on us. So we speak the current requirements as it could change. So just note that, and we will bring those back in front of you again once that NOFA comes out. And then the program income, the county is looking to take about 1.5 million and commit that to a project during this term of these contracts that we could be entering into. It is important that we do have a focus on where that program income will be going. Otherwise, we're required to roll it into a current contract. So we want to have a little bit more control over where those funds get spent. The waitlisted application, I think she's covered that very clearly on what we're going to be doing with that. It is the Groveland Community Services District, and we're going to be improving their water system infrastructure in the area of Groveland. And again, we do have a project map, and if you have any questions regarding that, please let us know. The project will serve approximately 655 people and does meet the required low to moderate income category. That 85.5% of that community meets that requirement. And the nexus there is that we have to meet 51%. So it's well over that requirement, and we can do that project without any concerns. This is just a graphic to kind of give you a review again of what our focus is for these funds. We have public service needs. Those are your nonprofit organizations or public service needs through some of your departments at the county level that can utilize these funds. We have economic development funding, so we can look at providing small businesses or specific businesses, even if they're a large business, and bringing them and supporting them within the county for infrastructure needs, equipment needs, loans, and things of that nature. And those are loans. We can also increase affordable housing and for low to moderate income families. So if we have some projects that are looking at creating some affordable housing, then these funds can be utilized to support those projects. And then public infrastructure improvements, and that includes your water and sewer districts that you have and support those projects. It also includes public facilities, for example, senior centers. We can also work to expand fire services in communities. Again, it all is focused on that low to moderate income criteria. So if we can find a project that meets those requirements, then these funds can be considered as part of that project. We're covering it one more time. We want to make sure that everybody understands, and we've provided some more identifiers here as to the types of projects. So this is really good when you look out to the communities that you represent and that are represented here and at our public meetings as to kind of the level of use. CDBG is very flexible. We can look at in daycare centers, domestic violence shelters, food banks, community centers, medical dental facilities. Those are community facilities that can be supported with these funds. On the housing side, you can look at single and multifamily rehabs. We can look at rental housing acquisition, home ownership assistance. Those are some of the activities that created the program income that you're seeing today as those payments come back in for previous grants that you've made those loans on. Public improvements, again, water, wastewater, rural utilities, electric services in some instances. This particular, I believe you have private, so that wouldn't work, but if it was a public system, then that would be something it could support. Then we also have what's called planning and technical assistance grants. And these are tools that can be used by the agency to research projects or to provide information on programs that might want to be considered within the county and help you set up for a application. And this is something that might provide environmental background, it could be engineering, it could be looking at demographics, and creating programs that create fair housing within the community. So these are funds that are given to help plan or to do research to support a project. And then you have public services, a cost associated with implementation of public services within a community. Those are your food banks and things of that nature that help provide services to individuals. And then we also have the American and Native American and Colonias funds that can also be supported under this program. 4 more slides. Looks like we covered that one more time. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward, but you're welcome to look at that in our documentation that we have in the back. And finally, just a few things that we have to cover as a part of our conversation that HCD has included as some of our checklist items. And the first one is that the County of Tuolumne has a housing element that you can review. We've provided the link to that. It's a part of their general plan, and it is current and up to date. And lastly, the county has a residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan in place. The current plan has been reviewed, and we consider this with every project that we are considering to ensure that we are not creating a relocation or any type of a displacement to individuals in a community. And that is something that is critical. If it is something that will trigger those things, then we have to address that and put a plan together to ensure that the persons or businesses that might be displaced by a project are managed in accordance to the regulations. And my final slide is on fair housing. A part of HCD and HUD's requirements is that the county is always taking steps to further fair housing in their community. So today we're providing this information on resources so that if you do have a question in regards to fair housing, or you know someone who might be in a situation where they're being violated as far as fair housing is concerned, these are the contact information that you might want to share with them. We provided both the regional office as well as local services in Sacramento that can provide assistance to those individuals. And again, we also have a flyer in the back that you're welcome to take. And that concludes my presentation, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions from the board? Not seeing any. I'll go to the public. Would now be the time to ask for public comment? Okay. Ask the public to come forward. It could be a question, it could be a comment on this presentation. Not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board for your comments. And I'll close the public hearing. So go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. CDBG is one of those cool ones that can do a lot of stuff. So I just wanted to at least state where I think my priorities are on this. I know that we have funded operations of some programs in the past, and I understand that. I think where we should try to maximize it is how are we going to invest in capital expenses. In particular, we've made large public safety investments as this board. We have facilities, though, that are outside the scope of the investments we've made. And that's something I think we have to be mindful of, that this might be a good program for. If not, or in addition to that, I would look into housing, the wastewater treatment plants in particular. I think that's a critical need that's supporting a lot of those services mentioned, the economic development, the hiring in the area, and particularly within Jamestown. That is something that maybe it's 6 years away. If we could make that a 2-year away program, would be huge. And I know we have one, obviously, with GCSD, similarly thinking the same way. The last would be, I know we have the potential for utility upgrades as far as electrical. I know that there's the GRIP programs that are out there. $3.5 billion was distributed last year for a variety of electrical projects. A lot of these are out of the scope of where we tend to have our brain, but with the meetings we've been having with PG&E and some dissatisfaction I think we share with a lot of the responses and wanting to get that on paper. If there's an opportunity that this paired with other federal funds would entice increased investment to fix a lot of that deferred maintenance, I'd kind of put that as a third priority, but meat and potato issues. So,
Great, thank you. One of the things that Lori and I were remiss in letting your board know, one of the projects that we're thinking of for the 2024 grant application is a new firehouse in Columbia. I know that's something that your board has been interested in looking at, and so staff has been working towards seeing if we could put together an application for you.
Supervisor Kirk.
That she spoke to one of the Columbia Fire Station. That was on my notes. How long has this Groveland Community Service District, how long has that been in the queue for? Did I read this wrong? Has it been 3 years or is it?
Yes,
okay.
it has.
Okay. So I'm just thinking, like with TUD and some of our other partners into the future, do we ever reach out to them and see if there's any?
Oh, absolutely. We have funded a number of projects, utility projects from Tuolumne Utility Districts to Jamestown Sanitary District to Tuolumne City Utilities District. So all three have received CDBG funds in the last 25 years.
Cool. Sorry if
That's all right.
can't keep up with it all, but yeah, as long as they're spreading the wealth around, cool. So if it's Groveland's turn, then.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I think I agree with kind of where we're going now on this. I wonder if, so before, have you considered at all, because we're trying to look at barracks for the Mono Vista Station as well. Now, I don't want to cut into anything that's existing, but if there's additional monies or, I mean, are we pretty clear on what we expect to see come in?
So to answer your question, you don't realize that there's two parts to it. So one is when we do a project, we also need to, as Lori was mentioning, we need to make sure it's an income eligible area, and the Mona Vista doesn't meet that criteria. So that's
I remember.
Sorry.
Well, I know it's
Yeah.
it's a economically depressed area with one really nice neighborhood.
Yes, so that really challenges us as we reach out to various agencies and communities and talk about projects. That is one of our biggest hurdles because one small area will blow a whole area out of being eligible to apply. The second item you asked for is if we have any money left over. We will only be eligible to apply for one over-the-counter project. So that's it. The preliminary, I'm working with an architectural firm right now in regards to the Columbia Firehouse, and the initial estimate is around 2.8, but we're only at 30% of the drawing. So I do expect that number to go up a little bit, but very much realistic in regards to what we have in the budget to be able to spend on this project.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I was going to mention the same thing about Mona Vista, so I'm glad you did. At some point, we still need to address, east of Groveland on the 120 corridor and a fire station up there as well. And I know there's other things going on, but, that I'm in favor of doing, the capital projects, but we've got to land on how we're going to staff and keep operationally, keep these fire stations running. They're going to be running out before we know it, and we need the funding. Thank you.
So I'll start with the 2023. I know Groveland Community Service District has been waiting a long time for this, and they need it. As I remember from, I think it was 2021, that they have these pipes that are not only small but dilapidated, and they need the fire flow. Much less, it's not just the community, but we've got a project that's been approved that is also contingent upon this happening. So I really hope that we will see come to fruition. Now, for the 2024, I'd like to say I throw my hat into the ring for housing, especially workforce housing, because we really need it. However, we have already made obligations for fire houses. And I know specifically Dr. Lena Tran, who is the head of Columbia College, we kind of gave her a promise we'd be out in a year and have a place, and I think we're behind. So based upon that and already the things that we have said that we're going to do or we'd like to do, I think our first priority is that Columbia Fire Station. So is that basically what you need? Do we need to, let's see, we need to approve a resolution. So do I hear a motion for that?
So moved.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Wow, that was resounding. Okay, 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, so we're on to the next item. It's our second 1:30 presentation. And Heather, when you're ready, can you please read that?
1:30 p.m., item 2, presentation on the Tuolumne County Fuels Treatment Storyboard.
Oh, we've got the whole team here. This is great. Give you a moment to get things in place. No pressure.
All righty. Good afternoon, Board. Dory Beats. I am joined, obviously, with several county staff. We have GIS here, both Sam and Madeline, and, of course, CIO staff, Sean Hembury and Caitlin Henry. And then we also have our friends from the Forest Service as well. So there are several of us that are going to work through this and also be able to answer questions. We are really excited to show this to you, and some of you have seen a little bit of this at the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, but we are very excited. This has been a work in progress for many, many years by multiple staff, and at your request as the board to provide a venue to showcase the work that we've been doing in Tuolumne County collaboratively as well as collectively all of the different entities. I go back to several years that Liz Peterson and I had conversations about the necessity to work together and figure out a way for us to identify priority fuels projects. So for grant applications, we didn't have to compete against each other. And so 2 years ago, we had our first meeting in the county to do that. And then we also had one recently in November with those partners to pull this information together. So very excited and very appreciative of all the work. The list is long of folks that we'd like to thank that participated in that, but we're just going to demonstrate and show this to you, as well as a new alternative mitigation hub where people can input information and look for stuff. So I did get a copy of both of these sites so that you can share. I emailed it as well. Also, we have copies of the flyer out for the public here today. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Sam from GIS. And first and foremost, the GIS crew here in Tuolumne County is fabulous. I know you know that, but they truly, we gave them a problem and said, hey, can you create something for us? And this is what they ended up doing. So we're very excited to showcase this to both the public and to you as a board today.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Board. I'm Sam Zabel, GIS analyst here in the County GIS Department, and I'm going to take you through our fuels treatment story map. This is now a publicly available product that you and the public and anyone can use to explore and learn about all the different fuels treatments in Tuolumne County, and I'm just going to go ahead and take you through it. I will note before I get started, this is a web-based product, and we're on Wi-Fi, so some of these maps might take just a second to load. So the story map starts off with some introduction just about why we are doing fuels reduction in Tuolumne County, and as we are all very well aware, the majority of Tuolumne County falls into the high and very high fire hazard severity zones, and we are generally considered to be very at risk from wildfire. And in addition to that, the majority of our population lives directly in the wildland-urban interface, which is defined by combinations of housing density and fire-prone vegetation and fuel types and these high fire hazard severity zones. So fuels reduction and treatment work is extremely important. Additionally, Tuolumne County is covered by multiple jurisdictions. Approximately 75% of the lands in the county are federally managed between the Stanislaus National Forest and Yosemite National Park. Another approximately 360,000 acres fall into the state responsibility area, where multiple local agencies have jurisdiction and are working on projects. The county is also home to 2 federally recognized tribes, the Tuolumne and Chicken Ranch Bands of Miwok Indians. And federal, state, and local groups and agencies are all working on fuels reductions projects across these different jurisdictions. And coordination helps us achieve these goals of fuels reduction at a landscape scale. So taking a look at the Forest Service first, the Forest Service is shifting from traditional forest management practices and has launched a wildfire crisis strategy to accomplish new forest health goals, primarily aimed at reducing fuel load overall in the forests, so that we can introduce a more fire-adapted landscape. And the Stanislaus National Forest has been identified as one of the most critical landscapes in this new strategy because of the significant investment needed to reduce that risk to people, communities, and our natural resources. And just to give an example of what we're talking about, on the left here is an example of an untreated area with a lot of understory vegetation, a lot of dead material, a lot of high tree density. And on the right here is an example of the same area post-treatment. That understory vegetation has been cleared, trees are better spaced out, and this area is overall more fire adapted and resilient. And if it does experience fire, it will be less severe. So this treatment involves a mix of forest thinning, mastication, and low intensity prescribed burning. And again, this is reducing the overall fuel load while leaving larger, healthier trees on the landscape. And so then outside of the federally managed areas, agencies like the county itself, our Fire Safe Council, or Tuolumne County RCD are focusing on reducing risk in the developed and residential areas of the county under projects such as defensible space, home hardening, roadside brushing, and others. And of particular interest are our vulnerable and at-risk communities. These are neighborhoods with 30 or more dwellings and a single ingress and egress route. The Board of Forestry and Tuolumne County have identified 33 of these communities in the county, and so we are working specifically in those areas to try to reduce risk. A major priority for the county in this effort is roadside brushing, clearing vegetation within the right-of-way and along major roads to help ensure safe ingress and egress for residents and access for firefighters. All right, and with that, we're going to get into the fun part, which is the Fuels Reduction Projects Tour. This map will definitely take a second to load of all of the different fuels treatment projects and their footprints being carried out by all of the agencies in Tuolumne County. And so we have large agencies like the U.S. Forest Service working at a landscape scale to affect forest health overall. We have local agencies focusing on targeted treatments at the neighborhood and residential level, utilities ensuring the safety of critical infrastructure, and private landowners and companies that are managing their lands to connect with this overall landscape. There's the Forest Service treatments. So as you can see, there is a lot going on, and it is all a major patchwork and can be a little difficult to parse. So we're just going to scroll through this map, and it will take us on a map tour of all these different agencies and a few areas of interest. So starting off with CAL FIRE, we're all very well aware of what CAL FIRE does for us in terms of suppression, and they also are engaged in fuel reduction activities both by conducting treatments and as a grantor for many other agencies to conduct fuels reductions projects. There are many active and complete projects across Tuolumne County, some of which we're going to get into in greater detail. So the Stanislaus National Forest does an incredible job with fuels treatments countywide, planning them in a collaborative process with communities and stakeholders and using resources like the IFTDIS system to help identify areas of greatest treatment need and potential operational delineations to help inform those decisions. And so different areas get chosen for treatment based on things like fire behavior models or suppression difficulty or risks to communities. And the idea is that once an area has been properly treated, low-intensity fire can be reintroduced to the ecosystem via prescribed burns as part of an ongoing forest management strategy. And an example of that is the strawberry prescribed burn that took place this spring and will continue in a partnership between CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service to treat over 1,400 acres of land via broadcast burning up in the strawberry area. And additional treatments are planned in this area. This is also a great example to show you. So in the story map, each of these maps are interactive. You can click and drag or zoom in and also to look at an area in interest, and you can also click on particular features to see in more detail about the specific treatment that we're looking at, things like dates, specific acreages, and overlapping treatments, and which agencies were responsible. So continuing on to the Cyril project. The Cyril project is a landscape scale fuels reduction project taking place in the Stanislaus National Forest as a partnership between Tuolumne County and a master stewardship agreement with the Stanislaus National Forest, and on behalf of Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative, along with the Tuolumne River Trust. And this is a landscape scale fuels reduction project that is accomplishing hundreds of thousands of acres of fuel breaks and forest thinning treatments. The Cyril project is delineated by was come up with through a system of pods and planned around this potential operational delineation system that uses best available fire science to plan fuel breaks based around potential containment lines in the event of a suppression fire for community protection, and thinking about things like ridges, roads, and rivers as key locations. And we use that to prioritize areas for treatment in this project. And an example of that is the Fraser Flat and Beardsley area. Once the yellow highlight shows up. So these areas are given high priority for treatment, and treatment was already completed on these areas as critical roads and ridges, both for access to these areas in the event of a fire, and ridges that would be potential strategic fuel breaks in the event of a wildfire in this area. Pods and Cyril also prioritize community protection. So Cedar Ridge is an example of a very vulnerable community that has a single ingress and egress route. And so the Cyril project prioritized fuels treatment in the Stanislaus National Forest in the areas up against and adjacent to Cedar Ridge and these communities above the Stanislaus River Canyon. And again, just an example of what these projects are trying to accomplish is reducing fuel load and removing that understory vegetation to create a healthier forest that is less prone to severe fire and reducing the risk to nearby communities. So before we pivot to going to some of our other agencies and work, we just wanted to touch on roads. Obviously, in the event of any evacuation, we only have a few roads that would be used to move people in terms of highways 108 and 120 and a handful of major roads. And so fuels treatments such as roadside brushing and fuel breaks alongside these roads are very important. And so this map just highlights some of those treatments that are taking place alongside these critical roads countywide. So shifting to some of the work that Tuolumne County itself is doing to complete to improve safety and fuels treatments in the county. Roadside brushing is one of the primary areas of focus for Tuolumne County. We have completed over 40 miles of roadside brushing in the past 5 years, and with funding from the Fire Safe Council's California Fire Safe Council Evacuation Planning and Development Grant, we are going to complete an additional 5 miles of roadside brushing on egress routes from vulnerable communities. And an additional 23 miles of roadside brushing is planned through the USDA Community Wildfire Defense Grant. That same wildfire defense grant has also awarded us funding to help residents achieve defensible space on private property. So residents in the Columbia, Cedar Ridge, and Miwok Village neighborhoods will be eligible to receive assistance for defensible space to help complete that. And we were also awarded a grant from FEMA and Cal OES as a pilot project for the home hardening program under the Community Wildfire Mitigation Program. This grant will provide funding directly to residents in the Ponderosa and Miramonte communities for home hardening work such as fire-resistant roofing. All right, and then looking at some of our other agency partners doing fuels reduction. So the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians will be doing a significant fuels mitigation project on tribally owned lands starting in 2024 that will help accomplish defensible space and overall fuels reduction. The Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians also recently completed a significant fuels reduction project that included defensible space, roadside brushing, and forest thinning projects. Tuolumne County is also home to a network of 18 and growing Firewise communities, as our residents who are quite aware of the risk we all face from wildfire have worked to collaborate together and organize their communities and take action to reduce wildfire risk in their own neighborhoods. And if you are interested in starting a Firewise community, there are links here to additional information to either learn about Firewise communities and how you can start one in your own neighborhood. The Bureau of Land Management also administers a significant portion of lands in Tuolumne County. And 2019, the county entered into a good neighbor agreement with the BLM that will allow the county to complete fuels reduction work on BLM property. And so we will soon be working on a project in the Yankee Hill area to do fuels reduction on a section of BLM lands there. The Tuolumne Fire Safe Council is a nonprofit community organization that works to prevent wildfire via fuel breaks and community outreach and education. And they've been extremely active over the last several years in creating a network of fuel breaks. One of their major goals is to create the North Tuolumne Fuel Break as a contiguous treated area above the Stanislaus River Canyon to provide community protection. The Fire Safe Council is also active in the South County with several fuel breaks, such as the Tip Top Fuel Break above Moccasin and several others around the Pine Mountain Lake area. The Fire Safe Council is also planning a roadside brushing treatment on Highway 120. Staying in the South County, the Groveland Community Services District works to complete defensible space and protection work around their critical infrastructure like water treatment facilities or tanks and pump stations. And so they are currently in the process of completing a significant fuels reduction project around their main facility under grants from CAL FIRE. And the Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District is also active in the South County with several hundred acres of mastication and forest thinning work planned to the east of Pine Mountain Lake. And this project will also rehabilitate several fuel breaks in the area. And the TCRCD is also going to be completing a fuels reduction project on private lands along Jamestown Road by working directly with private landowners to help accomplish a project like this one that will have community benefit. Tuolumne Utilities District, as the major water provider for the majority of Northern California, also does significant defensible space work geared around protecting their critical infrastructure for water delivery, such as tanks and pump stations, and especially the main canal and flume that conveys water from Lyons Reservoir. And finally, Sierra Pacific Industries, as the largest private landowner in California, also has significant holdings in Tuolumne County. And in addition to timber harvest, SPI also builds fuel breaks on and around their properties to help limit fire progression and to assist fire agencies with suppression and protect nearby communities in the event of a fire on or near SPI lands. And so once again, these projects create an entire network of protection in and around the communities of Tuolumne County and healthier forests countywide. And so as Dory mentioned, every year we go through a process of coordinating with our various agencies and partners to help plan fuels projects. And by compiling all of these projects in one place, we can use this map as a planning tool to help identify the gaps and future projects, as well as keeping up with maintenance of existing treatments. We can symbolize and see here which projects are planned, which projects have just been completed, and which may be in need of maintenance or are already overdue to be maintained and retreated. And then finally, we have a dashboard here to help just show into numbers all it is that we are doing in terms of the hundreds of thousands of acres that have been treated, the thousands of acres that are planned for fuels treatments, miles of roadside brushing, and just how much grant funding we are being able to be awarded and are taking in and making good use of. And so just like to take a moment to thank all of our partners who contributed by providing data to this story map, and they're grateful for their collaboration and also for all their efforts to help make Tuolumne County safer. And so you may be wondering, where can you find all of this great information? Please, you can check out our new Tuolumne County Mitigation Hub, which is just a site where all of these projects and more can live, and the public or our agency partners can go to view this information, to view an app showing those fuels treatments by their age and status, and they're also able to submit their projects to us and show us where they're going to be to help promote collaboration so other agencies can see where another agency is already applying for or proposing to do some work, and so that we can help avoid duplicative efforts and enhance collaboration. That's all I got.
Awesome. Sam has gotten to be quite the expert on every fuels project or all the work all of us are doing. So
I'm just
we
going to take
keep,
Sam with me everywhere I go.
yes, we are. Yes.
Where's my Sam?
Yes, it's perfect. So.
Town hall you're going.
Yeah, he and Madeline both and the interns are doing fabulous work, and we hope that the board enjoys this type of mechanism so that you can utilize and share, and it's something that we can help tell the story. It's also really important for all of the entities that are working to make a wildfire resilient Tuolumne County to look at this and plan so that we aren't competing against each other for funding, but that we're working together to support each other to make sure the projects. It's a lot of work, a lot of land to cover, and trees continue to grow. So it's constant work. So we wanted to present this. We have individuals that all participated in making sure this happens here to answer any questions that you have. And I know that you will get in to do a deep dive and probably say, hey, how can you add that? So you guys all have Sam's number, so call Sam. No, just kidding. I'm teasing Sam. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, so questions from the board. Are there any immediate questions from anybody? No? Then we'll go to the public next and see if the public has either questions or comments.
I have a question
you
real
do
quick.
have one.
So
Okay.
I'm on the GIS portal. Where is the best way for the public to find this?
Yes, so the best way for the public to find this is that we have several flyers with the QR code in the back. You can also find it on the Tuolumne County OES webpage under mitigation. We will also be putting it under the Tuolumne County ArcGIS main page and the GIS web pages, or you can go directly to the link mitigation-tuolumne.hub.arcgis.com.
HTTPS.
Thank you. I'm getting there.
Okay, so I'll go to the public now and see if there are comments, questions, enthusiasm.
Got it.
Okay.
You know, I just want to start by first, this is going to be weird, but I just want to apologize. I've been coming here for like over a year, and I don't think I've ever really formally introduced myself. And most people seem to come up here and do that, and I just want to apologize. There's no reason for that other than I'm just this really informal guy, and it just feels weird to me. So no offense. I'm sorry if anyone's ever offended by that. But I am Mike Thomas. I'm the owner of All Good Driving School, and I'm also a local builder, but most importantly, I'd like to just be known as a firm believer in God and a follower of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So I just want to get that out of the way. Thank you. But I just want to say that was awesome presentation. I'm so happy for what you guys are doing. I could see exactly where I lived on that little map, right at the base of Mount Elizabeth, where the ditch crosses Mount Elizabeth Drive, and I have two nephews who are now employed with great jobs because of these programs. I could hear one of them driving the Masticator up on Mount Elizabeth, and it looks amazing up there, and I've driven a lot of these other areas, and I'm just so happy, and I just want to say thank you. It's great.
Thank you.
Well, just for Mike, not once have I ever gotten up here and formally introduced myself, nor will I ever. Sam, that was so awesome. Madeline was always my favorite, but this was very impressive. You did an amazing job, and I think you made it very clear for everybody to understand. Very good job.
Madeline was supervising.
Yeah, she probably was.
For the record, she's my favorite too.
Anybody else? All right, bring it back to the board for any final comments.
Move a little bit here so I can see you guys. Heck of a job. I mean, it's, heck of a story. Right? And it really is telling and very important to me, personally, both, from the board perspective as a citizen with the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, is that we get a true picture painted of everything that's out there and the agencies that are doing different things and work together. And the comment was already made about let's avoid duplication of efforts and putting in for grants for the same areas. It shouldn't be a competition in any ways. Fantastic work. kudos to all of you guys. Thank you.
You want me to go?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues' comments. I think this is sort of one of the challenges that I've had in communicating to my community. The work that's going on is it's so big and so revolutionary that I don't think many people can grasp that easily. Like you spent a fair amount of time talking about Cedar Ridge. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to people up there who have said, "Hey, Ryan, what's all that noise going on over?" And I just want to say, don't you realize there's like this huge like nationally recognized fuels reduction program going on, 200 feet from your house, your front door. And so this, I think, as a tool for people to really understand how fortunate we are as a community to have really put the time and investment into these programs and building the partnerships with the Forest Service, with BLM, with different partners throughout the state. And this didn't just happen. It's a culmination of work by Dory, by Liz, by our CAO Tracy Riggs, and many others over a long period of time to get us to the point where we're working together with the forest. We're making sure that we leverage the work that the forest is doing to provide the fuels protection to the communities, which is our interest as a county. And I think it's working really well. And to be able to share that, none of us that know about cutting down trees or we just don't have the skills to be able to talk as concisely and clearly as I think that you've put together a storyboard here that accomplishes that. So really good job.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, you guys you've stolen some of my thunder, but like I've said this before, we sit up here, we've made fire our #1 priority, and we see grant after grant, project after project, and we sit here and we're all kind of numb to it, but like I'm kind of coming out of my skin because like Sammy did an amazing job. And I brought it up to staff a few months ago, like we have to make a video like we did with the fire. It's I know, and I know it's in progress, and this is part of it because if we don't tell the story, like Supervisor Campbell said, I went to a town hall in Miwok, Dory was there, and I asked everybody, hey, what do you guys think about Cyril? Nobody had a freaking clue what it was, and I get it because 5 years ago I'm still trying to raise a family, but zero idea what was going on in local government until one issue. And so I don't fault people for not understanding what's going on in the community, but we got to give them the tools that way when we do try and explain things to them. It's visual, we can see it. We basically have thrown up all over paper the amount of stuff that we're doing in this community. Like, I need the insurance companies to sit in this seat. I need Ricardo Lara to sit his ass in this seat and look at this presentation, because this is why we are so frustrated with the way the world is with insurance and other things. You can't, unless there's a tornado windstorm with fire, you can't burn us down because of all the work for all the decades that we've been doing. And it's really frustrating because you guys are kicking butt. I'm really proud of you guys. I'm proud of all of our partners. There's so many partners. I'm sorry I even forgot about some of the partners, but we're all doing a great job of being together and doing this work. What I also want to say is so much of this work is grant funded. U.S. Forest Service is amazing, CAL FIRE, all that stuff. But while they're also bringing in these national recognized grants and things that are cutting edge, Tuolumne County is doing the same thing. We're fronting money up front that we don't have into the future. We're taking one-time money and saying it's our #1 priority, so we are going to buy fire engines. We are going to put stuff up in Groveland. We are going to take care of Columbia because it's worth it to us now to not lose these communities in the meantime. And so what I'm trying to get the community to understand is, look, I don't know what the solution is, but I know that maybe creating CSDs might be part of the solution, but long-term, I don't think it is. We're $7 million a year right now in funding. And in the next few years, when this money runs out, we're going to be $8 million negative. I'm just saying a 1% tax would take care of all this crap. And I hate taxes. I'm just saying, look at what we're doing. We're not slowing down, but some things are going to hit the fan in a few years. Sure, Cyril might continue. Sure, CAL FIRE stuff might continue. But Tuolumne County needs to be part of the conversation. And believe me, if we have to have tough budget conversations, sure. But I'm telling you, I can't cut enough employees to make up for the work that we're doing So I'm going to continue to tell the community, and this is a tool for me to use to tell the community, and that video will be a tool to say, this is what we're doing. We're not sitting on our asses. We're doing everything we can to protect your homes and everything. Maybe some help to guide this stuff into the future is going to be needed. So, sorry, I wasn't planning on saying that, but thank you. You guys did an amazing job, and I wish 50,000 people were sitting here watching this because it's a good thing.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great. I'm going to call my inside voice on all of that. I really agree with what you're saying on that. As somebody who just got their fire insurance notice of non-renewal and is having to put $50,000 into a new roof and a bunch of property things, this is exactly what I want to get in front of the insurance commissioner and the insurance companies and have them do the damn job, which is basically our risk is being reduced by the work that we're doing. But it's really complicated, and you put it well, it's numb. We have so many projects that come up through here that are good, and we go through the details that it's sometimes hard to zoom out and see all of this. I have no idea how you made a scrolling map that also I can zoom in and rotate the GIS background. But I love this because there's a huge difference between transparency and communication. I think we're always very transparent as far as sharing information. We're not always very good at communicating that in a way that people can go tell a story and read through. And I really love how this is framed and shows that amongst 58 counties in the state, be hard-pressed to find a single other county that is doing more work, that is more active in advocacy on this, and fire insurance and forest projects, that has more economic projects coming in to utilize this lumber, and that overall has a better plan. I think Tuolumne County is number one, and that's something that I hope people will be proud of. And to that, you know, where's the dollars? Where do they go, right? It's going to public safety, and it's going to protecting our community. It's 155,000 acres of completed fuel treatments in a, you know, that's over 10% of the county's land area, 15, 20% or something like that of the federal lands, 35%, 40% of the actual forest. I mean, that's a massive amount, and that's really been done between leaders of the county. So anyway, I think this is fantastic. I only hope to see this also expanded to include a lot of what happens with that wood when it comes out and highlighting a lot of that kind of full circle picture, whether it's part of this or just kind of tied together. But this is fantastic and definitely a model. So Sam, great job. Madeline, great job. All right, Sean, everybody, fantastic.
So I have just a couple of comments, and then I'm going to have to skedaddle, and our vice chair will take over this meeting. But this is, like everybody else has said, this is fantastic. And I said something earlier about telling the story. I love it when people tell the story, and this is just that. As long as we can get access to Tuolumne to film how this story actually came together. I propose that we put this before the CSAC Challenge Awards because it will blow everybody else out of the water. It will also show the insurance companies what Tuolumne County is doing. It will put us on the map, and it will reassure the people who live here that, yes, we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we're doing stuff, and we're collaborating. We have every partner that there is in this county and outside of this county working together collectively for this project. I just want to add one thing that I would have said in reports if I was here for reports, and that is I have to leave because I'm going to Sacramento, and tomorrow is the RCRC meeting where our ad hoc committee is presenting our findings from the fire insurance. It kind of goes along with this because we're doing all of this to kind of help with fire insurance rates ultimately and to clean up our act. So we're going to be revealing it to the full RCRC delegation, and if there are no changes, it'll be as it is, and we'll be able to publish it, or we'll make changes at the meeting and be able to publish it. So I'm hoping that the next time we meet next Tuesday, I will have those under my reports, I guess, to pass out what those recommendations are for policy changes that need to happen for our fire insurance. So.
Awesome. I was just going to say, supervisors, this is already getting the attention of folks in the state. We have showed it to California Fire Safe Council, They are just floored, and you are right, we are the first county doing this in a storyboard, so it definitely will serve as a model, and I know that I think that's a great idea with CSAC, so thank you.
Just a question, since we're talking about storyboards, are we also the first county to do the homeless thing with storyboards? Because I haven't seen that anywhere. The dashboard? I was just curious. Okay, cool, sorry. Not trying to steal the thunder, I'm just saying, let's lead in transparency and we'll get more community support.
Yep.
All right, we'll take just a very short break so we can make the changes.
All right, guys, going to get going here. Good afternoon, everyone. If we can please take our seats. All right, as Supervisor Half stated, I'm David Goldenberg, Vice Chair, and we'll resume the board meeting at this time. And ask Heather as clerk to please read our next item, lead number 14.
Okay, item 14, consideration of approving a contract with Annie Hockett to serve as the Health and Human Services Agency Director for a term of 5 years with an annual salary of $160,115.
All righty. I'll look to the board first if anybody has any clarifying questions they'd like to ask. Okay, seeing none, I'll move to the public. Is there any public comment on this item? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Goldenberg, we need to present on this, and
Okay.
remember I'd asked, told you that Annie would be back. She's on her way. She's just not here now.
Okay, should we
If you could
take
defer
another
it.
item?
Yes, take another
Yeah.
item, please. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies. I'll learn the ropes here pretty quick. Okay, so we will move to item 15?
16.
16. Yes.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 109-23 to defer implementation of changes made by Senate Bill 43 to Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5008 H4, Lanterman-Petrus-Short Act, currently scheduled to take effect January 1, 2024 until January 1, 2026.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And we have presentation.
Can you hear me? Vice Chair, members of the board. Michelle Clark, Social Services Director, here with Tammy Mariscal, Behavioral Health Director. Just bringing before the board today a resolution to request your approval to postpone implementation of legal changes to the grave disability definition as enacted by Senate Bill 43. Given the impacts that this is anticipated to have to our departments, it was actually built into the law pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5008, subsection H4, that a resolution could be approved by the local Board of Supervisors to postpone implementation of this law to plan for the anticipated impacts. Did it change? Oh, it did. Okay. So the Lanterman's-Petrus-Short Act, pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code in Section 5100, defines the grave disability and requires the legal process, including an investigation and psychiatric evaluation to determine grave disability for possible conservatorship. The existing law defines gravely disabled as either a condition in which a person, as a result of a mental health disorder, is unable to provide for his or her basic personal needs for food, clothing, or shelter. On October 10th, 2023, with the enactment of Senate Bill 43, the grave disability definition was expanded from mental health disorder to also include severe substance use disorder or a co-occurring mental health disorder and substance use disorder, rendering someone unable to care for their basic personal needs of food, clothing, shelter, personal safety, or necessary medical care.
So
Public Guardian and Behavioral Health are partnering because we each hold a role in facilitating and supporting persons on LPS conservatorship. Behavioral Health is responsible for the safety net provisions for crisis intervention and inpatient hospitalization for individuals experiencing severe functional impairment who meet existing mental health and voluntary commitment criteria. Impairments are found to result in and meet serious harm, defined as significant deterioration, debilitation, or chronic illness due to a person's inability to do one or more of the following: satisfy the needs for nutrients, attend the necessary personal and medical care, seek adequate shelter, be appropriately or adequately clothed, attend to personal protection or personal safety, a substantial risk of serious harm to the physical or mental health of the person may be evidenced by one or more of the following. The person presents suffering adverse effects to their mental health or physical conditions, and the person previously suffered adverse effects to their personal or mental health in a historical course of their mental health disorders or substance use disorders, and that their condition is again deteriorating. Gotcha. Here is a sample chart of how the LPS Act plays out in day-to-day. Conservatorship can start with the simple act of a 5150. Placing somebody on a psychiatric hold is a brief moment where somebody's rights are taken and they are taken into custody for further evaluation, stabilization. And as you see, it can progress to full LPS conservatorship at 5, I can't see that anymore, our screen's done. 535, what's the numbers up? Permanent LPS conservatorship. Behavioral Health and Public Guardian work very closely, and Michelle is going to go through what an investigation would look like for those people.
I'll just kind of give you a rundown of what the Public Guardian's office is responsible for. Public Guardian is actually responsible for providing a conservator for a person who is determined gravely disabled. The Public Guardian's office is typically notified when someone has been placed on a psychiatric hold and hospitalized, in an involuntary psychiatric hold and hospitalized, and is being evaluated for a mental illness, potentially rendering them incapable of caring for their basic need, providing for their basic needs. The Public Guardian's office conducts an investigation in collaboration with the psychiatric evaluation of the Behavioral Health Department to determine the need for a temporary conservatorship. The legal proceedings are initiated by the Public Guardian's office in collaboration with the County Council's office through a petition that initiates a temporary conservatorship and then typically goes through to the permanent conservatorship hearing. Once the Public Guardian is appointed as the conservator, Public Guardian staff is responsible for making decisions on behalf of the person and their finances. A conservatorship is in effect for 1 year and then reevaluated and taken to a reappointment hearing annually. So many LPS conservatees actually have been conserved for years, and often all of them reside in costly institutionalized placements.
The placement costs are specific to behavioral health responsibilities. So the chart that we've prepared for you today represents 4 years trending of how the LPS caseload has grown and placement costs have increased. As you note, in 2021, we had a range of 12 to 15 individuals who cost the department roughly $701,000. The range note demonstrates how, although people may be on conservatorship for years, there is a possibility of them returning or being released from a conservatorship. To date, fiscal year 23-24, we are on trend as noted. Our highest has been 16, and fiscal is falling in line just roughly around the $450,000 mark.
So I'm bringing this criminal court investigation to you just to kind of give you an idea of another legal statute that has had some impact already on public guardian and behavioral health. So court-ordered investigations stemming from criminal matters have impacted our office the past few years as well. Penal Code Section 1370 is the statute that regulates the criminal process if a defendant is found mentally incompetent to stand trial and referred for restoration of competency. Many times, a dependent might not is unable to be kind of rehabilitated and therefore returns to the court and are referred to the public guardian's office for either an LPS investigation or a Murphy conservatorship investigation. Murphy conservatorship is specifically designed for public safety, specifically for criminal defendants who may still pose a threat to society once they have, I guess, once their kind of criminal matter is up and it has to come back before the court. A Murphy conservatorship is believed to create many challenges for our county, as locked institutions are difficult to locate and are extremely costly. And I just bring this before the board just so you kind of see what our department is already kind of facing with some of these, and these criminal court investigations have only increased. So you can see by this that it kind of started getting referrals on these in 2017, where it was kind of a pretty minimal impact. And now we're up to 10 this year. While these might not end up in a conservatorship, it does create workload increases, basically because we are responsible for that investigative process, time consuming, and there are deadlines that are necessary. We are also regularly consulting county counsel on these cases for their legal advice because these are complex. And again, this is impacting both social services, public guardian's office, as well as behavioral health. So I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of kind of what other statutes we're kind of facing.
The facility types that we currently utilize, the majority are out of county, where we use the Institute of Mental Disease Treatment facilities, IMDs, boarding cares, again, down the hill, residential treatment, and supportive housing. The facility types range in cost. It is difficult to identify that a board of care would have a specific rate and that rate going forward, no changes. All the facility type rates are identified by the level of locked facility, the acuity of the patient or the client that we are attempting to place, and sometimes their criminal background or if they have medically compromised situations, which of course would drive up the price for care. On average, we could pay a patch of $300 a month, all the way up to looking at $35,000 to $4,000 per placement per month for individuals with higher needs. Supportive housing obviously would be the lowest level of housing or supports necessary for some individuals who have been able to be maintained within the community, supported by outpatient services. And as you all know, we've been discussing having supportive housing available in Tuolumne County, which also, our Cabrini and Washington House represent a model of supportive housing for individuals that are on conservatorship. So the budget is under pressure. Everything that we've discussed today, both for public guardian and behavioral health, our funding is outside of the general fund. We are 100% paid for by realignment, 1991 and 2111. Behavioral health does have MHSA funding available for some of our more chronic clients. The administrative activities of our public guardian was 100% public funded or county funded. County behavioral health has the dedicated revenues to provide for the higher level needs. But there is no additional funding added to our realignment 1991 nor 2111 for this increased population. So yes, we've had a mandate to perform this service before, but not to the level of the degree that we are expecting individuals to possibly be identified under this law.
So why we are here today, obviously this law has gone into effect. It goes into effect January of 1st, but basically with the sudden kind of implementation of this law, we just have not had any time to really plan for this. You know, with the addition of the severe substance use disorder and impairment to this definition, we do anticipate, you know, an increase in our caseload. I think as Tammy covered it, you know, with the budget piece, basically for our budget, it is competing. Our realignment funds provide for the rest of our major programs in HHSA, as well as our staffing and our salaries. And so, you know, so we'll really need to plan for that. Based on the placement costs that we have seen historically, we would anticipate a major increase to placement costs if we do not have local options to support this population. And we'll also likely have to factor in an increase in inpatient residential treatment for this population as well. You know, based on the legal definition, we expect to see even greater kind of increase in referrals from the court, possibly related to criminal matters as well. We already see a major placement shortage in this state and compete with 57 other counties. So that we would anticipate, that's already been a major challenge, just, you know, doing LPS. We also have some concerns. We know that involuntary addiction treatment is not effective and that residential treatment facilities are not locked. So one of our concerns is that, you know, if someone who is conserved absconds from a facility, you know, it will be on us, the burden would be on us to try to locate them and out of county. So that would be tricky, I think. Obviously, you know, again, this competes with our staff and our salaries and those sorts of things because there does not come with additional funding. We also, I think it's also important to note that it's not only our staffing and our salaries, but this would also be an impact to county counsel's office and conflict counsel as well. Just so important to kind of plan for that. And then I think just to add one final thought on this, we just have so many kind of projects that we're trying to implement right now. And I think if we could get some of the housing projects implemented that we're working on, you know, kind of get acclimated to the care court pieces, I think it would be really helpful before we start introducing yet one more thing that we're going to have to kind of take on. So those are some of the obviously, I also didn't touch on increased residential contracts to ensure capacity and then increased administrative oversight and contract monitoring. We would see, I think, an increase in our workloads. So at this point, we would respectfully recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the resolution to defer implementation of the changes made by Senate Bill 43 to Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5008 H4, currently scheduled to take effect January 1st, 2024 until January 1st, 2026. And that does it. Any questions?
Okay, now I'll look to the board. Supervisor Branton, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I wanted to ask on the numbers going up from the court-ordered cases, the 2 to 0 to 5 to 10. Is that related at all to the incompetent to stand trial funding we've received? So more going through that because we've got now resources into it. So what's the cause of that? Is that purely just from the courts?
That is purely from the courts.
Okay. All right. I also wanted to ask, with the numbers that were coming in there, say if we were to implement this, do we have any capability to throttle the volume and prioritize them? Basically, is it an all or nothing? We either do not implement this now, or we do implement this now, but we have to do every single taker. If that makes sense?
We're hoping to throttle by deferring the implementation till 2026.
No, I know that. I'm
So, okay.
assuming we don't do that, we let it take effect. Is there a way that we can throttle or prioritize which cases enter into this process?
No, and Michelle will explain.
No, I mean, once someone is either like placed on an involuntary obviously, an investigation would have to happen. So no matter what, we have to take the referral in and do the investigation, right? Once the court orders the investigation, or once a referral comes in because someone's been placed on an involuntary psychiatric hold, the work has to be done. So obviously, if it is determined that they meet that grave disability definition, then we would be, I don't want to say forced, but then we would be forced to file a petition for a temporary conservatorship with the court. So there is no, it's kind of an all or nothing type situation. We wouldn't be able to just, pick and choose referrals.
And I mentioned that this doesn't come with funding. Within the thing, it says this is going to be sent to the Commission on Mandates. I don't know. I couldn't find whether they have a ruling on this yet. Not that I'm hopeful, but this does seem to be, it's not a fee exactly that can be passed on. Is there any ruling yet by the Commission on Mandates of whether this would be constitutionally reimbursable?
To my knowledge, it is not, no, and I don't see any movement towards that.
Okay.
They're seeing it as an expansion of the eligibility of grave disability, and truly, current laws already include chronic alcoholism. They are just expanding that piece of the law to modernize the language, assuming that chronic alcoholism is equivalent to modern day substance abuse and or addiction. Like methamphetamine didn't exist in the 70s maybe.
Okay. And that's not including, what's the difference in that for grave disability between an alcoholic and a like ABC no cell causing, criminal issue, cirrhosis type case? Talking about somebody who is, they drink too much versus somebody that is really unable to care for themselves completely because they drink too much. Is there a definition there for that?
Supervisor Brandon? Sorry. Maria Sullivan,
Yeah.
Deputy County Counsel.
It was the latter.
So currently, the definition for grave disability remains the same. The only difference is that prior to this new bill, it related only to chronic alcoholism. So any chronic alcoholic who could not provide food, shelter, or safety for themselves was considered gravely disabled. Now, they've just expanded the definition to include all substances. So that could be alcohol, that could be any other illicit substance.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's what I was getting at, is it's not necessarily just somebody using a substance. It is somebody that is using a substance, and derivative of that, they cannot care for themselves in a very fundamental way.
Correct. And that's not a determination that the Public Guardian's Office makes. It has to come from a licensed mental health practitioner who evaluates the patient, usually through the 5150 process. That's the majority of the times how they encounter them. And if the doctor determines that this patient is unable to provide food, shelter, or clothing, then they make that determination that they are gravely disabled. And then that's how it gets sent to the Public Guardian's Office.
Okay, great. So my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I've got just a couple of quick questions. One, these trends that we were seeing, essentially doubling the last few years, is that unique to Tuolumne County, or is that kind of prevalent with other counties? Just trying to get a feel here.
My understanding is that I think it's impacting all counties. interestingly enough, I have heard that Sacramento County has, and obviously this just came kind of just through just some information, but maybe had some like up to like 100 court investigations and have placed like 4 on Murphy conservatorship. So I actually think it's something that people are seeing statewide.
Okay, thank you. No, that's all I have. Go ahead, Supervisor Cook.
Could you go back to the chart real quick, like the boxes with the arrows? No, keep going. The flow, no, keep going. It was at the beginning, keep going.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was sorry.
it. Okay, I thought I saw care court somewhere in there. Could you clarify, does care court have anything to do with this definition being expanded?
Yeah,
At the
so care court is a referral process, but it's bringing forward individuals who we anticipate would be meeting the grave disability definitions.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So I guess my question real quick is, I'm looking at the homeless thing, and I know in our dashboard and other things, we apply the services to residents. And I know that California is working on some sort of database to see who's got services in what counties and whatnot. Yeah. If we're applying, will we be applying this specifically to Tuolumne County residences, or could we get referrals from other places for these placements?
Tuolumne County residents.
For grave disability, again, I think that it's typically coming through the process of either an involuntary psychiatric hold and being receiving that psychiatric evaluation. So again, like as Maria was saying, you know, so it would have to be determined through what we call a doctor's declaration for it to kind of, I guess, meet that criteria. But I think that where we are starting to more see referrals, or I should say, is through the court process. So they're coming through a court-ordered investigation. So typically not coming through just a regular referral process, but that does not mean that they would not come from the court. I hope I answered that question.
So could a court refer a case that's out, like somebody from outside of county?
Outside of county?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. No, right. It would be our residents only.
Okay.
Correct.
Because I'm not sure, but I heard that we were with our care court that we had got 1 or 2 referrals from outside the county that were going through our court system here. Do we know about that?
We did not receive referrals from counties out, and the end's pretty small. I can't really speak publicly about the cases. They're going through the process.
So we don't have an individual going through care court who's from outside the county that we're aware of?
I can't acknowledge that publicly.
Supervisor Brandon, so one of the care court criteria is that in order to be eligible for care court, you have to be a resident of the county. So if anyone were to petition for care court who is not a resident of the county, they would not qualify for care court here, and that petition would be dismissed.
Okay. So that rumor I heard is false then?
That would be false. I don't know what you're referring to, but.
Okay. I was just, one of the slides, it sparked a memory, so.
What I can say is that sometimes people that might meet care court criteria sort of bounce around between different jurisdictions. And so until all the counties are in care court, I think that we're going to end up seeing sometimes we're trying to figure out exactly where they reside. But ultimately, in order to have the care court process proceed right now, where it's just the first cohort, they have to reside in the county. But I do think we're going to see, I mean, we were talking with the team last week from the state, even down south in other jurisdictions, Orange County, LA, Riverside, the population tends to sort of, they're transient, so they move around. So I think maybe that's what you're referring to.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure we're not taking in people from other counties to do care court just because we have care court up and running ahead of schedule.
And I wanted to make a distinction too between the LPS conservatorship and care court. The court can refer defendants to the public guardian's office to assess for care court or LPS or Murphy. However, care court is completely voluntary. So if a person is considered gravely disabled, there's a presumption that they can't do anything voluntarily. So they're not going to be put in care court if they are unable to voluntarily participate in that.
Sure, and the reason why I bring that up as a concern is because we have resources, we have homes that we're purchasing, so I just want to make sure that those beds in the now and in the future are going towards residents and not outside residents. And so I got wind that we were taking one in from a southern county, but if that's not the case, then it's just misunderstanding. So, okay.
Okay, at this time, I'll call for public comment.
Thank you. There's a lot of information in here. And I know some people that have been on a conservatorship for several years that are housed out of county, and it's very expensive. And so their family is really hesitant to say a word about anything because they're afraid of losing that benefit. So under the court-ordered investigations on page 4, that slide where it has the numbers, so those are just the investigations. That isn't actually the people who have been deemed incompetent to stand. Because my understanding, I thought we had 6 of them were at least declared competent to stand trial. So just because you investigate them doesn't mean they turn into the whole shebang. But I'm in favor of this. I'd really like to treat people who need to be treated, but if there's an out in the law that we can defer, we might as well, because otherwise you'll spend all your time doing this.
Okay, seeing no other public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for additional comments, questions.
Chair, I see that we don't really have a whole lot of options here, so I'd be happy to make a motion if that's acceptable.
I believe Supervisor Brandon had one question.
Okay.
Great, thank you. I did want to ask another question, and I thank you for that. I was trying to flag it down, and I wanted to ask a little bit about, within the law, it talked about, I think, San Diego, San Francisco, and Sacramento were the 3 that they can directly appoint a conservator. So the difference between an appointed conservator and a public guardian and how that works within this. So would these all be through the public guardian process on us, or would these also be referrals that family, making it easier for a family member to say take over as a conservator?
Well, I can,
I should have sent that one ahead of
Maria
time.
might need to kind of add on to this, but in these situations, in the LPS we are typically, we still have to go through the process, and we have to provide a conservator, so we may be able to make a recommendation if there was somebody else to kind of identify, but in most of the LPS cases, the public guardian always acts as the conservator for the most part. And I can say that most LPS is, they are indigent. So I think that that's important to note, but I don't know if Maria would like to add anything on to that.
I don't have a lot to add, except that public guardian is sort of the agency of last resort. So while they are tasked with doing all of the evaluation and then filing the petition for an LPS conservatorship in particular, they don't have to be the one appointed conservator. However, one of the definition or one of the provisions of the law is that if you do have family who can assist you with food, clothing, shelter, then you don't qualify for LPS. So if they have family available to assist them, then usually they aren't conserved in that way.
Okay, that answers that. Well, this is a pickle. So we were talking about earlier, every year, everything's just changing with this completely radically. I think we have such a pressing issue. My opinion is that this, to me, is beyond, I think, housing that supports those efforts, a top priority. And 2026 is far too far off. I know that we have an existing process to already do this, so that's not reinventing that necessarily, though it will be more. We do have fund balance for where these issues come, and I know that may not be a forever issue, but we have some. And at some level, every county that is having this, the state will have to step in after a period of problem solving with it. in the spirit of us also taking the CARE funding and becoming one of the initial counties to do that, I've been pretty consistent that I think LPS needs to be stronger and we need to have a stronger conservatorship process. I know of individuals specifically that have impacted areas within my district that seem incompetent to take care of themselves, yet did not fit existing definitions or had somebody willing to step into that role. And that makes it really challenging. So I'm open to more conversation what that looks like, because I realize that this is, we're talking on December 5th, it's implementing in January. And whether it has to be delayed for 2 years, but to be honest, I think we have to implement this and we have to do it soon. And if that means other projects are paused, I'm okay with that. Because some of these individuals are costing tens, even over $100,000 probably. And I don't have numbers of how many hours we're spending going out 2-3 times a week, it seems like, to some of these individuals that are causing a lot of problems. So that's where I'm at with this. I get that probably 3 weeks is not the time to do it, but it's not 2 years to me.
Okay. I would presume that if we decided we were prepared a year from now and had the funding and staffing, we could do it earlier than the 2026, correct?
Supervisor Brandon, I'm actually not certain about that. Or, I'm sorry, I keep calling everybody Supervisor
call me
Brandon.
Brandon too.
Goldenberg. I just realized I did that. It's just
late.
like, I'm used to sorry,
They look very
Supervisor
similar.
Goldenberg. Sorry. Man.
I make that mistake all the time.
Yeah. Sorry. That question was asked amongst county council, and I'm not sure that that's the case, because if there was any kind of challenge to enacting the law, it says either it's implemented on January 1st of 24 or January 1st of 26. So there hasn't been a lot of clarification as to whether you could implement it any time in between there.
Okay, well, I guess we'll bridge that problem if it surfaced and came up. All right, I believe we had a motion by
Yeah,
Supervisor
I'd like
Campbell.
to move that we adopt resolution to defer implementation and changes made by SB 43 to the Welfare Institutions Code, Section 5008H4, currently scheduled to take effect January 1st, 2024 until January 1st, 2026.
I'll second.
Okay, first by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, carries with 3-1. Thank you. Let's see, has Ms. Hockett arrived? Okay, so we will we'll go back to item number 14. If you could please read, Heather.
Item number 14, consideration of approving a contract with Annie Hockett to serve as the Health and Human Services Agency Director for a term of 5 years with an annual salary of $160,115.
Good afternoon, Board. Karen McGettigan, your Human Resources and Risk Management Director. As you heard from this morning, there will be some significant changes in leadership at the Health and Human Services Agency with the departure of Rebecca Espino and the Assistant Director, Steve Boyack. In order to identify a successor, internal recruitment was run to identify the next Health and Human Services Agency Director. Your board interviewed the candidates on November 27th and selected Annie Hockett as the incoming director. For members of the public who may not be familiar with Ms. Hockett, she began working for the county in 2004 as a social worker in child welfare services and was initially promoted to a social services supervisor and eventually to a program manager. She has since worked in behavioral health and public health departments, as well as probation, where she currently serves as the Assistant Chief Probation Officer. She is a licensed clinical social worker and supremely qualified for the position. We're all very excited. The proposed agreement was negotiated to appoint Ms. Hockett as the Health and Human Services Agency Director for a 5-year term beginning December 10th of this year to run through December 9th, 2028 at the appointed salary of range 126, step A, which is $76.9788 per hour, which is approximately $160,115 annually. And Ms. Hockett is here if you would like to ask her any questions.
Looking to the board, do we have any questions of?
Already had the chance to grill her.
Yeah.
When can you start?
Okay, I don't have any questions myself, so.
Yeah, I'll say just a few words if you
Okay,
don't mind.
sure.
Yeah, very honored to be here and to be selected for this position. I'm excited to be returning to HHSA, and I feel very fortunate to return to such an incredible team, so many talented and dedicated folks over there. Also just wanted to thank the many people that have reached out to me in the last week and wished me congratulations and expressed excitement to work together with me in this new role. And I just look forward to serving this board and continuing to serve the community as your HHSA director.
So nobody contacted you and said, what have you done?
Maybe a few.
That comes later.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any additional comments from the board here?
Only going to make the comment to say welcome. It's big shoes to fill, and I'm really excited that we're going to move on this. So, still has to pass though. So
I'm aware. Yes.
The only thing I'm going to say is, yeah, you do have big big shoes to fill. It's getting late, Annie, and I'm losing my vision because I need to eat something more. Yeah, you do have big shoes, but you know what? Those aren't your shoes. You're you, and so lead how you lead. And you got a great team behind you. You got great directors who are going to help fill in the gap. So you can't be Rebecca.
Definitely not.
But you're going to do great. So just be you. So,
Thank you.
I agree with Supervisor Kurt's comments. So there's times where I wish I could have cloned Rebecca, but that's not going to happen. So welcome aboard. At this point, we'll look for a motion to, I'm sorry, public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say it's been really great working with you, juvenile justice issues in the past, and I have complete confidence in your abilities, and I think HHSA is in very good hands.
Well, I thought you had good candidates who applied, but I applaud this choice because I think it's good to have someone who has been outside the department for a while, and she's been amazing over at the Juvenile Justice Center. And you see what happens when social programs maybe don't work as well as they could. So I think you will be awesome.
Thank you. All right. So now I would be looking for a motion to approve the contract.
I'll move to approve the contract with Annie Hockett.
I'll second.
Okay, we have motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries 4-0. Thank you.
So is it just fire left?
No, we have two.
Short-term rental.
Yeah, and we've also
17.
got 19. Okay, if the clerk of the board could read item 17. Thank you.
Item 17, consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add Chapter 8.70 related to fire and life safety inspections for short-term rentals in the unincorporated areas of Tuolumne County and setting the second reading for adoption on December 19, 2023.
Welcome. We got the whole team here. Please go ahead with your presentation.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Andrew Murphy. I'm your Assistant Fire Chief for County Fire, and we brought the whole Fire Prevention Division here to discuss short-term rentals. And first, we'll let everybody do an introduction. Just your name, please.
Can't reach that far. Hi, I'm Sonia Clan, Fire Inspector.
Jeff Santos.
And Steve Gregory.
And now Steve will introduce the item.
All right, thank you, Board. Honorable Vice Chair and the Board, we are here today with a proposed ordinance that is related to the biannual inspections of short-term vacation rentals, also known as peer-to-peer rentals in the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County for fire and life safety requirements. Residential structures are broken down into two basic divisions, transient and non-transient. Transient occupancies are considered a dwelling unit or a sleeping unit occupied for less than 30 days. The California Fire Code includes hotels and motels as transient occupancies. The CFC considers non-transient occupancies to be more permanent in nature, and these include apartments, condominiums, et cetera. The fire code requires that both transient and non-transient occupancies to be inspected annually, with the exception of non-transient 1- and 2-family residential structures, so they're exempt. While the fire code and the building code have definitions for apartments, hotels, motels, boarding houses, lodging houses, timeshare properties, and multiple other types of transient and non-transient structures, there is no official definition for short-term rentals addressed in the codes. With the county having roughly 1,100 plus short-term rentals that are certified through our tax collector's office, this ordinance will ensure that the minimum California fire and life safety regulations are being met with these occupancies through their biannual fire inspections performed by Tuolumne County Fire Prevention. Owners will be notified of this program through an outreach program that includes inserts into the annual tax bills, social media posts, press releases, and an update to the county fire's webpage. Additionally, it should be noted that the board has approved a fee schedule for these inspections under Chapter 3.40.01 of the ordinance code. This fee currently is set at $103 and will be collected in the years that the inspections are completed, so every other year. This will help offset some of the costs for the inspections. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors waive the first reading of an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add Chapter 8.70 to the ordinance code related to fire and life safety inspections for short-term rentals in the unincorporated areas of Tuolumne County, and set the reading for adoption on second reading for adoption on December 19th, 2023. If there are any technical questions, we are here for you, and I'd like to personally thank the County Administrator's Office and County Council for all the help with the ordinance. Much appreciated.
Okay, so look to the board. Questions?
No question. Well, I guess the one question is, how do you see the timeline in terms of implementation and rollout? I mean, you touched on that a little bit, but are we going to educate people first and then actually have people fill out the forms, or what's the process you want to?
Yeah, it's going to implement January 1st of 24, but we're going to do a soft rollout. I think the anticipation is a year to 2 years of education. Because we're getting the records from, it's public records, it's going to take us a while to collect that data. I think it was brought up earlier that they think there's roughly 1,100. We think there's roughly 1,100,
Yeah.
but we're going to have to vet that out. So it'll be a soft rollout.
Okay.
And if I can just interject briefly, it will be 30 days from the second reading adoption on the 19th. So not quite the first, but shortly thereafter it will become effective. But we do have discretion regarding enforcement, and so education first is the goal.
Okay. And we do have a agreement with Airbnb. If you talk to the tax assessor's office, they'll be able to bring you up to speed on that. So they should have all of the information specifically on Airbnbs, and I believe VRBOs as well. And then we do contract with a group to give us information on all the people that do other things that might be a little more under the table that would still qualify under this. So just keep that in mind.
And if I could also interject regarding any agreement with Airbnb to provide information to the tax collector regarding TOT tax, that information is confidential.
We can't use that
But
for
there
this?
is publicly accessible information that the tax collector has, and that fire can use to identify short-term rentals.
Okay, I was going to say, I just stuck my foot in my mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, but so there are components of that we can still use.
Correct, yeah, any publicly accessible information, but any confidential information that's made confidential by our ordinance code under the TOT section of the ordinance code will not be used for enforcement.
All right, well, I'll let the experts figure that out.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, Supervisor Campbell kind of touched on it a little bit. You said that for those who aren't, maybe they're doing kind of things under the table, there's a way to get this ordinance to still do the inspections. That was my question. Was I get a lot of folks like from the Tweenhart Muick area who say that folks are doing short-term rentals, but it's not being, it's all under the table type thing. So how do we, how do we apply this ordinance to making sure those spots are safe? And then eventually the big picture, and I'm sorry because I'm playing catch up on emails as we're up here discussing, but I've been asking for like 4 years what's going on with short-term rentals and those who are under the table, and it looks like maybe we have a program in place soon where we can actually find out. It's through Deckard, it looks like some program where we can identify those. But I think all what I'm trying to say is how do we address those that are under the table? And then I'm getting a lot of pushback from people who own short-term rentals who know that their neighbors are running them. Why are they going to get inspections? Why are they going to, or why are we going to, but yet maybe our neighbors aren't? So I just want to make sure we have a fair playing field, and how do we address that?
Sure. So, longer mic here. As has been said, the information that we're going to get is going to be what's publicly accessible. So, for those that are doing business under the table, I mean, there's not a real great way to track those, so they have to be publicly accessible.
Okay. But if we get them through that Decker program and we understand that they are under the table, then because of that information, you can go out and do inspections?
We're going to do fire inspections on the short-term rentals that we're aware of, yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. First, happy that you brought this up. I have brought up before that, I think within your home, you should be able to have a short-term rental, and that's a reasonable thing. And yet, when you have a bed and breakfast, you have to go through a bunch of planning hoops. You have to make sure there's parking. You have to go through some of these requirements. When you rent out a house to Airbnb, you don't have to. It's kind of like the fast lane process, and it creates issues. And I think we're seeing those issues. I wanted to ask about enforceability, because as we had this item come up before, I thought that it really should be paired with a business license. Because putting a lien on the property while it's still operating as a short-term rental and then having to spend 5 years potentially collecting that is really inefficient in my view. As an alternative and a kind of a compromise, since my meeting with the CAO about this over the agenda review for this, so if we find them to not be in compliance with it, and it's not the roof is caving in red tagged facility, but let's say it's the smoke alarms are not there, I assume we're going to have some follow-up process to make sure that they actually did it. But if they don't do that, there's nothing in here right now that seems to enforce by sharing this with the short-term rental company, say Airbnb, I'm just using it ubiquitously, it's VRBO or whatever it would be, and not going so much after a property lien, but the contract, because they are required to be in compliance with local laws. So that was all a long setup to, instead of liens, is there going to be a process in this to let that company be aware that they are not in compliance with local laws?
So this ordinance is enforced under the code compliance structure, so
Right.
it cites back to 110. So if a short-term rental ordinance is found to have not had an inspection, they would get a notice and order, or opportunity to correct, notice and order, go through that whole process. Same
Right.
as if a short-term rental was inspected and continues to operate without meeting the operating standards that are outlined in the outlined in the ordinance.
Right.
So it would go through the code compliance enforcement process.
Right. Now, at the end of that, what I'm getting at is that the end of that process is, would we put a lien on their property, which means they have up to maybe 5 years to pay, or would we let Airbnb know, or VRBO or whatever, at any point that they are not in compliance? With that, and I've got another question, but that would be a recommendation, I would say, to add to this, is that as they've gone through the code compliance process, we would notify them that they're out of compliance. That would address, I think, the issue I was trying to get at with the business license on this to the board. I also wanted to ask about, this mentions a local contact person for fire, but also for sheriffs. Thinking about any public safety visits, and what about the ones that are operating in a very unsafe way, having service calls out all the time. So we want somebody reachable within 60 minutes. I think that's really great. I wanted to ask too, but is there any consequences built in with this? So if they are having regular service calls, let's say once a month, anything that we're saying is basically not safe or not okay, or any type of fee associated with that?
So our portion is just the fire and life safety aspect of it.
Okay.
I see where you're going with that, but if there is noise complaints, parking complaints, we're just addressing the fire life safety aspect. Under 1.10070 general administrative provisions, there are some pretty hefty fines for the violations, up to 5,000. So to that point, we've never had anybody push back like that hard in the 18 years I've been here on any code compliance for fire. They've pretty much complied pretty quickly with the health and safety portion of it. But to your point, if there's noise violations, garbage violations, parking, we're not addressing that in this.
Okay, those are my only two questions. Thank you.
Okay. I guess my one question was if you're looking at part of the notification procedure being with the tax bill, we got one not too long ago. Is that all the way out to like September, October next year? Are we looking at other ways on the outreach?
Yes, we've got a pretty aggressive social media campaign, and then just, we plan on working within that realm and the web. A couple other things we mentioned here, but yeah.
Okay. My concern would be that we don't do anything until waiting on the tax bill, but it sounds like we're prepared to move forward when you're, okay.
Right, yeah.
All right. Look for public comment.
Good afternoon, Justin Burtwhistle, tax collector. I just wanted to answer a couple of your questions. First, the TOT returns go out quarterly, and those go directly to whoever's managing the property, so we could put a notice in those tax returns. And then about under the table operators, we're a small staff, but if we had the resources, we could go and by law, we could, they're risking what they're doing because we can go back 3 years and charge all their, as if they had full occupancy, tax on that occupancy, that tax, and then penalties on top of that. So it's a risk, and they'd have to be turned in or something. We do have everything that's online. If they advertise on Airbnb or VRBO, or we have those ones. And that list can go to fire.
Well, thank you very much for that information.
I did have one brief question. I remember we contracted with a company that it was their job to go out and try to find people to
Online.
Are we still doing that, or is that?
That company invented that process, and they fell apart. They were bought by a bigger company, and so now we have, we're working on a contract with a new company.
Okay, so we're not doing that currently. But
So, yeah, pretty much the same thing, better, cheaper.
Okay.
They've refined the process. Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Kirk.
So just to that point, if once we, I think it was Deckard was the name of the company. So once we get that signed off, then we can start using them to, are they going to identify and go after, not go after, but are they going to identify and make contact with those owners who are under the table, or are they just going to provide the services where they're just letting us know who's doing it?
They will send a letter for us that we've written, and we have one already, that it goes only, they only will send it to the people who are advertising online.
Okay.
We'd have to be notified. We've never been notified.
So they'll notify them, but what you're saying is you don't have the resource to do the follow-up after that?
We're getting there.
Getting there, okay.
Yeah.
So until you get there, we can at least provide those addresses to fire, so
Yes.
they can go do, okay. Two different things, okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. We're in comments, correct? Or are we still doing questions?
No, we're in public comments right now. If you have questions, okay. Any additional public comment?
Hello again. Mike Thomas. See, I'm horrible at that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that anymore. Did it once. That's it. I'll make this quick. This really doesn't affect me, but to understand correctly, there will be like an education period where the homeowners will potentially get information in advance of what they might need to do to bring the property up to code. Is that correct?
It's not really it is a code thing, but basically they're not living there, they're renting this out. So when you say homeowners, So for the rental to bring up, this is basically just like when we go out and inspect apartments, hotels, motels. So you have residents that don't live in the area, and all you're doing is providing, it's really simple. It's smoke detectors, exits, fire extinguishers, make sure you have, you're not overcrowded inside. So when we're saying educate, it's nothing more than, it's very simple education. It's nothing that is complex. It's, you know, you have a smoke detector in your house. You, in the rooms, at each level, you have a fire extinguisher. Are your exits, do you have suitable exits? And as you have any open electrical and those things. So there is something you could look at online to answer all those questions, but it's a very, very easy and nothing complex about it.
Okay, so then
So
my,
if you could direct your comments,
sorry.
questions to the board.
I'm
and
sorry.
we'll
Okay,
reach
so
out
then
soon.
my additional question to that would be, like, in the building department, assuming that they have the information correctly, that you know, the fire department shows up for the inspection and everything's good, there's a one inspection, the one-time fee. When I do building inspections, if, you know, the inspector shows up, I've got a nailing inspection, I get it wrong, I gotta call them back, and let's just say I'm really bad at nailing and I get it wrong, and I get it wrong again. Eventually, the building department charges me again for more inspections. So is that gonna be the case in this, just to protect the department from spending a bunch of money going out and inspecting some properties, you know, 10 times for $100 is, you know, something that should be considered, I think.
All right. Typically, we don't get into too much back and forth, but I'll allow the answer here, please.
Yeah, not to get too much in the weeds, but to your first question too, with the flyer that's going to go out, there'll be a QR code and a reference to the webpage, and the webpage will have an FAQ section, and then all the requirements that we're going to be looking at. It's all pictures and laid out there. To your point, the inspection covers the inspection and a reinspection. If there's multiple inspections, we will be charging a reinspection fee.
Beyond 2.
Beyond 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other further public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for comments, questions. Supervisor Brandon.
Great. I did have one recommendation. This is kind of in implementing this, but I know you'll be getting the list of addresses and beginning to go through that, but say every door direct mail outreach to pretty much every property in the county is not that expensive. It'd be very good to just get this out there in the beginning, and that way hopefully those go as smooth as possible rather than one by one. Most of them are going to be out of compliance probably on something, and that's going to slow it down. If we can get 50% of them to just go do it, that'd be great. I did want to express just one concern to the board, and this maybe relates again to the contract, that as much as possible, we have expanded our code compliance team to have more individuals, but they still have a massive caseload. And I don't know if we have Brian or anybody in here, but my concern is that this might add a lot more cases into code compliance if people are doing it. I don't know if that's grounded, because hopefully people will just do it, and the disincentives, you know, not there, but we have a lot of property owners that are sometimes very resisting, and they take irrational fights over what is a $50 thing for years. So my only concern would be if we do an inspection, they do not basically fix that within that process, that we would look at the contract first rather than entering the code compliance process, if that is a way to do it. So bringing that up to the board so that we don't dump too much on them. But
I might be able to clarify to address part of that concern. The enforcement officer under this ordinance is the fire protection district. So code compliance really shouldn't be involved. We're using that process that's outlined in that ordinance code chapter to enforce this ordinance, but the enforcement will come from fire. Code compliance might assist, you know, getting started to help understand the process, but they shouldn't be involved in issuing any notices or.
Thank you for the clarification. I thought that you meant it goes into code compliance, not using their process. So.
Similar situation to vegetation ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you guys for bringing this before us. I just wanted to say, kind of the libertarian in me at the beginning of all this was screw another inspection, leave people alone, leave their homes alone. But then when you step back and you think about it, it's a little different scenario because you're inviting people from the outside public to come into your home, and they're assuming it's a safe environment. And they're assuming when they go to sleep with their kids, they're not going to die from carbon monoxide or a fire. I own a short-term rental on my property. I built one next to my house. And I actually would appreciate the services to make sure that I create a safe environment for people who come and stay with me. So I just want people to understand I'm usually hesitant on things. New ordinances, especially if it involves somebody's dwelling, which, you know, the Constitution, it's their castle, it's their place. But if you're going to open it up to the public, and we have the ability to, I think we have a duty to, in some instances, make sure we have a safe environment. So I know you could take that a million different ways and apply it to a million different things, including COVID, because I had people tell me that. But this is, for me, this is different, so I'm going to treat it differently. So thank you guys for bringing it, and feel free to start on my property, have a little test run. I welcome you. So
I had just one.
Can I?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, yeah, and I agree with Supervisor Craig. I also agree with Supervisor Brandon, kind of broached the topic of business licenses. I think that's definitely a conversation we should have. But I think in the meantime, we need to do this because we're at a point in our county's history where people have to change. We have to change. We have to change how we look at our own personal responsibility and our business's responsibility with respect to the fire safety of our entire community. I think we're taking a lot of steps to do that. You know, I mentioned the vegetation ordinance, people just in general taking responsibility for not just their own property, but their neighborhoods, whether it's fire safe or whether it's firewise communities, a variety of different elements. And to me, this is all part of that. And if you've ever seen somebody from out of the county who maybe lives in a more urban, suburban area come up here and try to start a fire in a fireplace or an old potbelly stove, you know that there is the possibility for significant risks if the properties themselves are not set up for fire safety. So I think it's an inspection that needs to happen. I support it, and I'm happy to make a motion if that's so desired.
Yeah, I had one comment on cards and the QR codes. I have about a 50% success rate. Please put out website addresses as appropriate, and thank you. Okay, look for a motion then.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so this passes 4-0, and we will, this is
Thank you.
This is the first reading, so this comes back December 19th. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll resume the board meeting at this time. Board Clerk Heather, if you could please read item number 19.
Item 19, consideration of providing direction regarding local regulation of delivery of medical cannabis, including tax thereon, in response to SB 1186, Delivery of Medical Cannabis Patients' Right of Access Act.
Okay, thank you. Quincy, you have some information to share.
I do, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I'm going to be giving you a brief presentation, 10 slides on SB 1186 and how that changes some of our cannabis programs here in Tuolumne County. And at the end, I will be asking for direction based on our assessment of what we think would work, but we are really interested to hear if the direction we're going in is where the board would like, where you would like us to go. So with that, Medicinal Cannabis Patients' Right of Access Act. It basically is going to allow across the county and require us to allow the delivery of medical cannabis. Right now in our county, we do not allow any commercial cannabis that's growing, that's delivery, that's processing, dispensaries, anything like that in the unincorporated area. And so this state law that's going into effect January 1st would require us to alter that. Right now we allow nothing. January 1st, the county is going to be required to allow the delivery. Along with allowing that delivery, we are going to be required to allow a non-retail business to occur. This would be essentially a warehouse that an individual could store their product prior to it being delivered. It would not be a dispensary. They could not sell from this location. That is not a component of this new state law. And so there is a gamut of choices that a county can make in terms of enforcement. The state has been very clear on things that we cannot regulate. We cannot limit the number of delivery businesses in the county. We also cannot limit the operating hours. We can't limit the frequency, the number of times they may go to and from a certain customer. We can't limit the quantity of cannabis that's being delivered. And we must allow delivery from out-of-county businesses. So if an entity has their business in Calaveras County, we must allow them to deliver in Tuolumne County. There are certain things that the county can regulate. And the first one being zoning requirements. Does the county want to only allow this type of land use in certain zoning districts? Do we want to restrict the size of the business? The building that it actually operates in. The county can regulate security and or public health and safety requirements. So if there's going to be certain security measures that are in place, the county can specify those. The county can also require certain permits to be obtained, and it can require a business license if a county had that program. When we talk about permitting requirements, we're talking about ministerial or discretionary permits. So something from an administrative, ministerial, over-the-counter type permit versus a discretionary permit that may be approved by the director, the planning director, or the board. So there's a big range of the level of permitting that can happen. A county can impose and collect taxes. We cannot be less strict than the Department of Cannabis Control. So a big component of this program is that all of these businesses will have licenses with the state and has a very strict and robust enforcement and licensing program through the state. So Quincy Ailey just can't show up one day and open a business. First, I have to be in compliance with the state of California, and then I can come to a county. We can regulate the number of physical businesses. So we can't regulate the number of individuals doing delivery, but we could cap the number of buildings that the product was allowed to be stored in. And we can also enact a prohibition on cannabis accessories. So other paraphernalia that may go along with using medical cannabis. A county can limit that component of the business and just have cannabis being delivered. So it's sort of cannabis or cannabis plus if you wanted to include the accessories that might go along with using that. When I was talking about the permitting, this is sort of a graphic to try and explain this. Is on one end, we could treat this non-retail storage building essentially as a permitted land use. We could call it, they could identify it as a storage land use, and anywhere in our county that storage is a permitted use, indoor storage, that land use could also kind of be assigned to cannabis storage, and so it would be treated as a permitted use. We could go one step further and do what we do for grows right now, which is an over-the-counter permit. So it's still ministerial. We don't deny the permit, but we do require individuals who want to have a personal grow to come in and obtain a permit. And there are regulations around that in terms of where it can be, how big it can be, and other types of zoning regulations that are in that middle category. The furthest category would be what I would consider the most heavy regulation, which would be to identify this land use, a cannabis delivery program, as a conditional land use. This would require a CUP or some other type of permit. It's discretionary. It undergoes environmental review. And then that would be a permit that's either approved by the director, planning commission, and or board, but could also be appealed through that system depending on where the approval landed. So on one end, treat it as a permitted use. Basically, the county just accepts the state law and we do nothing. Middle is kind of a mid-level regulation. It's still ministerial, over the counter, no one's denied, but we put some parameters on the program that I'll talk about in a second. And then the more extreme would be to call it a conditional use. Oh, this looked fine on my screen, and now I can see, gosh darn it, it didn't space correctly. So should the county want to adopt local regulations rather than just accepting the state program, there would be two pathways for that. One would be under a category called an urgency ordinance. That would allow the county to have rules in place on January 1st when this state law goes into effect. That urgency ordinance can have parameters in it, and we can talk more about that process should your board want to identify this as an immediate health and safety issue, and there are pathways to adopt an immediate urgency ordinance regarding this topic. The second way we would do it, if your board wanted to, would be to follow our standard ordinance process. That's our first and second reading. And if we were to follow that process, by the time we adopted the ordinances and then they went into effect, I would expect that to happen in mid-January. County Council has been a huge asset in this process, and myself, and we have put a lot of time and energy into getting to this point. So we're fairly prepared to act in either capacity that you may want us to. Another component of this discussion is, does the county want to set a tax rate? So in 2018, the county passed Measure M, as in Mary, and that allowed the county to set a commercial cannabis rate, but we did not set one because at that time we didn't allow any commercial. So no need to set a tax rate because there was no commercial cannabis. Now that the state is going to require us to have a component of commercial cannabis in our county, your board can direct county council to work with the county administrator's office to identify a tax rate, and it would come in as a category of other cannabis business. County council can talk more about that tax rate process. It doesn't happen through community development department, but we would work closely with them. And should your board want to tax this land use, county council would come back after the first of the year with additional information on that. So in your board report, I suggested a number of items that would be a recommended starting place. It isn't where the board needs to land today. It may not be where you land in the end, but there are four things that I'm recommending. One is that we limit the cannabis delivery businesses to 4 zoning districts that are showing up there. The next one would be that we limit the size of the physical business where the product is stored and limit that to 5,000 square feet. The third would be that we would require a buffer for those businesses from schools or daycares of 1,000 feet. The 1,000-foot buffer is consistent with what we have right now on our personal grows. So that's the reason for that number. And lastly, that we would do all of this through an administrative ministerial process, which would create an over-the-counter permit process, just like we do for the personal grows. So someone would come in, they would apply, we would check these various items, and then they would be issued an operating permit that we would charge for. So in the yellow, these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items that we're looking for board direction on. And in the white is what myself is recommending to you. Is the first one is, should an over-the-counter permit be required, or should the land use be conditional? It's staff's recommendation that we do an over-the-counter permit. Should we charge a fee, an inspection fee? Yes, my recommendation is that we do that. Zoning districts, staff is recommending these 4 zoning districts. Your board may want to limit that further or expand it to be broader. Do you feel the 1,000-foot buffer is appropriate? The state allows as small as 600 feet, so we could take that down to 600 feet, or your board could increase it. Do you want to limit the size of the building for the storage? The state law is silent on that. That is a local preference, and it's our proposal that we limit that building size to 5,000 square feet. Another question we have is, would you like an urgency ordinance adopted so that we have something in place on January 1? It's my recommendation that we follow our standard ordinance code process with the first and second reading. And lastly is, do you want to develop a tax rate for this? And I do not have a recommendation on that. So that is all I have to present to you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, let's start on this end this time.
Okay.
Question, Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my main question is about that. I think this is great, and thank you for laying it out this way. I think it makes a lot of sense. My main question is for the last item on here, which is up to the Board of Supervisors. So can you walk me through what would be the process to develop a tax rate, and maybe this might be a question more for the CAO, what would be the timeline for that? What would be the end goal? Are we looking to recover costs for administering it? Can we set a tax rate that's higher than that so it can actually bring money in for law enforcement or other types of services that would need to be more robust to handle this type of commercial activity?
So it's a tax rate, so you have a little bit more ability, but you can only set it as per the ordinance or the measure that was adopted. So from 0 to 15%. Or $0 to $15 per square foot. So what we need today is just direction that you want our offices to work together. Really, we would rely on the CAO's office to develop the rate, so they would be looking at, what other jurisdictions are doing, what seems to make sense, and then we would work with them on bringing back the ordinance for your board.
How does that work with your bandwidth in terms of, can you have we have to have the tax rate in place before people can get their permits to be able to have a facility of this type, or can we roll out the first 6 elements and then work on the tax rate later and then implement it retroactively on anybody that has that type of permit?
I don't know that it would be retroactive. You could definitely implement it at a later date. You would just have to keep in mind that it would not be taxed between now and the time that the ordinance that sets the rate is adopted. So there would be potential revenue that you're not getting.
So, well, okay, just brass tacks. If we say today 12%, I'm just pulling a number out of clear thin air, 12% tax rate, that's what we want, then that moves ahead. I mean,
if you gave us
is there
direction,
a lot of complexity to moving ahead with that?
So I actually did discuss this. I was looking with Justin, our tax collector, and just to see if he knew what other jurisdictions were doing. But what we would do is start reaching out to other jurisdictions, find out what they may be charging, so we are within the, staying consistent. We would also look and bring back to you any state fees, any other fees that might be layered on top of this, so that you're fully aware of what the impact would be with any tax that you would be assessing. And so I don't know that we could bring it back on the 19th. We could bring it back in January. And as Sarah said, once you choose that, then she would write the ordinance, and then you have that first and second reading, and then you have 30 days from that second reading. So maybe February or March might be the timeline that it would become effective. This goes into place January 1st. So that was that gap we were saying that you may have where it could be allowed, but as soon as it's in place, then they are subject to that tax.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. This looks fine. I wanted to ask, is this applied also to the city? So obviously they have recreational do those recreational dispensaries serve this same purpose and recreational? Are they also going to have to adopt a similar thing for medical?
It does apply. I've looked at other models, not the city of Sonora, but town of Truckee, Lancaster, a few other city models that I've looked at to see what they're doing. So it's not limited to the 48 counties.
Okay.
Sorry, 58. I just cut 10. Maybe I just cut myself out of a job. I don't know. 58 counties. I'm not sure.
Okay. The only things I would put onto this is I think the urgency would be fine, just to kind of get this done. Sounds like it's coming into effect, but I'm pretty neutral on it. That's just where I'd prefer. I did want to add one thing related to smell. As far as the building, I know we have square footage here. A bigger concern to me would be some type of air filtration.
So if we, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but if we could do questions first and then we'll come back for
Oh, yeah.
taking a few here, so.
I did want to understand, so who is buying and selling it when it's medical like this? Because you mentioned it's not a dispensary. I wasn't quite understanding what we would be actually taxing.
So it would be businesses that hold the, it's like an M4 and an M5 permit from the state of California. So there's a category, a business category for individuals who operate this type of business, and they are only allowed to sell their product to individuals who hold the correct card, that medical cannabis card. And so that is the kind of the layout of the market. You have to have the state licenses. We wouldn't issue those, so they would come to us sort of pre-licensed from the state of California, and then their customers would be individuals who hold the cards with the authority for that purchase.
Okay, so broadly, this would be maybe cannabis from another area that allows growing. From that grower, they would bring it to a warehouse they built, and then anybody with a medical card could come in and buy it at a rate that they would set, like a dispensary, but you have to have the card. It's not like I grow 12 plants at my house and then I go store it in a storage unit and then I go take a deposit out of that, right?
Great questions, beautiful questions. So actually, if I grow personal marijuana, I don't have the correct license to sell it to you. So it's not going to kind of cross over into that personal grow arena, okay? The second thing is that no one's coming to the business. This is, I have a van, I have a truck, and I deliver it to a location. So no one's coming to that business. How the product gets from its grow location to the facility is something that would be outside the scope of the county, but regulated by the state of California.
Okay.
So they may grow it in a county, they should be growing it legally. So they're growing it in a county or in a location that does allow commercial grows.
Supervisor Cook.
One question I have, Quincy, is what's the, I don't know if you can answer this, but like the business tracking mechanism for this? Because if people are bringing a bunch of cannabis up here and then doing deliveries, do we have any say as far as how we make sure it's being tracked properly so it's not just disappearing into the black market?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that question. I would take on the responsibility of ensuring that that piece of information is included in the proposal that we're going to bring back to you for whatever process you should choose to want to adopt. So I don't know the answer to that, but certainly we can get that clarification and sort of and bring that information back to you.
Right. I guess, thank you. For me, the simplest thing is if they're permitted to run that business and we're just making sure they have the permits and the taxes, everything in place. I just want to make sure on the back end that we know it's actually a legit operation being tracked correctly. So so thank you for answering that and thank you for including that. One of my questions is you put on here you recommend the cap size of 5,000 square feet or under, but I don't see a question about how many we actually want. Storage building sizes should be limited to a specific square footage.
So it's not my recommendation at this point, or it's not my recommendation that you limit the storage facilities to pick a number, a dozen.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not a component of what I'm suggesting. However, that certainly could be a component of a program that the board could return to me that we could enact.
Okay. And You didn't ask on here about accessories, so obviously that's another thing that we could address later. Or
So,
bring
and
up.
thank you Supervisor Kirk, these questions. There are components of the ordinance that we do intend to include that I felt didn't necessarily need board direction, because things like security systems, parking, landscaping, things that we would normally include with a commercial business, as well as some other things. There's been like internal security systems, making sure that, that there's access controls and things like that. So there are other components we will include.
Then I'll stop asking questions. I'll wait till comments. And then just so I'm not wasting your time or assuming that, I'll just make a few comments. If you have already thought of them, great. I'll just put them out there.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you. I'm going to hold off on anything for now and look for public comment.
Hello again. I think Carol and I are competing for the record of most comments in one day, but sorry about that. I'm just chatty today, but I can't believe I'm about to tell you this, but I started smoking pot when I was 11 years old, and that continued on a daily basis like cigarettes until I was 19, at which point I was arrested for DUI. So yeah, Anaya, the guy who helped teach you how to drive and owns the local driving school, was once arrested for DUI. And I am sorry for that, and the system worked, and I quit, but I so badly want those years back. And I am so against recreational marijuana use because of what it did to me. And however, I have a son who puts me in a very strange club. Most people, I think, could understand what it's like to have a pet chew on the drywall or scratch the drywall out of their house, but I don't think that most people could truly understand what it's like to have a child that does that on a daily basis. And my son is so severely and profoundly autistic that he did that for years. And he is also epileptic and had, periods of grand mal seizures. And medical marijuana really sort of, I will say, saved my family. So despite my experiences with it from a recreational standpoint, and I'm so against that, I'm completely for it from a medical standpoint just because of what it did for my son and my family. With that said, I never had a problem getting it for my son. And this just seems crazy that they're mandating this as if it's something that people can't get. It seems to be pretty readily available. And so I guess I would say that I would like to see all of these recommendations, including the taxation, as much tax as possible, because one of my concerns would be that this ends up costing the county a bunch of money to implement these regulations, and to also limit possibly the number of locations. And what was the other thing? Oh, the additional products that could be sold with it. I say if we, whatever limits were allowed from the state, I say we take advantage of. Because again, I don't think it's that hard to get. The number of people who actually need this home delivery is probably very small, so I can't imagine we need, 7 facilities of 5,000 square foot each. It just seems crazy to me. The whole county can get stoned every day 20 times over with that much facility of storing marijuana, so let's not go that far. Let's limit those. Let's take every available limit that they will give us in addition to as much taxation as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment.
Well, I would say no to this, but I guess we don't have much choice. So do we have to provide them with a storage building? So I would say no, you just drive it up. And I would tax it at the highest possible, so 15%, and I would start on January 1st. So if we're required to offer this, then that's fine, but I think we should make it expensive and difficult.
Yeah, I agree with the previous two speakers. We have plenty of pot in the county. We really don't need more. And the thing is, studies show that cannabis use is linked to mental illness. So gotta be careful, what are we really solving here? And also studies show that the more marijuana is available, the more youth usage goes up. So just every time there's another way to bring pot in, youth usage goes up. So health and safety of our youth has got to be paramount. So we need to do everything we can to limit this thing. And it's, you know, it's critical that the county find every way possible to resist what the state is doing to overrule local government. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Board, Justin Burtwhistle, tax collector. And I'm no expert in cannabis tax collection yet. But there will be costs associated with it, associated with administering the tax. So we'll have to probably hire a person, probably have to buy software for it, beef up security. This is an all-cash business. The banks can't take deposits from those businesses. And permit transport is really expensive. So the tax would have to cover those costs for it to make sense. I don't see that there would be that much demand. My understanding is the taxable transaction takes place at the doorstep where it's delivered. And I think even if it's square footage, percentage tax rate, I think it's still apportioned by where it was delivered to. And so the people who are buying it they have a prescription card already, and they have cash sitting around, and they would prefer to pay a delivery driver to find their house rather than go to a dispensary. So I just think that that's not as many as we think it may be. And, you know, not that we shouldn't study and go there. But then there's the, how do they decide to keep track of this cash and report it and bring our small percent to us? And then I just don't think it'll be a whole lot of money to pay for the costs that the tax collectors going to have to incur. I think waiting to see if those, you know, ads come up or something like that, billboards, and we think that they're really going to be, they're really making some money out there, and we can tax it and make some money to pay for itself, and a profit on top of that. To, you know, then I think at that point it would be a good idea to. It doesn't hurt to study it now, but as far as implementing it, it makes sense to wait, I think.
Good thoughts. Good things for us to think about. I appreciate it. Thank you. Any additional public comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Comments, questions, and what I'm thinking of here, and I appreciate, Quincy, that you developed this little chart here, and we may want to consider adding an item to it. But I like the idea of individually that we just run down through these and let Quincy, you know, keep tab. I think that'll be fairly definitive for us to look at how to approach this. Supervisor Brandon.
I was only going to recommend that if we have anything we would like to also get recommendations on, we put that out first, and then we do exactly what you said through. For a couple of these, as was mentioned by some of the speakers, like a limit on the buildings, as Quincy had mentioned, it's not part of this, but similarly, I'd like to see where we're at on that as well.
Okay, so let's do one run through real quick that if anybody has anything that they'd like to add, and then we'll go from there. So there was one there.
Yeah, so I had 4 specific things. One was the smell related to air filtration on the building. On the tax rate, the maximum as well. A limitation to one facility within the county. And then kind of a question, but whether we can make them cashless, because that is a concern.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk.
good ideas. I'll agree with smell, agree with one building, agree with the cashless, which kind of goes back to my question earlier, Quincy, about basically a business plan. What's the plan? But I think if we're in charge of it, can we do a cashless system? One thing that I had brought up earlier, and you had mentioned it, was a security system situation. One of my concerns is if there was an operation, there could be, a burglary or robbery, especially if you're doing deliveries in and out, and even if you did have cash. So security system with a camera, but then I would also, if it was up to me, I'd put in a Sally port, basically a secure entry and exit. That way we don't put people's potential lives in jeopardy when they're going in and out of that facility. And then one last thing I'd like to add is maybe have Tracy, I'll just leave it to you guys, to just have a work session with department heads to see how this might affect everybody. And maybe we're missing something, just to, as far as if we're impacting other folks we're not thinking about. So just a quick meeting with department heads. So those would be the things that I would add. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell, additions?
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't have any additions. Do you want me to just go down what my views are on this?
Yeah, and I don't have anything beyond what was already suggested by a couple of supervisors, so I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. So I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation as it is. I think it's a fair balance of what the requirements of the state are and going beyond that to meet what I think our specific needs in our community are. I think it goes above and beyond what the state requirements are on a number of key elements, which, I think other than, I think tax collector Burt Whistle kind of described the situation pretty well. I don't see a huge demand for this, at least in the outset. Not having a crystal ball, I can't see where this is going to be in 10 years. It could potentially be a very large business, but in the short term, I really don't see that happening. So I'm comfortable with the staff recommended actions on 1 through 6, with the final question of whether to develop a tax rate. So I feel very strongly that we should, simply because the voters decided with Measure M that any cannabis-related operations that occur in our county should be taxed, and that crosses the spectrum, of people that are opposed to cannabis and support it. Both sides think that there should be some tax there, and I agree. And so I think by being true to that sentiment from the voters, we have to look into what the possibilities are. I don't think I'm prepared right now to say it should be 15%. It should certainly be more than 10%, I believe. But I would like to look at some of the things that our tax collector brought up in terms of the cost of actually administering and taxing these types of businesses. We have to know what's the effort that's going to need to be put into this. I mean, are we going to be spending, he mentioned having a whole extra staffer whose job is just to do this. If we're $70,000, $100,000 just to collect taxes from, 3 or 4 of these businesses, or who knows how many, that's something we got to figure out before we start implementing it. But I do think it should be over the counter, and I do think we should tax it. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, and I would just add, just so that in case, to make sure you don't need to, is that we did meet with department heads at I've brought this up at several department head meetings, and so I have talked to those that may be affected. They're aware of it. I got some information from my staff that the odor issue is a requirement under the state operating licenses. So we'll review that and make sure that, that our local odor officials, I guess I'd look for our building division and things like that, and look to Kelly to make sure that it is going to be adequate. And fees, in terms of just fees, when the fees that the CDD will charge will be for staff time. So we will sit down and sort of put together what a mock process would look like, how many hours that will be, and then outside of the tax, CDD will also charge a fee based on staff time to process and inspect.
Okay, that sounds good.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great. So I'm fine with 1 through 6. 6 had changed my mind a little, since we do have a couple potential extras, and that may need a little more time. I think the tax rate should be 15%. Why not? And then on the other items, what I recommended for smell, limitation to 1, and then cashless, assuming we can ask for cashless, which I see online it is possible to do that for cannabis. Those 3, I wanted to ask, I didn't write down the ones you were recommending. I heard Sallyport and the department head meeting. What was the other one? Do you have it from Supervisor Kirk?
It was also delimited to 1.
Oh, okay, then,
And,
yeah.
security, cashless, smell, and limited to 1 was what Supervisor Kirk
Yeah.
added on.
And I'm fine with the Sallyports then as well too, as part of the security measure. That would be for basically transaction exchange, right? Like a
Yeah, if you have somebody come up from the valley with $100,000 worth of cannabis, we want to make sure they get to their location safely. Otherwise, we could have armed robbery or, just make it secure.
So regarding the delivery to the business, so
To the
the
business,
products
yeah.
coming into the
Yeah.
business.
If
Got
you
it.
have a whole bunch coming in, it's not a big deal. 1 or 2 deliveries going out, but the big shipment coming
It's
in,
the coming in. Got
that's
it.
going to attract some criminal activity.
Thank you.
So that's fine with me.
Okay.
So over the counter, yes on staff recommendation for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then standard ordinance. I guess I need to hear where everybody else is on that. I was paying less attention to that and coming up with the other things. And then up to board on tax rate. I don't have enough information yet. I'm leaning towards the 15%, but I need more information. I kind of want to know what the city's doing, and I kind of know what other jurisdictions are doing. I'm leaning towards 15, but I just need more information. It sounds like we're almost there. And then you got the Sallyport. Sounds like the smell and some of that stuff's being addressed in the cashless thing. Thank you for the information about the department heads, and let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I say cap to 1 building, right? I get that.
You did, and that would be something that after I hear from Supervisor Goldenberg, I haven't heard a majority on whether or not it should be capped or not, so I'll come back to that in just a moment.
We just agreed on cannabis.
It's actually, Jared.
I just
Look
wanted
at that.
to note it.
Moving mountains.
513.
And nobody's here to witness it. We should put it on Facebook.
How are you guys going to celebrate afterward?
Oh, well, when I mean community, you know what I mean? You guys get to deal with this crap every day. All right. No, and I just wanted to clarify, because I'm thinking about this, if we say 1 business, then that means 1 permit or 1 building. No, we're not. We're saying it could be multiple permits potentially. We can't limit the amount of permits?
Cody, you want to jump in?
Because I haven't weighed in on that.
You cannot limit the number of businesses delivering within the county, but you can put a limit on the number of physical premises within the county, as long as that limit doesn't have the effect of limiting readily available
So we can
access
have
to medical marijuana.
1 business, we can have 1 metal 5,000 square foot shop. First come, first serve. Someone's going to get that. Everybody else is going to be driving from outside the area to do their deliveries.
That's what I'm understanding that you're saying, and that's what I'm understanding Supervisor Brandon is
Okay.
saying.
I'm
not hearing that
clarifying.
from Supervisor Campbell, so we'll
Okay.
see where the adventure will continue.
Okay, my turn. Yes on number 1 for the counter permit. 2, I have no problem with that. I'm not sure exactly what we would be inspecting for when we do an inspection, other than if we put some conditions like alarm systems or something like that to make sure they're operable. 3, the zoning, I like the zoning. And when we go to the number of facilities, I'm more in favor of, looking at geographically within our county, for people that may get served perhaps a little bit better by, such a program. So I'd be interested in 3, perhaps 1 up in the Groveland area, 1 up 108 corridor, and 1 in the lower country someplace, just as a loose, thought. The 1,000-foot buffer, number 4, I'm fine with that. Building size, I don't know why we would want to go to 5,000 square feet. I was thinking 1,000 square feet personally. I don't think there's a lot of space requirements here on this. Standard ordinance code preparation process, is that would be the first and second reading?
Correct.
Okay, I like that for the transparency of it, give public a chance to participate more. Tax rate, I'm open, 12 to 15%. I don't, just a brief comment, I don't think there's, have you had anybody asking yet from out of the area?
No one's asked me, and my staff hasn't asked me. That
Right.
doesn't mean that the question hasn't been
Sure.
asked.
Okay. I just have the feeling we're not going to get overrun with requests to set this up in our county with the size of the county, but I could be proven wrong. Time will tell. So we need to go back to Supervisors Brandon and Campbell as far as the number of buildings, is that correct?
Yeah, I think the cashless, I think we can look into that and bring that back as allowed by law. Smell, we've got handled. Security system, I think I've heard you on that. So unless there's any one of the four who's not wanting that, we'll just roll those items in. So then we get back to the number of businesses.
And I'm kind of, the Sally Port, I get what you're saying, Supervisor Kirk. I have no idea how much they might be delivering, and obviously there is, the product's got a pretty good cost to it. But then again, it almost seems like an overkill to put in a full Sally Port.
It's something that we could, when we come back with the first reading, we could also talk to some of our other counterparts who
Okay.
maybe have this. We could also talk to the sheriff's department and see what their recommendation was. We could bring, if that's not, if you're willing to let us do a little work on the specific security measures, we understand that that's the concept that you want. We can look and see what some options are and bring a proposal back to you when we come back with the first reading, unless you want to give specific direction on those security measures today.
I don't think so.
I'm comfortable with what you just proposed. I don't like the idea of giving specific building requirements because we don't know what that looks like.
For me to talk to the sheriff, I mean, I'm not going to say no. There has to be some sort of security system at least. If the sheriff agrees with me about a Sally Port idea, then I would like to know that because the last thing I want is an armed robbery gone wrong, somebody gets shot and killed, and it's in Tuolumne County, and we've already seen it go haywire in Calaveras County. But because we're talking about that, do we have to have a building period? Are we required to? Because I thought we had to have a building. Like that's kind of why I asked about the one and everybody else drives in. Because if we don't have to have a building, then I would just say then no building.
Right, and so I think Cody Nesper addressed that a little bit, saying that we cannot concoct a set of regulations that basically outright prohibits the enactment of the state law. And so it's our view that by saying no buildings allowed, that could be viewed as a way that we were not fully implementing the state law. And so that's why it's our recommendation that we don't just allow out-of-county deliveries in, but that there is some level of a physical building in the county that helps us comply with state law. Tell me where I got it wrong.
I think that's generally correct. But what this law does is it prohibits the county from adopting or enforcing any local regulations that would have the effect of basically limiting timely and readily accessible medical marijuana. So for someone to challenge our enforcement of a regulation or our adoption of a regulation, they would have to show that it's somehow impeding their ability to have readily accessible medical marijuana.
And I'm so sorry because you guys, I know we've been here long, but I did have one more question that came up because of the conversation.
Okay.
We're talking about cannabis delivery. Can we say that you have to show that there has to be some sort of proof or show proof, maybe through doctor? I don't know the whole how you do it, but if you're unable to, you're basically disabled to the point where you can't go out and get cannabis. Is that too high of a restriction to say this is for people who are unable? Because I don't see CVS doing deliveries. I don't see our local pharmacies doing deliveries. So I would be okay with it if somebody was medically challenged to where they couldn't access it, so we're having it delivered. Is that too much of a burden to put?
I think that would be too much of a burden under this law because this is really designed at you cannot prohibit delivery of medical marijuana. So in a way that limits readily available, accessible access. So yeah, I think that would be too fraught to kind of enforce or analyze whether it's violating this law.
Right. And before we go to vote, I'll have a closing
Yeah,
comment.
no, I was going to ask Quincy to give us a little rundown here. I sense we had some pretty good consensus in a number of
You guys are doing
areas.
fantastic. This is great. I think that we are good to go on 1, 2, 3, 4. I've only heard one supervisor want to shrink the size of the building, and I heard 3 for standard ordinance code process. So from interpreting what we've been said into my next steps is I'm really just looking at, do we want to limit the number of buildings to a certain number? That seems to be the last moving piece for me, unless I hear more. Someone else changes their mind.
I'm fine with your recommendation. I don't understand it completely, but it's fine.
It would basically, it's like how we do with personal grows right now, where we don't have a cap of only 100 grows in the county, permits for the county. So that is the spirit in which our proposal is being derived from. It's the same spirit that we have for handling personal grows.
So-
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
I don't have
No, no.
anything else on that one, rambling.
Just to clarify, so you're talking number 3 then, just all, not limiting number of places, just it has to be in those zones? Or?
Actually, what I'm talking about is not on the list, because I didn't make a proposal on this. So it would be, do we want to only allow basically one building that's storing cannabis in the county? Do we want to have 12 business that they're delivering out of? Or do we want it to have a potential unlimited number? The limitation being the location of the zoning districts. They couldn't be outside those zoning districts. So if we only had 4 parcels, if we had 1 parcel in each of those zoning districts, we could have 4 parcels. That's not the case. I'm oversimplifying it, maybe confusing it. But they would only be limited by the location of those zoning districts then. But they could have an unlimited up to those districts.
Okay. I would also ask that please reach out to the city.
Sure.
I know you said that they were going to be subject to this as well, but I'd like to get a feel for what they're looking at and planning. That might help us down the road here. Any other comments from the board? I think we're okay. One closing comment, Supervisor Kirk.
Oh, I was just going to ask on that. So that was a no on all the other one, like the smell thing, the limiting to 1 building, all of that.
I'm sorry, myself, I didn't say no on that. The smell, I'm fine with. And what were the other two?
Some security measures.
Security system,
the
yes.
cashless was brought up. I'm
Cashless
sensing
system.
consensus on those items. The
Yeah.
only topic is I'm hearing is the number of businesses.
Okay.
You mentioned having, because we had 2 for 1. We had 1 for, I think, not restricted, not part of this right now. And then you were mentioning a geographic one, so we didn't really have 3 anywhere.
Yeah. Maybe staff can come back with a little more thought on that. I don't know.
Sure.
Be appreciated. Supervisor Kirk.
No, thanks. We've had a good conversation. I don't want to spend too much time up here because we're doing good. But just when we go to vote for this, I am going to vote no, but I did want to be part of the conversation because I think it's important. But the reason why I'll be voting no is because some people alluded to it during public comment, but we just had we've had conversations about ACEs. We've had conversations about what public health, behavioral health is dealing with and how they're going to change the criteria for if you're an alcoholic or if you're a severe drug user and then you have mental health problems, now you're going into conservatorship. We're doing so many things, and then yet we're pumping and pumping and pumping more and more drugs into communities. San Francisco is doing the hallucinates now. It's just, to me, it's completely ass backwards how we're creating problems like this and then trying to solve them on the back end the real simple fact is the more cannabis you have in a community, the more youth are going to use it. And this is unfortunate because this is specifically for people, they say with medical use, but I don't know any other, like I said, CVS, I don't know any other industry that does deliveries like this to people's doors. And some people might have a different argument or different opinion about that. But I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the fact that you guys we're working together. But at the end of the day, for me, it's not really like a morality thing. It's just like, I see this where I work every single day, and the more drugs we put in the community, the more access people have, it's going to continue to erode at the fabric of our lives. So that's why I'll be voting no, but thank you for the conversation, and I'll continue to stay engaged.
So Quincy, are you looking for a vote?
I would look for a motion.
Or are you looking for a vote on this? Because what this says is
Oh,
staff's
it's direction only, I'm sorry. My apology.
Because if we make a vote, then I would motion that we just go with staff recommendation and not include those other things.
As the agenda language is a point of order on that, we have consideration of providing direction.
Direction. Correct. I believe you've got pretty good
I
direction.
do, and if there's other concerns that are raised, either from the community, please reach out to us and let us know. We will bring this back to you as soon as we can so that we can get our first reading done. If we're engaged in this and additional just hurdles that we need further clarification from you on, we will of course come back prior to that first reading if we need to.
Okay, very good. And thank you for the pre-preparation you did bringing this to us. It was helpful to move through it.
So just a note on that. Why are we considering these, Supervisor Kirk, if you're voting no, if you're not supporting this plan that we came up through consensus, why should we consider these changes you've proposed? Why don't we because to me that takes away the consensus that we have on this. And so I would propose that we proceed without those other considerations.
So if you want to be vindictive because I just don't feel the same as you about putting
How is
cannabis
that
in the
vindictive?
community, that's fine. But Ryan, there's lots of
Excuse
things
me,
that we
let
don't
me
agree.
finish. Let
You
me
asked me
finish.
a question.
Let me finish. So what you're saying is that you are willing to put your 2 cents in, but you're not willing to back up what you're saying.
I'm willing to
Put your money
acknowledge
where your
the
mouth
fact.
is.
I'm willing to acknowledge the fact that we have a sinking ship with drug use, and if I can mitigate it a little bit with some input, I will mitigate it. But we're still sinking when it comes to pumping drugs in the community.
No,
So
you're not willing to stand up for what you are promoting here. That's what
I
I
am.
hear.
That's why I'm voting no. Well, there's no vote, so my apologies. But I just want you guys to know when it does come to a vote in the future. Well, I can't predict the future, but I wish you wouldn't spin this as a negative.
I'm
thing,
proposing we take away Sally Port.
So you want to be vindictive because I don't agree with
stuff,
you.
all that stuff.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be in there.
Dave.
That's my proposal. So you two decide.
Okay, let's keep the temperature down here a little bit, please.
I only wanted to tag in my personal opinion that I appreciate even where we may disagree on the end vote of it, as long as somebody is meaningfully engaging to improve the project, and it's not just to disrupt it or anything, I think that that's a positive thing, and that's my personal perspective on that.
I'd like to
appreciate that.
I'd like to see staff come back with the additions and the things we've talked about, and then we'll take it further at that point. If right now we don't. I mean, we're talking about them, but
So it was my intention that after this meeting today, given the January 1 deadline, that I would come back with a first reading.
okay.
That's the plan, is that we would come back with a first reading and that we would use the discussion today and the consensus that I've heard to build that ordinance code in addition to some of the other standard items that I expect to put into the ordinance code related to landscaping, parking, safety, and things like that.
Okay, I'd look to county council if on the first reading, we still, even if they present us something from CDD, that we can still make changes at that time. Is that correct or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And we would come back. So if you make changes at the first reading, we would go back, staff would go back, because we would be a different ordinance code that we're proposing, right, Sarah? Or do we get to make the changes and do a second reading from?
You can do that. I think one of the things that you have to keep in mind is how significant the changes are, and if staff needs additional time to research, et cetera, that would be the only thing that would maybe make it come back for another first reading. So I think it would just depend
And I
on
believe
the
that's
changes.
how we've handled it in the past, that if the changes weren't, too much, that we could go ahead and make those and still proceed on to the second reading.
And then when it comes to the tax rate issue, that's a separate ordinance. We would recommend we come back with a CAO recommendation before we draft an ordinance so that we are clear about what the rate will be.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll close this one out then. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
So we're at the end of the day here. Do you guys want to do reports? If we're
I'm fine with not, but.
It's up to you.
okay, I'm okay with not, but you know, if somebody has
Quincy,
something.
when it
they-
comes back, is it a joint resolution?
Are you okay with it?
Do you want to do reports or not?
No, I'm okay with not,
Okay.
but if you had something that was,
No.
you really wanted. Okay. In that case, we will close the board meeting.